Chapter 301. Dim blue light shines from the eyes of the mechanical head. Eli felt that the mechanical head had awakened. It's not the kind of awakening like turning on the phone, but a kind of awakening of the soul. A weak soul essence slowly spread out, and the surrounding air seemed to be flickering. A wave of spiritual power extended from the mechanical head, and then explored towards Eli. Do you want to communicate? Spiritual power is harmless, and Eli didn't hesitate, and directly extended the spiritual power to blend. Who are you? Eli asked directly. The mechanical head seemed to be a little demented. After a few seconds, a consciousness came over. My name is Dylan. Oh? Dylan. Not Gray. Eli curled his lips, he was still thinking if it was the big boss of the wizard tower. But who is Dylan? Then who is your identity? Eli continued to ask. I forgot, I seem to have only one consciousness transmitted into this mechanical body, whether it is the memory module or various modules, there are big problems, even forgetting. I remember that I seem to have another body, but it seems that I can't perceive it, but I vaguely remember that I seem to be a general. The mechanical voice came, and it seemed that Dylan was also in a state of dementia. Forward. Eli is silent. I thought there would be something to gain, but it seems to be disappointed. Of course not, maybe there might be clues in his missing body. Do you have anything to do with Grey Wizard Tower? This time, Eli asked directly. Wizard Grey's Tower? Such a familiar name. That's all for the sound, the robot seems to be in a state of thinking. It lasted for more than 10 seconds, and even the mechanical head started to smoke before uttering a sentence. Sorry, I really don't remember, but can you help me get a body? I can exchange it. Of course. Eli said, and the next second, his tone became strange. What do you exchange for? High-level mechanical knowledge, even above the fourth ring. Dylan Yallen's eyes flickered. Although I seem to have lost a lot of things, my current brain seems to store a lot of mechanical knowledge. I can exchange it with you. Hiss. Eli's eyes lit up. Okay, I can give you a body, and I will make it myself. A few seconds later, Eli said. At this time, he has realized that this mechanical head is definitely not simple. It stores high-level knowledge above the fourth ring, another body, and a mysterious origin. There are secrets. Thinking of this, Eli continued, then what are you going to do after you have a body? I'm going to find my body. I feel like I've stored something very important there. I seem to have stored it in the central continent. But before that, I have to find a high-level mechanical wizard. Maybe because Eli woke him up and he wasn't hiding it. A high-level mechanical wizard? Do you think I can? Eli looked at the mechanical head and asked. No, you're too weak. Dylan said. Eli. The requirements are quite high, but I'm afraid there are still wizards above the fourth ring. But he has to keep this mechanical head first. Eli rolled his eyes, and after a few seconds, he said slowly. Looks like you're not familiar with the wizarding world today? Today's central continent, if you go like this, you may be found and destroyed by those warlocks if you can't find it. I forgot to tell you, you may have been asleep for a long time. If the world in this world no longer meets your requirements, the wizard is gone. What? Dylan's voice fluctuated violently. This was the first time. He doesn't seem to know the current situation. But luckily, you met me, who may be the only three-ring mechanical wizard in the world today. Eli said, looking at Dylan. You're lying to me. Dylan said directly. He doesn't believe it. Although he lost a lot of memory, the power of the wizard seems to have been imprinted in his soul. How could such a powerful wizard disappear? Hehe, then I will create a body for you, and then go to the outside environment to see, you will know? If I didn't lie to you, then you should stay by my side first. Eli's strong words seemed to make Dylan hesitate. Is what Eli said true? The light in Dylan's eyes dimmed for a few minutes. A few minutes later, a voice came over. Okay. Hey, let me make you a body first. Eli looked at the head and smiled. Dylan's eyes flickered, and he seemed a little uneasy. Half a month later. In the wizard's tower, Dylan's head was placed on the table, and his new body was placed underground. But Dylan's blue eyes looked at the ground with faint eyes. On the ground, a body about 1 meter long was placed on the ground. The whole body was silver and white, and the mechanical structure was complete. It could be seen that the quality was very good, except for one head. The issue is, Eli, I need a human body. Dylan said his own words. The mechanical dolls on the ground are really good, the only problem is that they look like dogs. It's okay to wave it and say it's a wolf, but is there a difference? Not bad at all. You can say that, the outside world is dangerous. This is a good camouflage, and it also has skin functions. Then you will directly look like a dog, safe and reliable. Eli showed a kind expression. Dylan was silent, he was surprisingly silent. Impossible, even if you throw my wizard tower down and destroy me, I can't use this body. Dylan suppressed his anger in his deep voice. Use it or not. This is your last chance. Eli left the room directly, and it seemed that Dylan hadn't recognized the status quo. Need to give him time to calm down. 3 days later, Eli stepped into the room again. Dylan's voice came, I promise. That's right. Eli smiled, Xiaomian, I can't control you yet. Soon, Eli put the extremely conflicted Dylan on the head of the mechanical dog. Once connected, I saw that the surface skin of the mechanical dog began to change instantly, and in the blink of an eye, it really turned into a seemingly real one, a bit like a husky. Let's go, General Dog, I'll take you to see the world today. I have a name, not General Dog. Okay, General Dog. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In 3 days, Eli took the dog general to wander around the neighborhood. He finally understands what the world is like today. And Eli might really be the only 3-ring mechanic. Of course there may be other places, but it must be hard to find. Moreover, it seems that Herman is very close to the true spirit, and maybe there is a chance to help him find his body in the future. In the end, he agreed to be by Eli's side until he found the body, and what he gave was his own knowledge. Before the body was found, he would give Eli the necessary mechanical assistance. Just when the agreement between Eli and General Dog was established. Hourglass of time. Anderson walked through one wizard tower after another and came to a wizard tower. The wizard tower is located at the back of the city, but this wizard tower is different from the normal wizard tower, it is winding down, like a wizard tower standing upside down in the ground. Arrive. Anderson took a deep breath and entered it. Inside is a circular staircase that winds down, and he walks down step by step. Soon, he came to the bottom of the wizard's tower. The bottom of the wizard's tower is very empty, covering more than 100 square meters. There is nothing around it, only in the center is a vertical coffin. The coffin was still emitting a cold air, and there was a strong aura coming from inside. Just feeling this breath, Anderson felt a little difficult to breathe. My lord, I'm Anderson, the person in charge of the time hourglass. Anderson bowed his head humbly. After Anderson finished speaking, the coffin slowly began to move. The coffin lid slowly moved away, revealing the scene inside. Anderson looked up, and saw a grey-haired old man inside the coffin. His hair was as dry as weeds, and his face and body were wrinkled and extremely pale, but there was a huge aura emanating from his body. Breath, that kind of breath far exceeds the 3rd ring. Grunt. Anderson's throat moved slightly, looking at the legendary figure in the hourglass of time. Guido Mista. A person with the level of the true spirit of the 4 rings, but in the process of fighting with the true spirit of the central continent, he almost died, and only survived after undergoing a self-slumber. Hundreds of years have passed, and my lord has finally woken up. Anderson looked at Gedo. Suddenly, Gedo's eyes slowly opened. Those were a pair of eyes with dark purple pupils, and there seemed to be traces of lightning gathering inside, but what was puzzling was that there was another kind of black, as if corroding the lightning. Ahem. Gedo suddenly coughed twice. Just as Anderson was about to say something, Gedo had already spoken first. His voice was very hoarse, as if sandpaper was rubbing against a concrete road, and he said, I've been in a deep sleep for a long time, and I haven't recovered from my injuries. The injury left to me by the true spirit was too serious. Give me another 150 years, and I should be able to fully recover. Anderson, I need you to collect a lot of blood. Yes, my lord. Anderson said. What's going on outside now? Gedo was also curious about the outside situation after waking up. My lord, the external environment has undergone tremendous changes in these years. Anderson quickly told Gedo the situation in the past few hundred years, especially the rise of the Bloodline Tower, Herman, and the recent arrival of the Holy Tower. Is that so? After listening, Gedo fell silent. He didn't expect that so many things happened here during the years he slept. After a few seconds, he slowed down, steady, since the Bloodline Tower and the Holy Tower have established a connection, it means that the situation here may be different from what we thought. Let's talk about it after I fully recover. Once I have fully recovered my strength, I will deal with these forces. Gedo decided to be more conservative. It has only been more than 100 years, and there should not be any major changes. When he fully recovers, he will have nothing to fear. In fact, he is not afraid of anyone on the west coast now, but he has to consider the main tower of the Bloodline Tower behind the Bloodline Tower, which is another holy tower with no attitude. Resolutely do not wave. Yes. Anderson understood. Since adults want to wait, then wait. Chapter 302. A year passed in the blink of an eye. It's been an uneventful year for Eli. During this year, Eli has learned a lot of mechanical knowledge from General Dog, and his reserves in this area have increased rapidly, and because of the things about soulology found in the ruins before, he also prepared some soul runes. Progress. Relying on this, Eli created a new witchcraft. Soul Great Curse Seal. In the engraved soul, no matter how far apart they can communicate. As long as the soul is still there, the curse seal will not dissipate. It can be regarded as the sublimation of Eli's witchcraft relying on the past soul. Eli branded Vivica and Nikolai with this witchcraft. And during this year, Eli and Luoya sent letters several times, inviting Eli to go to the headquarters of the Holy Tower, but they were all rejected by Eli, and he stopped mentioning them after that. And judging from Luoyi's words, it seems that the box caused quite a stir. Center Continent. The Central Continent is divided into 5 main regions: East, South, West, North, and Central. And the one closest to the West Coast is the Western regions. The main tower of the Bloodline Tower, as well as the Holy Tower and many other forces are located here. At this time, at the headquarters of the Holy Tower, on top of a huge mountain, a negotiation is in progress. Everyone, I don't think my gains this time have anything to do with you. If you want to get a piece of the pie, you've offended the wrong person. Luoya said, looking at the crowd. As soon as he came back, he didn't know why the news was leaked. Almost at the same time, many forces gathered together. Hey, Master Luoya, you know very well that if all this is really related to that wizard tower, you will not be able to keep it. A warlock stood up and looked at Luoyedeo. Really? That's Grey Wizard's tower. Representatives of many forces were talking and aggressive. Hateful. Looking at this scene, Luoya gritted his teeth, anger showing on his face. Too fucking shameless. At this time, a person suddenly ran over from a distance, came to Luoyi's side, and said, Lord Luoya, the Tower Master asked you to share the box, and all forces will study it together. Luoyi's face darkened, and he understood that the teacher must have made some kind of deal with these forces, and his teacher probably didn't think his harvest could really have a relationship with Grey Wizard Tower. But he really felt there might be something to gain this time. But since the teacher has spoken, his persistence is unnecessary. Okay, I'll share it with everyone. Luoya didn't talk nonsense, and directly threw the box in the center of the venue. Looking at the box with 3 locks, everyone's eyes lit up. However, this box requires at least 3 rings or higher mechanical knowledge to open it. I have nothing to do with it. You can see which force can do it. Luoyayu's voice came. Leave it to us. A power representative smiled. Luoyi's face was ugly. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and the clamoring force actually found a mechanical alchemist, and it is said that they paid a huge price. Soon, the alchemist arrived. It's still the same place. The alchemist spent 10 days unlocking the lock, and during these 10 days, everyone stayed here, waiting anxiously to unlock it, even Luoya was no exception. Soon, with a click, the 3rd lock opened instantly. Everyone put their eyes into it and saw what was inside. A stone. Looking at the stone inside, everyone's eyes widened. What happened? Why is there a stone in the box? What a holy pagoda, to deceive us. A sorcerer looked at Luoya angrily, and said loudly. The others also raised their heads one after another, showing angry expressions. Santa is brushing them like monkeys. Luoya looked at the things inside, and his heart skipped a beat. Stone? How could it be a stone? With extreme puzzlement, Luoya looked at the crowd and said, I don't know what happened, but I brought this box back from the west coast. Humph. A warlock sneered, turned and left. The other warlocks didn't have good words either, This Luoya completely regarded them as fools. Since Santa has such an attitude, there is no need to talk about it. What? A big battle broke out in the western regions of the central continent. It was a year later when Eli received Luo Yi's message again. I learned from the letter that because of the box, many forces felt that they were being tricked, and even thought it was an insult, so they launched a big war with the Holy Tower. In this war, the Holy Tower suffered heavy losses. However, Luo Yi later proved that the box he brought back was really that one, and it was said that it was confirmed by some method, so many forces believed it. But the movement caused by this is still not small. For example, many forces decided to completely abandon the exploration of the west coast. They believe that after this exploration and the efforts of the past few hundred years, the possibility of having clues here is extremely low, and due to some previous events, the losses of various forces are not small, so they decided to recover the forces to supplement it. It will still be stationed on the west coast, but it will not pay too much attention here. Even if someone in the branch is willing, they can apply to go to the headquarters of the central continent. But when they contacted their respective forces, they discovered that the west coast seemed to be different from what they thought. Most of their forces have disappeared, leaving some small forces. During this process, Eli received another invitation from Luo Yi. Invite him to return to the central continent. This time Eli didn't reply. He realized that the west coast might be about to change next. But what Eli didn't expect was that it was Viveka who found him first. Teacher, I am going to leave the west coast and go to the central continent. Viveka looked at Eli with determination in her eyes. Of course, what do you think? Eli looked at Viveka. Because of her blood, Viveka still looks so beautiful, but it can be seen that her demeanor is far from what it used to be. Thinking about it carefully, she is almost 800 years old. Teacher, my lifespan is almost at the limit, and I have no choice but to break through. Viveka looked at Eli and said. I understand, go ahead. Eli looked at Viveka, expressing that he understood. On the west coast, Viveka probably has no chance to break through, but if it is the central continent, there may be a chance, even if the chance is very small, but she still wants to fight for it. This is the same as Viveka in Eli's impression. Exactly the same. Thank you, teacher. Viveka bowed deeply to Eli and took her leave. Looking at her leaving back, Eli was also filled with emotion. It's finally here. As time passed, the Tower of Blood was changing. Viveka's student Alice gradually took over Viveka's position, and Viveka also began to prepare. But to Eli's surprise, this time Viveka's departure, in addition to taking away some resources, also took away her family. She used to be a descendant of Burns' family, and it seemed that Viveka had been killed by Viveka a long time ago. Cards moved to the Bloodline Tower area. Eli was also a little puzzled, but didn't ask. After all, who hasn't revealed his secret yet? Viveka is his student, not a slave. A year has passed. An airship set sail from the Bloodline Tower, took Viveka and a large number of people away from the west coast, and headed for the center of the world, the central continent. Eli didn't see Viveka off for the last time. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that Viveka didn't seem to want to be so sad, so she left in secret. But she left Eli with a letter. Chapter 303. Eli found the letter on a table in his wizard's tower. It was packaged in a yellow envelope with a very ordinary credit, and the seal was a petal, which was an ordinary wild flower, probably picked casually by the roadside, very common. Eli came to the table, picked up the envelope, and slowly opened it. Expand. Dear teacher. It's very sad to say goodbye in this way, but I think this should be the best way for me. After all, if I really face the teacher, I don't know if I will have the courage to turn around and leave, it's too cruel. I remember that the first time I met a teacher was nearly 800 years ago. It was the teacher who pulled me up from the darkness, gave me a new life, and let me know that there are more in this world besides knights. A tremendous strength. During that time, I was really happy, no matter whether it was study or life, I didn't have any pressure. It wasn't until Teacher You suddenly disappeared because of the secret realm that everything seemed to have changed a little. I left with my senior brother David, headed to the west coast, and joined the Tower of Bloodline. Although the journey was difficult and full of dangers, I never gave up. Probably the biggest reason is that the teacher must still be alive, and I have to live meet the teacher. Glad my guess was right. When the teacher appeared in front of me again, you were still my biggest reliance. You easily helped me solve the invincible opponents at that time, and after that, each opponent was easily defeated in front of the teacher. I stood behind me and looked at the teacher with admiration. Just like back then. How I wanted to go on like this forever, but obviously, I couldn't. Sensei still has a chance to break through to the true spirit, but on the west coast, I have no hope. So I decided to go to the central continent, where maybe I still have a glimmer of hope. I want to be stronger, and I can stay with the teacher longer. End of first page. Eli has complicated feelings. According to Viveka, he brought her up, and she was also one of the people he still existed in Bern at the beginning, let alone his student, so he would naturally take care of her. He didn't have any special ideas, but Viveka's feelings seemed to have deteriorated a bit. Read on. Eli turned to the second page. Teacher, once I leave, I may never have a chance to come back. Of course, if I can break through, I will definitely come back, but in fact, I also know that the hope is slim, but I still don't want to give up. Compared with the teacher, I am still too ordinary. In the last words, Eli could feel Viveka's sadness, and Viveka also seemed to be faintly aware of Eli's extraordinariness, so she said such a sentence. After all, Viveka knew about him being a wizard. And wizards shouldn't live so long. Eli knew this very well, and so did Viveka. Viveka was also the only one who knew how long he had lived, but both Eli and Viveka ignored it tacitly. Eli shook his head and continued to look down, which was also the last paragraph. Teacher, if we can meet again in the future, and I am not in the identity of Viveka, then I hope to accompany the teacher in another identity. After reading it, Eli didn't speak. The last paragraph may seem mundane, but it's informative. He seemed to understand why Viveka took away the family children. This child was best at bloodlines when he was an apprentice. Now that hundreds of years have passed, he may have made new achievements in this area. In terms of bloodlines, Viveka may even study deeper than him. If you fail to advance, do you just look for opportunities in your blood? Are you behind? Then look forward to meeting next time, if there is a chance. Eli put away the letter paper and opened it by the window. Outside the window is the center of the bloodline tower, a scene of prosperity and vitality, and Eli also senses that Viveka's mark is getting farther and farther away from here. Viveka also left, and Eli suddenly found out. Now West Coast, his former friends. Now there is no one, only some people I met later, or subordinates. But Eli is getting used to it. Anyway, he has experienced these things many times. Immortality is a thing that countless people desire, but it is not a kind of punishment. But there are still many things worth pursuing. Eli opened the window, and the wind outside the window was blowing on his face. He still has a lot of scenery that he hasn't seen, and there are still many stories that he hasn't written. How can he slack off? He has to work hard and sprint to the true spirit. Steady for 100 years first, I'll break through a true spirit first. Now that the turmoil on the west coast has subsided, he should also work hard to improve his own strength. Not to mention other things, first break through a true spirit, and then talk about other things. After firming up his mind, Eli explained some things to Alice. He quickly left the bloodline tower and returned to the white tower in the south. He-Man, the Tower of Blood, disappeared, and there was an extra warden in the Black Tower prison. Since Viveka left, Alice became the new tower master. She took over the power of the entire west coast. Since then, the entire west coast, except for the north, has been completely controlled by the Tower of Bloodline. Except for some deep mountains, other sites have been planted with chi banners belonging to the Tower of Bloodline. The momentum of the Bloodline Tower has also reached its peak. 30 years passed in the blink of an eye. This year, Eli's mental power reached 400 points, which is also the minimum requirement to advance to the true spirit, which is often referred to as the limit of the 3 rings. Over the years, Eli began to search the Bloodline Tower for the ruins of former wizards on a large scale, trying to find information about wizards' promotion to the true spirit, but they got a lot of teasing. At this time, Viveka has also arrived at the main tower of the Bloodline for more than 20 years. From the imprint, we know that Viveka at this time is already at the limit of the 3rd ring, and she is climbing very fast in the Tower of Blood, and even almost reaches the top floor of the main tower. All of this was expected by Eli, and Viveka's management ability has been seen in the eyes these years. Even if she goes to the central continent, it will not be too bad. In addition to these people, there is also Nina, the former head of the Iris camp. The reason why it was the X was because she was dead. It was an extraordinary death. When exploring a place, I encountered a three-ringed monster. The accidental death was embarrassing, but it was also normal. In fact, there were almost no wizards Eli knew who could die. Oh, and Udo. This guy is also preparing to leave, heading to the central continent. Because of the previous incident, Luoya was short of men, and it happened that Udo also wanted to visit the central continent, so it hit it off, and he took the spaceship to the central continent. So far, there are not even a handful of people Eli is familiar with on the west coast. Chapter 304. The years are ruthless, and 30 years have passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Eli's mental power is already 420 points, and it can't be improved a little in a year. This is the result of Eli's talent is not too bad at this time, and the total amount has increased, so it is normal for it to be difficult to improve. For 30 years, the west coast was quiet. Eli participated in the Silver Moon Feast again, but unfortunately, this time he still didn't get anything. Anyway, he also resigned to his fate, knowing that it seems that relying on him alone may really have no hope of catching the heart of the element, but because of this reason, Eli also had a new idea. He could feel that the heart of the element might have no effect on him after a few more times. Since he couldn't catch it, it would be better to catch it once. The big deal is to damage this Uni Lake. For the improvement of talent, it is worth it. Therefore, Eli is already preparing for the next Silver Moon Feast, and there will be a wave of ruthlessness. In addition to these, Eli seems to have heard that the Time Hourglass people seem to be catching monsters on a large scale recently. I don't know what the purpose is. Eli is not interested and doesn't want to know. 30 years later. At this time, the Tower of Bloodline has completely ruled the West Coast for almost 100 years. Some bad things are also breeding. Since the central continent has almost half abandoned the land on the West Coast, many people in the central continent who are wanted by some forces or who have migrated have also set their sights on this land. One after another, some people from the central continent came here. Generally speaking, those who can be wanted, or who can come here through the mountains, are not weak, so they have also caused a lot of trouble to the West Coast. For these people, Alice is also devastated. Eli also knew about the situation of the Bloodline Tower, but he ignored it. If it's just that this situation can't be controlled, then he doesn't mind changing the person in charge. 10 years passed again. A new Silver Moon event has begun. But unlike the previous situation, this time Uni Lake was emptied for hundreds of miles. It's the last time. Beside Silver Moon Lake, Eli looked at the calm lake. At this moment, the surface of the lake has begun to tremble slightly, and strands of elements have begun to erupt. This is the first sign of the riot in Uni Lake. For this, Eli has been waiting for 50 years. At this time, the Uni Lake, which occupies a huge area, is covered with dozens of cores of witch formations, and even the surroundings of the lake have been surrounded by witch formations. And all of this was done by Eli. Just wait. Eli's eyes were calm, he understood that today should be his last time here. Time flies. The familiar scene happened again. Accompanied by countless boiling elements, the elements within 100 miles of Uni Lake began to gather again, and the entire lake boiled like boiling water. Countless fish jumped out of the water, crazily swallowing elements. This time, Eli didn't take out the fishing rod, but slowly flew into the sky. With a wave of his hand, the core of the witch array that had already been placed in Uni Lake erupted at the same time, and dozens of beams of light shot up into the sky. For a while, the surface of the lake began to undulate, and the elements gathered around were also stirred. The weak balance of Uni Lake was instantly destroyed. A huge vortex appeared above Uni Lake. More elements converged here. Originally, Uni Lake was only surrounded by elements with a radius of tens of miles, but in just an instant, with a radius of nearly 150 miles, the elements all converged towards Uni Lake. With so many elements gathered, the concentration of elements in Uni Lake is frighteningly high, and even liquid elements have begun to appear in the air. This is due to the huge number of elements and the great pressure of the witch array. It is impossible to rely on itself to appear like this of the situation. And these elements are slowly irrigating towards the lake. For a time, countless fish broke through the bottleneck. The first ring breaks through the second ring, and the second ring breaks through the third ring. In just a few minutes, there may have been only a few three-ringed fish in Uni Lake, but the number of three-ringed fish may have reached dozens, and the fish that had been hiding in the depths of Uni Lake also ran out. Eli was still watching calmly. This step is to draw most of the fish out. Looking at the humans in the sky, Some three-ringed fish even jumped out of the water, trying to attack Eli, but Eli just waved lightly, and countless wind blades tore the fish apart. Not enough. Eli observed the lake, and he found that there were still many fish that hadn't come out. With a thought, the beam of light from the witch formation bloomed again. More elements were gathered and poured towards Unu Lake, and more fish hidden in the depths of Unu Lake also came out this time and gathered towards the water surface. About there. Taking a general look, Eli knew it was time. The spiritual power connects to the witch array on the shore. Beside the river bank, hundreds of 3-meter-high stone pillars slowly came out, and elemental threads slowly appeared, and began to link into a huge elemental net, which was scooped up towards the lake. This is Eli's plan. Since you can't catch it, let's change it. Although his fishing net is a bit bigger, only about tens of acres. And looking at the huge fishing net, countless fish jumped high, as if they wanted to escape, but how could Eli make them happy? Another layer of fishing net appeared again, blocking their way from top to bottom. The end is set. Eli has been preparing for decades, and has already considered various possibilities. Today he is determined to win. The process of fishing lasted for a full day. Eli finally found his target among hundreds of thousands of caddies of fish. A total of 36 elemental hearts. As for the rest of the fish, Eli took some useful ones and sent them back to Unu Lake. After all, it was really useless. But after my fishing this time, I'm afraid this place will be useless. Beside Unu Lake, Eli held 36 elemental hearts and looked towards Unu. At this time, the original special structure of Unu Lake has been destroyed. I am afraid that there will be no such thing as a silver moon feast in the future. It will gradually become an ordinary lake rich in extraordinary creatures. Eli knows it's not good, but he doesn't regret it. As long as the talent is improved, it is worth it. Let me see how far my talent can go this time. Eli looked at the elemental heart in his hand. A total of 36, which has far exceeded the number he has ever used. A day later, Eli returns to Black Tower Prison. In the secret realm, Eli began to use the elemental heart. Only 5 were used. Eli's talent finally broke through the 3rd class and came to the 2nd class. In the subsequent consumption, Eli's talent was fully upgraded to the 2nd class limit. It's not that he doesn't want to improve anymore, but that the elemental heart is useless. When there are still 3 elemental hearts, Eli's use of the elemental heart has no effect anymore. It's a pity that it's just a little bit away from the 1st class. I won't think about it from now on. Let's improve my mental strength with peace of mind. With the improvement of mental strength, Eli only had one thought in his mind. That is to pay close attention to improving the mental strength, and then find the information. Break through the true spirit. Chapter 305. 30 years later. Again. Eli pushed open the door of a wizard tower and walked outside. The place where he was at this time was a ruin of a wizard. Walking out of the door, there are a large number of warlocks. They are all surrounding the entire ruins at this time, exploring carefully, not missing any small places. Seeing this scene, Eli shook his head. A map of the Age of Wizards was opened out of the box earlier, which recorded the location of the once powerful wizarding forces on the west coast. Therefore, Eli followed this map and began to search for the ruins of wizards one by one, with the purpose of breaking through the information of the true spirit. But after 30 years of searching, there was still nothing to gain. This high-end knowledge is more difficult to obtain than he thought. My lord, these are all the gains in this ruin. At this time, a warlock came over, handed Eli a list, and reported. In recent years, the Tower of Bloodline has established a new department, the Ruins Exploration Department, which has great power, and the purpose is to excavate things that used to be in the wizarding era, and he is one of them. I see. Eli nodded and took the list. Soon, he was a little disappointed. Still nothing. Does it really have to go to the central continent? Eli frowned. There is no doubt that the west coast should belong to a remote corner in the wizarding world. Not only is the location not good, but the overall strength in the past is far from being comparable to that of the central continent. Compared with here, the central continent undoubtedly has more resources and opportunities. If there must be such materials somewhere, then it must be the central continent. Forget it, wait a little longer. Eli really has no idea of going to the central continent at the moment, that would be too dangerous. Moss, I'll leave it to you afterwards, I'll leave first. Eli said to the warlock. In fact, he would only come when he found some huge ruins, but undoubtedly this time it was another failed exploration, and he should go back. Soon, Eli returned to the Black Tower prison again. I was in a bad mood today and tortured my inmates. With the wailing of the prisoners, Eli also returned to his normal life. Although he hadn't reached the limit yet, his spiritual power was already at 450 points, and Eli could feel that he was about to reach his limit. Time blinks and 5 years pass again. The Relic Exploration Department found 3 relics at the same time this time. But there seems to be a little surprise. Master, of the 3 ruins this time, only 2 of them are located within the range of the Bloodline Tower, and the other is in the Wandering Alliance. In the Wizard Tower, Vivica's student and now the Tower Master of the Bloodline Tower, Alice respectfully said to Eli. Okay, I see. Eli nodded. Over the years, there have been more and more wanted criminals or fugitives in the central continent. On the east coast of the west coast, they even formed a new force, the Wandering Alliance. Although this force has an ordinary name, its strength cannot be underestimated. Even on the bright side, there are dozens of third rings, but it seems that they are afraid of the background of the central continent of the Tower of Blood, so they have been huddled in a corner, but due to their strong strength, they inevitably occupy a large area. In this regard, the Bloodline Tower is also very helpless. Although the Wandering Alliance has a small number of people, their individual strength is very strong. Even the Bloodline Tower is not an opponent. Eli, the only one who can deal with these people, is not too interested. Master, do you need to take action against the homeless family? Alice had xie in her eyes, and he hoped that Eli could take action to solve this force. No need, aren't there many other ruins? Let's wait until the exploration is over. Eli understands Alice's thoughts, but he doesn't plan to cause trouble until he breaks through. Unless there is really evidence that that force has what it needs. Okay. Alice nodded, a little disappointed. The strength of the Wandering Alliance has become stronger and stronger over the years, and she is worried that some unknowable changes will really happen. Soon, the exploration of the ruins began. With the efforts of the department, the 2 ruins were explored in just 10 days. Unfortunately, there is still no gain. This year, Eli's mental strength was 454 points. 10 years later, Eli's spiritual power reached 460 points. At this time, the external environment has undergone tremendous changes again. Most of the vagrants who came to the west coast chose to join the homeless home. Gradually, the power of the homeless home began to expand rapidly. In just a few years, they already had a complete organizational structure. But here comes the problem. With the expansion of their personnel, the resources they need also increase geometrically, and the existing resources can't meet them at all. At the beginning, they can still collect them in the ocean or in some places, but gradually, the resources in these places are no longer enough. What they need is resources that can be collected on a large scale and that are sustainable. But this part is monopolized by the Bloodline Tower. So, the trial began. Over the years, the Wandering Alliance began to send warlocks to harass the Bloodline Tower one after another, and gradually discovered that the people in the Bloodline Tower were not as powerful as they thought. And with the arrival of the Central Continent personnel, some news also came. The Tower of Bloodlines almost doesn't care about this place anymore. Therefore, the Wanderers made a bold move, and within a few days, they captured several resource points. The strength of the Wandering Alliance made the Bloodline Tower feel terrified. But fortunately, after obtaining these resource points, the homeless home did not make a new round of actions, which made Alice a lot easier. Eli still didn't make a move. At this time, his spiritual power was 458 points. In 10 years, it has only increased by 6 points, and it is getting harder and harder. Another 3 years. Eli's spiritual power reached 462 points. The homeless home did not move, but the time hourglass moved. In the northern area, traces of the time hourglass person were found. This force that has not shown up for more than 100 years has finally begun to show its fangs. You know, more than 1,000 years ago, the time hourglass was the uncrowned king here. As soon as the time hourglass people appeared, they occupied a large area in the north near the center, and then stopped, as if their purpose was for this. But no one dared to ignore them because of this. Everyone knew that when they moved next time, the situation on the west coast would change drastically. Eli wasn't interested in that. With one heart and one soul. At this time, his mental strength has almost reached its peak, but the relevant information has not been found for a long time. Eli is also very helpless about this, but there is nothing he can do. But what Eli didn't expect was that 5 years later, the arrival of a spaceship changed everything. In the area of the Bloodline Tower, an airship from the Central Continent arrived here. And this airship is a major force belonging to the Central Continent. Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 306. In the main tower of the Bloodline Tower. Living room. The two sat opposite each other in front of the sofa, while the guards poured tea for them respectfully. Mr. Kalina, this is the blue sound unique to our west coast. It tastes very sweet. You should try it. I have already notified Mr. Herman. He is probably coming soon. Alice sat on the sofa, looking on the opposite side. Opposite her was a middle-aged warlock with a mustache, wearing a golden warlock robe, with rings on both hands, and a short staff in his right hand. It's okay, I have a lot of time. Kalina picked up the teacup and took a sip. I don't know what Mr. Herman is looking for. Is there anything I can do to help? Alice asked curiously. She never expected the visit from the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce. Because the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce also gave up here decades ago, everything about them has disappeared, but this time, they have worked so hard to come here, it is hard not to make her think too much. I want to give Lord Herman something. Kalina smiled, but didn't continue talking. Seeing that Kalina stopped talking, Alice didn't ask any more questions. The two fell into silence for a while. Time passed little by little, and suddenly, footsteps were heard in the distance, and a man pushed open the door and walked in. Master. Seeing someone coming, Alice stood up immediately. Yet. Eli nodded to Alice, and then looked at the man opposite her. Just yesterday, as soon as he heard that the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce was coming, he hurried towards the Tower of Blood. There was only one reason, and that was that at the same time, Eli received a message from Jinji who hadn't contacted him for hundreds of years. The message is simple, just tell Eli, something has arrived. At that time, Eli's heart was pounding, because he only asked Jinji for one thing, and that was to help him find enough information to advance to the true spirit. Eli looked at this man who was dressed very well in the style of the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce. Before he could speak, Kalina had already stood up, quickly reached out to Eli, and said respectfully, You are Mrs. Herman, right? Well, you are. Eli nodded. My name is Kalina, you can call me Corey. Kalina smiled. Looking at his appearance, the corners of Alice's mouth twitched. You didn't look like this when you saw me just now, just watch someone order dishes. Then what is your purpose? Master Jinji must have told you that I am here to deliver something to you this time. After confirming his identity, Kalina didn't talk nonsense, and directly took out a space ring and handed it to Eli. My lord, this is what my lord asked me to give you. Eli took the ring and immediately turned his consciousness back. During this process, the two quietly waited aside. Alice watched as a smile gradually appeared on Eli's face, as if she was very satisfied with the things, which made her very curious, what exactly could make Master so happy. A few seconds later, Eli recovered and said to Kalina, Thank you very much. It is my honor to serve you and King Jinji. Kalina said humbly with his right hand on his chest. It seems that Jinji is doing well in the Central Continent. I'm curious about his situation. Can you tell me about it? Eli looked at him and asked. The moment he came in, he had already observed Corina all over. This is a warlock at the peak of the third ring. To make a warlock at the peak of the third ring come here to deliver things, it is obviously unlikely that Jinji relies on strength, so it is power. Of course. Corina nodded and smiled. When Eli watched him, he watched Eli. He was also very curious as to who was the person that Lord Jinji respected so much. Before he came, he had been told by Jinji many times, at least he had never seen him like that. In his impression, Lord Jinji is always a genius with high fighting spirit and will never give in to anyone. Even in the face of the true spirit, he has never been so revered as he was that day. But when he actually stood in front of Eli, he realized that something was wrong. Although this person has the third ring, his aura made him feel as if he was facing a real spirit. Is this reasonable? It's not reasonable. Although he hadn't fought before, he felt that even 10 of them might not be able to beat Eli. He knew it was silly, but it really came from his gut. Soon, several people sat on the sofa, and Kalina began to tell about Jinji's situation. Lord Jinji, he just advanced to the third ring some time ago, and at the same time, he became the Jin Chan of the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce. You must know that he is only 200 years old, so he is really a top genius. Besides these, Lord Jinji is the most suitable warlock of Golden Toad's bloodline I have ever seen. With his talent, as long as there are no accidents, his promotion to the fourth ring is a certainty in the future. Since Mr. Jinji came to the central continent, he also took over part of the business of the Chamber of Commerce. At first, everyone thought that Mr. Jinji was just a mud leg from the west coast, so how could he have such strong business skills? But the Lord really slapped everyone in the face. In just a few decades, the performance of his branch has risen directly to the first place. I also defected to Jinji at that time. Corina tells Ginger's story. Eli didn't expect that so many things would happen after these little guys went to the Tower of Bloodline, and he is worthy of the title of the man favored by fate. He is indeed fierce. Alice's eyes are also bright. She also has some expectations for the central continent. But adults are having a hard time recently. Then Kalina shook his head and sighed. What's wrong? Eli asked. It's like this. Although your lord can always make very accurate decisions, due to the previous incident in the Holy Tower and the struggle between various forces, we made a lot of money in the process, but we were also envied by others. Someone cast a curse on the adults through excavation from the ruins, causing the blood of the adults to be continuously eroded. Colina said angrily. Curse? Eli looked surprised. So ruthless? And it was actually because of that war, wouldn't that have something to do with him? Then because of the problem with the previous true spirit information, he was known again. What a wonderful fate! But if it wasn't for Kalina, Jinji probably wouldn't have planned to tell him. It seemed that he really didn't want to bother him at all, or that he probably had nothing to do. But since he knew it, he couldn't ignore it. After all, Jinji brought him a big gift this time. Wait a minute. Eli stood up and left the room abruptly. Corina and Alice were also puzzled for a while, but they still waited. 3 minutes later, Eli returns. But this time when he returned, he already had an extra crystal in his hand, but it was a pitch-black crystal with a transparent shell, but there was indeed a cloud of visible shadows inside. He tossed this to Kalina. Corina hastily caught it. My lord, what is this? Kalina looked at the crystal, not quite understanding. This can help Jinji. Eli sat back down and looked at him and said. What? Kalina's eyes widened, as if he didn't quite believe it. I'll know when I get back, drink tea first. Eli understood his thoughts and waved his hand to signal him to calm down. But how can Corina calm down at this time? You must know that Jinji has been cursed for several years, and even now his blood has begun to decline, which is a very terrible thing. It would be great if it could be fixed. Could this be the reason why Lord Jinji asked him to come here? Corina seemed to have figured something out suddenly, showing a dazed look. So this is Thank you, sir. Corina settled down and thanked Eli. Drink tea. Eli just smiled and didn't speak. It was an investment before, but this time it is the first round of financing. Time passed by little, and half a day had passed in the blink of an eye. Master Corina, how many days are you planning to stay here? Alice asked. I'm going to leave immediately. Originally, Kalina still had the idea of staying for a few days, but at the moment he had no idea at all. He just wanted to fly back to the central continent as soon as possible. Lord Jinji needs something from Lord Herman. All right then. Alice nodded. That afternoon, Alice and Eli send an anxious Corina away. Watching the airship slowly fly into the sky, Alice and Eli return. On the way, Alice couldn't bear his curiosity anymore, and asked Eli, Master, what exactly did the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce give to the teacher? Hope. Eli replied calmly. The information to be promoted to the true spirit is hope for him. Hope. Alice was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 307. After sending Corina away, Eli temporarily lived in the wizard tower here. Returned to the secret realm. As soon as he entered the secret realm, a figure appeared in front of him. Eli, when can we go to the central continent? The dog General Dylan stood in front of Eli, and Yolan's mechanical eyes looked at him with dim eyes. Eli is his last hope. He always hopes to go to the central continent as soon as possible. His main body is in the central continent. He desperately wants to find those things back. But Eli, this guy, why does he feel that he doesn't mean that at all? Don't worry, hurry up. Seeing that Dylan was blocking the way, Eli comforted him. No matter what, I have to be promoted to the true spirit. After all, the central continent is so dangerous. You don't want me to die halfway, then there is no hope at all. Don't worry. Okay. General Dog had nothing to say, ran to the kennel not far away, and lay down. He has heard the same rhetoric many times, but he can't help it. That's right. Eli passed by with a smile. Further forward is the area where Hill is located. The height of tens of meters blocks the sunlight, thousands of branches hang down, exuding a bright green light, and a breath of life is unreservedly emitted. I haven't advanced yet. Eli had forgotten how many times this was the first time he had said such a thing. Hill's promotion to the second ring was much slower than he thought. It can only be said that he is naive. Underestimated Hill. Hearing Eli's voice, Hill hung down the branch and got close to Eli. Responding to Hill in the same way, Eli continued walking forward. Soon, they came to the potion field. This place has not changed much from before, but there are a lot more rare magic plants, and the ordinary ones have already been removed by Eli. After all, he does not rely on the potion field to make money for him now, unless it is a year with high efficiency. But that kind is rare. And in the center of the potion field was a large field of blood bamboo flowers. Although it has little effect on Eli, but Eli still raises them, and has planted quite a large area. It's not that Eli is nostalgic, but he is curious, whether he can grow a blood bamboo flower with 4 rings. Was there anything that surprised him at that time? Anyway, it's just occupying a piece of land, so it's not a big deal. After passing through the blood bamboo flower area, Eli finally came to his laboratory and living area. The house here is not the same structure as the wizard's tower, even a bit like the bungalows before, but it doesn't matter, and the huge body of Hydra is lying in front of it. The tens of meters long shadow body is entangled together, and the 3 heads are curled up in the body. Although it is only lying here, it has a mountain-like feeling. Usually put him here to help him guard the laboratory. Eli walked along the road, during which Hydra raised his head, and when he saw that it was Eli, he lowered it again. Eli entered the laboratory all the way, and then took out the space ring. Bring it on. Eli took a deep breath and removed everything from the ring. A crystal ball, a fruit, and a letter. Eli opened the envelope first, which was a letter from Jinji to him. In addition to introducing his situation, the first half of the letter is pretty much the same as what Kalina said, but there are some more details, and there is no mention of the curse. The second half introduces what he brought. The crystal ball records the information that Eli needs for the promotion of wizards, and there are also materials for the promotion of warlocks. The fruit is a precious material called Kamaro's fruit, which is used to increase the progress of warlocks by half in the process of promotion. Success rate. It seems that the special person came to deliver this fruit this time. Eli picked up the fruit. The appearance of the fruit was like a pineapple, exuding spiral patterns, and in essence, it had almost reached the 4th ring, a little less. If Eli remembers correctly, this is a 4-ringed monster, the companion of the Komorian giant crocodile. They will grow this kind of magic plant on the head, and only one can grow every few hundred years. It is self-evident to collect from the heads of monsters with 4 rings of true spirit level. Even Jinji probably paid a high price. There are also materials, in addition to wizards, there are also warlocks. It seems that Jinji is really caring, and he actually made him do it. After checking the fruit, Eli began to look at the information. Soon, he finally understood what it takes for a true spirit to advance, and what is the difference between a true spirit and a person above the 3rd ring. There is only one condition to be promoted to true spirit. That is the bottom line of mental power reaching the standard, a minimum of 400. But this breakthrough process is the most difficult. According to the requirements, the warlock needs to compress the mental power to the extreme until it reaches a limit, and then in this process, the power that belongs to the true spirit is born, the power of the true spirit. A kind of power that is closely related to spiritual power, but has a different spiritual power. This step is also the only threshold for promotion. Yes, promotion is that simple. But this step has caused countless 3 rings to fall into the sand, and an average of dozens of them may succeed. Of course, warlocks are similar, but they condense the blood and compress the blood to the extreme, and the power born is the source of the blood, which belongs to the more essential thing of the blood. All in all very interesting. As for the difference between the true spirit and the 3 rings, it is the true spirit body and the bloodline real body. The huge body condensed by the huge power of the true spirit can make the wizard explode with dozens of times the power, and the effect is devastating. The bloodline real body can be transformed into the bloodline itself, gaining the powerful fighting ability of those creatures. In short, when it comes to the true spirit, it will be a huge change for both wizards and warlocks, so the 4 rings are called the true spirit, not the 4 rings. Because the nature of its power has changed. The information that Jinji gave to Eli included both the promotion information, and there were many precautions. Eli guessed that it should be the internal information of the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce. Strictly speaking, Jinji should have violated the rules and took risks. This is a good boy. Eli sighed, which is why he was willing to help him. But promotion still requires a lot of preparation. Eli thought. For true spirit to advance, he must be fully prepared. First of all, Jinji's Kamaro's fruit should help him a little bit. It is related to blood, but Eli wants to advance to wizard. But Eli inexplicably felt that he might really be useful. The reason was that when he was promoted to the 3rd ring, there was a little accident that couldn't be ignored. I need a lot of soul crystals, higher level soul crystals. In addition to some commonly used materials, what Eli needs most now should be a large number of high-level soul crystals. And this Eli intends to obtain from his batch of freed soul slaves. The group of tens of thousands of monsters are hidden in the mountains at this time, and the number of the 3rd ring is also large. Although it's a pity, if it's for his promotion, then it doesn't matter. Spiritual power is 462 points. It is estimated that I can reach 470 points of spiritual power. It will take about 15 years before I can advance. Eli felt his own situation. Although 500 points is the limit, that is completely a theoretical value, and it is impossible to reach it. Even if it is 470 points of spiritual power, it is already more than 99.9% of wizards. And when he is ready, and his mental strength should be enough, he can advance. Time has gone without a trace, and he has finally reached this point. Chapter 308. 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Eli's mental power has reached 467 points, a little more than expected. This is related to Eli's improved talent. Even at this time, he can improve his mental power faster than before. He was no longer that talented and garbage wizard, relying on his own efforts. Even if he was placed in the wizarding world, he could still be regarded as a little genius. Of course, apart from mental strength, Eli's preparations are almost done at this time. Kamaro's fruit was made into a potion by him, and other auxiliary potions were also prepared. The only thing missing was the crystallization of spiritual power and spiritual power. The latter waited for time, while the former, apart from collecting the bloodline tower, he also started to act. West Coast. Sawyer Mountains. Eli floated above the sky with calm eyes, looking at the stretching mountains below. Almost all soul slaves are gathered here at this time. Since 3 years, Eli began to order the spirit monsters that had already been scattered all over the west coast to gather here. Now 3 years have passed, and tens of thousands of monsters have gathered here. There is only one purpose for him to come here today, and that is to crystallize his soul. Stretching his body, a wave of soul wave began to center on him and spread in all directions, summoning the monsters in the Saya Mountains. Follow his call. The entire mountain range gradually began to have some small echoes, followed by the roars of countless monsters. They gathered together, like a riot of monsters, rising and falling among the mountains. This is just the beginning. After shouting, in Eli's eyes, an unknown number of monsters began to gather here. Between the mountains stretching on the ground, torrents rushed here. They were countless soul slaves. It's almost the same in the middle, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. There were 40,000 to 50,000 hundreds of years ago, and the number at this time is even higher than before. Even Eli could not help but feel shocked watching this scene. The riot lasted for half an hour. Half an hour later, Eli looked at the mountains, where there were dozens of miles of magical beasts, densely packed, scattered on the ground like sesame seeds. I don't know if these are enough. At this moment, the monsters raised their heads, waiting for Eli's order. They were also very curious about what Eli was going to summon them for. In fact, Eli hadn't cared about them for 100 years, but only restrained them from entering the warlock's territory at will, so even some monsters almost forgot that they had soul imprints. Tens of thousands of eyes stared at Eli, who smiled slightly and stretched out his hand. Close slowly. At this moment, all the monsters felt a throbbing in their hearts. Eli wants them dead. No. Countless resistance turned into a torrent, and the monsters on the edge looked crazy, and ran towards the distance. Fear made them lose their will, and they didn't understand why Eli would do this. And those monsters that are closer are basically 3 rings. All of them showed hideous faces and roared. The brand of slavery stemming from the spirit told them that Eli really wanted their lives, and gathering them together was nothing more than a convenient way to kill them. The power of the 3 rings gave them initial wisdom, and they understood that they had to kill Eli to have a glimmer of hope. In an instant, nearly 103 rings rushed towards Eli. Heaven and earth, in all directions. They stretched out their claws and fangs, approached Eli, and surrounded him. The brand imprinted on the soul is an insurmountable shackle. It's a pity, a group of creatures that can't even control themselves. Eli just looked at them and said with pity. The next second, the outstretched hand closed. At the same time, the bloodlines and even the imprints of countless monsters were instantly activated. Crash! Like ripples released, the souls of the monsters shattered in an instant, without even a chance to resist. The monsters in the sky fell together, and the monsters running on the ground drew a path on the ground. And the monsters rushing towards Eli fell like rain. This is the dominance of the soul slave, the life and death that is completely controlled. Watching tens of thousands of lives passing by in front of Eli, Eli's eyes remained calm, but he had a little more understanding of life and fate. If you can't control your own life, just like these monsters are controlled by others, how sad it is. And that's what keeps Eli going. He controls his own destiny, so he always chooses to be more cautious. After all, he only lives once. What are you thinking? Let's condense the soul crystallization. Eli shook his head, and let's stand in the moment. He stretched out the space ring, took out several crystals, and threw them around, accurately hitting the boundary of the death of the monster, and then beams of light lit up. A large-scale witch formation. Seeing the magic formation light up, Eli's eyes gradually turned silvery white. In the sky, a dark vortex slowly appeared, and on the ground, the soul fragments in the body of the monster appeared and began to gather towards the sky. The soul fragments are a little faintly light blue, so at this moment, it is like a orchid rain rising from the ground in a radius of tens of miles, and the vortex in the sky is black, making the picture extremely dreamy. Beautiful scene. Eli sighed. Although the scenery is beautiful, he has not forgotten what kind of premise it was built on. It was created by the broken souls and lives of tens of thousands of dead monsters. And as the soul crystals gathered, one soul crystal began to condense in the sky. Although there was only one soul crystal, it exuded a large wave of soul breath, which was much more than ordinary 3-ring crystals. This is what Eli did on purpose. What he needs is a high-level one, and he needs as many low-level ones as he wants. There are hundreds of 3rd rings, and several 2nd and 1st rings. Eli is bleeding heavily, so how can there be no harvest? Soon, an hour passed. The condensation of the crystals in the sky has reached the last moment, the breath has reached the peak of the 3rd ring, but it has been slow to condense, almost. Lack of a half-step true spirit level soul. Eli quickly judged that a core was missing, but this made him worry, where to find a half-step true spirit. But at this moment, he seemed to sense something. He looked towards one side. In the distant sky, a figure flew towards this side quickly. Exuding a powerful aura of a half-step true spirit, terrifying and terrifying. It was a middle-aged wizard, who looked a little old, with skin sticking to the bones, skinny, and wearing a grey-black wizard robe with a bloodstain drawn on it. And this wizard robe, if Eli remembers correctly, it should be the recently rising Wandering Alliance. But why would he appear here? The Wandering Alliance shouldn't be near here. But does it matter? It does not matter. Isn't this delivered to your door? Eli had a smile on his face. The sorcerer in the distance had a ferocious smile on his face and shouted loudly. Hand over that soul crystal. So it was robbery? Eli suddenly realized, then he would have no psychological burden. The author Lan Bai's new book, and I both have a blue and white, recommended recommendation. Chu Liancheng, who has been successful for many years, returned to his alma mater in high school to donate scholarships. But he fell asleep on his stomach in the seat where he sat for 3 years. After waking up again, what I saw was the stern face of the head teacher, the laughter of the classmates, and her at the same table. After figuring out the situation of his rebirth through time travel, Chu Liancheng made a decision that went against his ancestors. Talk more about romance. Chapter 309. Masood is a half-step real magician who had to escape because he offended a big force in the central continent, and then came to the relatively remote west coast. In order to obtain resources, he joined the homeless force here, the Homeless Alliance, which has been decades since today. But in recent years, the contradictions within the alliance have become more and more serious. The reason is very simple, it is because of insufficient resources and uneven distribution. Compared to the Bloodline Tower, which occupies most of the resources, their wandering alliance only occupies dozens of resource points, which is far from meeting their needs, and more people come to the west coast every year to join them. So, just last year, their leader decided to attack the Bloodline Tower. In fact, their power is long enough, but the number is not large enough, but with the increase in the number of these years, it is barely enough, so he was sent out to investigate today to prepare for future attacks. After preparing, he sneaked into the Saya Mountains all the way, preparing to go to the core area of the Bloodline Tower to investigate, but on the way, he encountered a special situation. He only saw countless monsters converging towards one place in the Saya mountain range. At this time, he was surprised to find out how there were so many monsters in this mountain range. So he followed immediately, and before reaching the center, he saw all the monsters die suddenly, and then the soul fragments gathered towards the sky, like a dream. And looking at the soul crystallization made him feel dumbfounded. The quality is already infinitely close to that of the fourth ring, and it is definitely an extremely precious item. But when he got closer, he realized that an ordinary-looking man was approaching, so he became ruthless, ready to kill and steal. Hand over the soul crystal. Masood flew not far from Eli, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and at the same time, the aura of a half-step true spirit was fully exuded. Are you going to grab it? Eli asked knowingly. Nonsense, boy, this is not something you can have. Masood's skin gradually appeared a trace of scales, his right hand turned into a sharp claw, and his eyes turned into vertical pupils, looking at him coldly. Then come and get it. Eli looked at him with a smile on his face. Scorned. Masood looked at Eli's smile, his eyes became colder. Being wanted in the central continent received all kinds of cold looks, but no one dared to underestimate him when he came here. The blood flow in the body accelerated, and Masood's blood suddenly surged out of his body, and it came out from the skin, and turned into a huge lizard behind him, wrapped him up, and then stared at Eli. In the next second, Masood flew across the sky like a bomb. His strong physical fitness made his speed almost invisible to the naked eye, only a terrifying red shadow rushed towards Eli, and the coercion of his blood drove the sound of hunting. Go to hell! Masood had a grin on his face, making no effort to hide his malice. Eli smiled and raised his hand. A shadow gradually gathered. The shadow dragon breathes. On the other side, at first he didn't take it seriously when he watched the shadow condense, but as the shadow condensed, Eli's power gradually became apparent, and a feeling of fear that made him gradually linger in his heart, like a shadow. Die! Wrapped in blood, Masood's eyes gradually widened. What the hell is this? Is this 3 rings? What the hell did he do? This is the true spirit. Messed up with the wrong person. My lord, spare me. Masood has never been so frightened like today, he shouted loudly, turned around and ran, and did not dare to think about the crystallization of the soul. This person in front of him is not the person he thought was the one who picked up the leak, this frankly is the maker of this tragedy. What the hell did he do? Immediately, the blood outside his body began to burn, and he was burning his own vitality so that he could run faster, but when he turned around, he saw only a shadow coming before his eyes. It's over. Masood cursed, and then was covered by black light. As a beam of light with a diameter of several meters swept across the space, he could only see the blood around him like bubbles, and his body, before he even reacted, had disappeared into the shadows. This is definitely true spirit. Before his death, Masood had the last word in his mind, it is impossible to have such a strong third ring. Seeing the death of this half-step true spirit, Eli just waved his hand lightly. At the place where Masood died, a grey shadow gradually appeared, and then flew towards the sky, flying all the way into the soul crystal. Following this step, the soul crystallization also instantly became complete, bursting out with dazzling white light. After a few seconds, the white light also disappeared, and the shadows in the sky disappeared without a trace. But a translucent crystal is floating in the sky, exuding a soft light, and the breath is even more terrifying, reaching the level of the 4th ring. The penultimate step of promotion is completed. Eli flew over to grab the crystal, and couldn't hide the joy on his face. Soul crystals at the 4th ring level are almost ready now. So, after transforming the soul slaves on the ground into undead and putting them away, Eli left here and returned to the Bloodline Tower. It's almost mentally weak now. A valley. It used to be an abandoned wizard ruin, but since the arrival of the Wandering Alliance, it has become the core area of the power. And in this center, in a wizard tower, there was a sudden exclamation. What? Masood is dead. Guyudo looked at the warlock who sent him a letter in front of him with a confused expression. Yes, my lord, we have confirmed that the breath of Masood in the alliance has disappeared. A woman said to Guido in front of his eyes. How did you die? Guido frowned. He was a half-step true spirit level warlock and the current head of the Wandering Alliance. He was the one who sent Guido to investigate, but he died unexpectedly. Can anyone in the bloodline family kill him? He doesn't quite understand. Call the others. He thought for a while, and then said to the woman. Yes. The woman walked away arm in arm. Half a day later, dozens of people gathered in a conference room, among them were the 3-ring limit, and there were 6 people who were half-step true spirits, including Guido. At this time, everyone else looked at Guido. Guido looked calm, and then said, Masood is dead. What? Masood is dead? Didn't he go to investigate? How is it possible? Was it discovered by the Bloodline Tower, but how could they keep Masood? In the end, what happened? Guido's words awakened everyone like a bomb, and they were a little surprised. I don't know what happened. But Masood seems to have disappeared near the Yasuo Mountains. Guido tapped the table lightly to signal silence. But everyone didn't listen to him at all, and they continued to argue. Looking at this scene, Guido frowned. There is no way, they are all wanted criminals, and it is not easy to unite these people, but it is foolish to want them to be completely obedient, and this is also an important reason for their development. No way, just wait. After a while, the discussion ended, but there was still no answer. They really couldn't think of any powerful figures in the Tower of Bloodlines, after all, they had only come here not long ago. As for Herman, almost never heard of it. This is normal, even in the extraordinary world, if you haven't shown up for more than 100 years, how many people can remember you, let alone these outsiders? Seeing the quiet scene, Guyudo said again, this time, Masood's death will be counted as the worst case. This shows that there may be stronger characters in the Bloodline Tower than we expected. So our plan was temporarily suspended for a few years, and I happened to have a friend who belonged to an evil organization in the central continent and had 4 half-step true spirits who were going to join us. At that time, when they come, we will have 10.5 steps of true spirits. No matter how many cards the Bloodline Tower has, it will be useless. Blood bag. What? 4 half-step true spirits? That would be great. Really, I think we have enough people now, maybe Masood's death was just an accident. Some people are happy, some people are not happy. But this time, Guido did not intend to spoil them. A huge aura swept across the audience, and his eyes were cold. This matter is like this, who wants to object? What he can master here is not relying on lip service, but real strength. Seeing Guido like this, the others said nothing and agreed. Then wait for the arrival of the 4 half-step true spirits. They are not short of these years. Chapter 310. The other side. After returning to the Bloodline Tower, Eli explained to Alice again, and then started a new round of retreat. After that, the changes in the Sawyer Mountains were also noticed by many people. Everyone was shocked, but no one knew why so many monsters died here collectively. At first, many people wanted to investigate, but in the end there was no conclusion, and it was classified as a mystery. 4 years later. With the sound of the door opening, a wizard tower that hadn't been opened for several years opened. Eli came out. 4 years. The sun was shining on Eli's face, and Eli felt very comfortable. Originally, he estimated that he should be able to reach 470 points of spiritual power in 2 or 3 years, but when he arrived, 470 points, he found that this did not seem to be his limit, so he continued to meditate, and finally reached 472 spiritual power. Since then, his mental strength has been completely perfected, and he can no longer improve it a little bit. The next step is to break through the true spirit. In fact, Eli has really done a lot of preparations. Mental power is just the last gate, and now this gate has been opened, and there is only one way to break through, and there is no other choice. And the changes in his wizard tower were naturally noticed. After a while, Alice came over with someone. "Master," Alice said respectfully, and the people behind her also bowed their heads respectfully. However, quite a few of them didn't know He-Man, only some of them knew about Eli, and they were a little shocked, because except for some of them hadn't seen Eli for nearly 200 years, and even thought that he might be dead. "Master, why did you come out this time?" Alice asked curiously. Eli glanced at the crowd, but did not answer, but instead asked, "Are you ready for all the things I have asked you to collect over the years?" "Master, get ready," Alice said. "These years, soul crystals and other things they have been collecting." "Okay, then leave it all to me." Eli nodded. "It is very convenient to have a power." "Okay, Master, are you leaving?" Alice asked. "Yes, leave for a while." Eli nodded, and said again, "By the way, you let Nicholas come over, this time he will go out with me too." "Yes." Alice nodded. Unlike Vivica, who can easily ask some intimate questions, she is more like Eli's subordinate. Soon, dozens of space rings were sent over, and Nicholas also arrived late. "My lord." Nicholas came to Eli and said respectfully. At this time, Nicholas's strength has not declined compared to before, and he is even stronger than before. But when Eli's eyes flashed with silver light, he could only see black spots appearing in Nicholas' soul body, like generally rotten. Eli was taken aback. The undead naturally have a lifespan, but their lifespan is different from that of ordinary people. As long as they continue to absorb spiritual power, their strength will continue to rise, but this process cannot be stopped. Once it stops, then the soul body will start to corrupt. Nicholas, who is now at the limit of the third ring, naturally has no shortage of ordinary souls, but it is hard to find ones of the same level, so Nicholas's state has not been very good these years. "You don't look well," Eli said, looking at Nicholas. "My lord can see it too, but it should last for decades." Nicholas sighed. As the level increased, it was indeed getting harder and harder for him. "I don't know what my lord needs me to do." He changed the subject and asked. "Breakthrough." At this time, Alice and the others had already left, and Eli didn't hide anything, and told him directly. "What?" Nicholas suddenly raised his voice, looking at Eli in surprise. "Is it finally here? I need you to guard with Hydra." Eli said again. "Yes." Nicholas immediately said, "If the Lord is strong, then maybe he can change his situation." "Then let's go, this time, I chose the south as the location of the breakthrough." After all, the two understood the Tower of Blood, and then set off all the way south. After one day, the two came to the White Tower area, but they still didn't stay. "Continue to go south until you reach the territory of the former Shadow Monitor Lizard Warlock Academy." That's right, this time Eli placed the place of promotion at the outermost edge of the west coast, where external interference can be minimized. It's not that he doesn't want to go further south, even burn, but the concentration of elements there is too low for a breakthrough. "My lord, where is the place you chose?" Above the sky, Nicholas followed Eli and asked curiously. "It's here." Suddenly, Eli, who was always in front, suddenly said, the speed began to slow down slowly, and flew towards the ground. Nicholas followed silently, and saw exactly where it was. "Isn't this the Shadow Monitor Lizard Warlock camp?" "But it has been abandoned for a long time." Nicholas looked at the ground, and this is actually the place where Eli first came into contact with warlocks. That's right. At this time, Eli has landed on the ground, and the former camp is in front of him. However, with the northward relocation of the White Tower, it has been completely abandoned at this time, with only dilapidated houses and a dirty and messy environment. Eli chose to use this place as a breakthrough location. "Nicholas, go here and clean up," Eli ordered. "Yes." Thousands of undead emerged from Nicholas's soul, flew forward, and began to clean up the place for Eli. During this process, Eli wandered here for a while. Emotion. Soon, this place was tidied up, and Eli began to imprint the witch formation in the most central square, layer by layer, extremely complicated. This process lasted for half a month before Eli finally stopped. At this time, in the center of the entire town, there was a huge hexagram engraved on it, and a complicated wizard formation was engraved in it. If an apprentice or even a ring of wizards took a look at it, they would feel dizzy. Apart from this, within a kilometer of the surrounding area, there are all witch formations. To be honest, the materials consumed in this step are no less valuable than soul crystals, because all the materials he uses are the best. After that, hundreds of thousands of soul crystals piled up on the ground, spreading around the hexagram like several hills, emitting waves of fluctuations. There are fourth order and potions. Eli then took out the 4-ringed soul crystal and put it on his chest, and then took out a bottle of orange-red potion, which was formulated with the Kama-rose fruit that Jinji sent, and the effect was even better. After these preparations were over, Eli called for Nicholas. "Nicholas, it's a few kilometers away, if anyone wants to come in, kill them." This time, Eli ordered directly. "Yes." Nicholas nodded. He understood that this time it was really a success or failure, but with the talent of an adult, there is absolutely no problem. Watching Nicholas leave, Eli summoned tens of thousands of undead skeletons and ran towards the surroundings. The undead were in charge of the sky, and the skeletons were in charge of the ground and underground. Then Hydra, who had not been summoned for a long time, was also summoned. "Go, guard around here." Eli touched Hydra's head. Hydra rubbed, and then left. Today, he is enough to rival several half-step true spirits. Seeing that everything was done, Eli glanced at the sky, then sat in the center of the hexagram, closed his eyes, and meditated over and over again. He needs to let his spirit and soul, and even his blood reach the peak state. Half a month later. With a deep breath, Eli closed his eyes. In the eyes, there is only firmness. Time to break through. Chapter 311. Call. Eli took a deep breath, letting go of his mental power like sea waves, and the surrounding air gradually rippled layer after layer, a terrifying suppressive force rippling. At the same time, the 6-pointed star witch formation under him started to light up from the core, and spread rapidly towards the periphery, bursting out with dazzling light, directly covering Eli in it. At this time, Eli closed his eyes, feeling his body. Between the sea of consciousness. The spiritual power like the ocean began to riot, like sea waves, beating Eli's spiritual power layer by layer. During this process, Eli's spiritual power was also solidified little by little. Sea Tides Meditation. The intermediate meditation methods that Eli obtained from Byrne's secret realm were much more effective than ordinary meditation methods. Even after so many years, Eli found a lot of meditation methods, but none of them were as good as this one. And at this time, it also plays its role. Wave after wave of mental power is like ocean waves, constantly compressing Eli's mental power, and the power of the witch formation is to assist Eli to better control his mental power. Rush. Eli is determined. There is no medicine for regret in breaking through the true spirit, there is only progress. Not enough, not enough. The mental power in the body was compressed slowly, and the pressure was not enough, so Eli immediately made a decision. In the next second, the wave of spiritual power instantly became bigger and rumbled, as if a wave was really blowing between Eli's spiritual power ocean, and the process was also infinitely accelerated. The ocean of spiritual power gradually turned into a big river, and then from a big river to a lake. But when it reaches a certain limit, it can't shrink anymore. At this time, outside, the huge witch formation spread over 1 kilometer around Eli instantly activated, and the activated light even illuminated a radius of dozens of miles, as if a big sun had fallen on the ground. At the same time, the witch array drives the elements, and the elements dozens of kilometers away are gradually gathered towards Eli. Above the sky, countless elements seem to turn into entities, blocking the sunlight, like the end of the world. The great day is below, and the end is above. With the activation of this witch formation, Eli's mental power continued to compress. At this moment, I don't know how many people have seen this scene. Although this place is very remote, the movement and scope are still too large. Looking closely at the scene that obscured the sky and the sun in the distance, everyone showed horror. What is that? Doomsday natural disaster. Oh my God! Ordinary people saw this scene, some knelt on the ground immediately, and some ran back home to hide. This terrifying scene really made many people feel frightened, but there were also some warlocks who gathered here. They thought it was so precious. But something. As expected of an adult, the movement of each breakthrough is not small. Nicholas looked at the vision and said with emotion. He had seen the scene where the true spirit broke through, but it was not as terrifying as it is now, but it seems reasonable to think that the third ring is so scary. It is conceivable that even if you get to the true spirit, the adult is probably a powerful existence. When the adult breaks through, maybe a little leftovers will be enough to keep him going. At this time, he also felt that warlocks had begun to gather towards this side in the distance, and there was even a warlock who was only a few kilometers away, looking towards this side. Nicholas' eyes turned cold, and the undead roared behind him, and then rushed over. My lord breaks through, how can I let this group of miscellaneous fish interfere? But a figure was faster and flew out from his side, it was Hydra. Ha ha ha! Nicholas laughed. The undead erupted, and the coming warlock looked at this scene with a frightened face, and was about to turn around and run, but there was no way he could run, a snakehead had arrived and swallowed him in one gulp. Then Hydra raised the snake's head, swung its huge body of nearly 100 meters, and looked around, with murderous intent in the 3 pairs of eyes. The master told him that no one was allowed to approach. The other side. Eli's mental power is still being compressed. In just 1 hour, the lake of mental power in Eli's mind has disappeared. There is only a collection of basketball mental power, but it seems to have stopped shrinking again. The limit has been reached again. But Eli didn't panic, it was completely within his expectation. Next second. Beside Eli, millions of soul crystals began to burn, and pale flames flew towards Eli, pouring into Eli's body, burning his spiritual power. From the outside, it looks like water in the ocean poured into a bottle, but at this time the water is the soul flame, and Eli is the bottle. With the assistance of the soul flame, Eli suddenly felt that his spiritual power began to be compressed, and the spiritual power began to gather, and the impurities in the spiritual power were also burning rapidly, which made the spiritual power more pure. But even if it was millions of soul crystals, it was only reduced to the size of a football. At this time, the soul crystals at the 4-ring level in front of Eli also exploded instantly, and a more powerful flame poured into it. At this moment, Eli's mental power burned rapidly again. In the blink of an eye, his mental strength is only the size of a ping-pong ball. Perceiving this situation, Eli did not relax, knowing that the next step would be difficult. That is, in the ultimate compression, in the spiritual power, a true spirit is born. Come on! Eli took a deep breath, and silver light bloomed in his eyes. In the consciousness, the spiritual power is rapidly shrinking, getting smaller and smaller, and an inexplicable power is gradually brewing, which is a power higher than the spiritual power. Still, that pressure doesn't seem to be enough. Come again! Come again! Eli let out a low growl, and the silver eyes once again burst into dazzling light. Besides the 3 silver rings, a 4th silver ring gradually appeared. At this time, the silver eyes had advanced to the 4th ring. The advanced silver eye is stronger than the 3rd ring, but it only takes a blink of an eye, and the mental power can almost only see a small spot. The silver eye has accelerated this process. This is also normal. Eli has a strong accumulation and is well prepared, and he has silver eyes. It would be ridiculous if he couldn't reach this level. With the extreme compression of mental power, that inexplicable power became clearer and clearer in Eli's heart. Time passed little by little, and the illusory mental power gradually changed. A trace of translucent power gradually appeared in the spiritual power. Eli felt that power was only a trace, but it was probably stronger than the spiritual power of dozens of units, and its essence was higher than spiritual power. He understood that it was the power of the true spirit. And with the birth of this touch of spiritual power, he understood. This time the promotion has been successful, and the next step is to wait for it to take shape. It can be said that as long as the follow-up changes are completed, he will be a true wizard. Even Eli felt extremely excited at this moment. But suddenly, in Eli's peripheral vision, a dazzling light suddenly burst out. Eli was taken aback for a moment, then looked back consciously. In the illusory spiritual world, that white beam of light that pierces through time is blooming with dazzling light, emitting a grand and distant breath of time. Meanwhile, Eli finds out. His own blood began to condense. In the blink of an eye, the blood in the blood vessels began to jump like a violent elf, and the power of the blood in it jumped up and down and began to condense. This scene is very similar to the process of a wizard's promotion. Wrong. Eli's eyes widened. This is the process that warlocks only go through when they advance to the next level. He's about to advance again. Although I don't quite understand how such a thing happened, but before Eli was promoted, he felt that something unexpected might happen, so the current accident is not particularly unexpected. It can only be said that it was an unexpected accident. They come, the security. Outside, Eli opened his eyes, immediately took out the unused Kamaro's potion, opened it, took it directly, and let the orange-red potion enter Eli's body. With the dispensing of the potion, the blood riot was obviously reduced a lot, and the blood began to slowly condense. Although the accumulation of Eli's warlocks is a little weaker, it is still not known how much stronger than warlocks of the same level, so this step is still much smoother. However, due to the lack of many benefits in this step, it took Eli a lot of time. In the end, with the blood-red power born in the blood, Eli finally heaved a sigh of relief. This is the source of the warlock's blood. But the next moment, Eli was not calm again. The moment the source of the bloodline appeared, the source of the bloodline and the power of the true spirit seemed to be attracted. In the blink of an eye, the power of the bloodline rushed into the consciousness space, and then the two began to merge. This feeling was inexplicably familiar to Eli. After a while, he understood, this is not what happened when he advanced to the third ring, the fusion of blood and spiritual power, and the same thing happened in the process of advancing to the true spirit. Eli is too. Let him be free, anyway, his road to promotion is over, and the next step is just a follow-up. And with the fusion of the bloodline tower and the power of the true spirit, a power between the two was born again, but Eli could feel that this power was still dominated by the power of the true spirit, and the main force of the bloodline was the main body. Replenish. And as the fusion of the two ended, the white beam of light that had been blooming also stopped, and before it resumed again, it seemed that it hadn't moved a bit. Eli was also very curious about what it was and what its purpose was. We can only wait until after the promotion. It is a wonderful process to advance to the true spirit. The breakthrough in the first half can only be said to be the beginning, and the changes in the second half are the real essence. In Eli's mind, he feels that he has something more. That is, every wizard can get it when he advances. The body of the true spirit or the body of the true spirit. It took another full day for Eli to realize this change, and at the same time, an inexplicable aura gradually emanated from Eli, which was the essential aura belonging to the true spirit. After one day, Eli opened his eyes again, and let out a long breath. Finally made it through. At this time, the cloud of elements in the sky has reached tens of miles, while on the ground, there are broken soul crystals, like crystals in the same place, sparkling. But the mental power is a little weak now. Eli stood up, stretched his body, and looked at the elements in the sky. The next second, the elements all over the sky seemed to be attracted, rushing towards Eli, quickly replenishing Eli's strength. And Eli's body is like a black hole, absorbing it unscrupulously, and the blood, including the mental power, are recovering at an astonishing speed. And it wasn't until a ray of sunlight hit his face that he realized that the elements had been swallowed up by him, so he stopped. At this time, his strength had reached its peak. It's over. Eli stretched his body and made a clicking sound. At this time, although he didn't seem to have changed much, the essence had already changed. Is it true? Eli felt the power in his body, which was dozens of times stronger than before the breakthrough. At this time, he also understood how big the gap between the fourth ring and the third ring was. This is completely heaven and earth. But this needs a place to check it out. There's nothing here for him to fix. Of course, he had to get out of here first. Eli has already sensed that there are thousands of warlocks gathered in a radius of several hundred miles. The central part is too late, but most of the people in the south are probably here. After all, there are not many people in the south. It seems that he caused a lot of commotion. And in the perception, Hydra and Nicholas are confronting a group of people at this moment. At this time, outside the abandoned warlock camp, Nicholas calmly looked at the dozens of three rings and thousands of witchcraft in front of him. Are you going to let us pass? The leader was a warlock with a long face and a high nose, looking at Nicholas with a gloomy expression, but there was a trace of fear in his eyes. The abnormal situation here has been maintained for more than a day. They originally planned to come here to pick up the leak, but they were stopped by an undead and a group of skeletons. Even everyone was very afraid. After all, they were not in the same group. No, no one can go in here today. Nicholas shook his head. Nicholas is in charge of the outer periphery, and Hydra is in charge of the small town inside. Hateful. Boss, or let's force our way in. That is. Next to the warlock, several warlocks said to him. The leading warlock was hesitant, because the group of undead and skeletons in front of him was really not easy to mess with. But suddenly, he looked up, and the original dark cloud of elements began to gather towards the town. In the blink of an eye, the cloud of elements covering tens of kilometers disappeared. Damn it, it's done. The leading warlock gritted his teeth, realizing that something must have changed inside. It's over. And watching the elements in the sky disappear, Nicholas was relieved. He knew that this kind of element was originally used to make up for the strength of the advanced true spirit. It seems that the adults have already advanced to the true spirit, so these people don't care. If he was not afraid of disturbing adults, he would have done it long ago. For a moment, the eyes of both parties changed. But when Nicholas was about to start, he suddenly felt something resting on his shoulders. He turned his head to look, and his eyes were immediately pleasantly surprised. "My lord." "Yet." Eli nodded. And the people on the opposite side were also stunned, they didn't even perceive anything, and this person suddenly appeared, which made them feel uneasy. "Who are you?" The warlock in charge looked at Eli and asked cautiously. But Eli didn't seem to pay attention to his plan, and said to Nicholas on the side, "The breakthrough is over, put away the undead, it's time to go." "Yes." Nicholas nodded, looked at the people in front of him again, and asked, "What about these people, my lord? How to solve it? Do you need to kill them?" "No need." The corner of Eli's mouth twitched. "In your heart, do I like killing people so much? However, some people who join in the fun are malicious, and they haven't done anything yet." "Yes." Nicholas understood. Immediately, the undead behind him flew towards him. As for the skeletons on the ground, they were hidden in the shadows and gradually disappeared. Seeing that the two were about to leave, many warlocks were also in a hurry. "Did you put us in your eyes and leave as soon as you say? Did you go inside? What's inside? Don't go." The warlocks stared, but in the next second, Eli turned his head and looked at everyone. With just one glance, everyone felt cold hands and feet, and at the same time, an aura erupted from Eli. This aura was like a mountain, covering the sky and the sun, and the terrifying aura made everyone's eyes widen, as if they were facing some terrifying existence. The apprentice in the first ring fell into a coma, the second ring managed to stay awake but couldn't lift a finger, the third ring fell from the sky towards the ground, and fell straight down. They all looked at Yihuan with horror. "Rai! What exactly is this?" Just relying on the suppression of biological instincts made them almost unable to move. "What exactly is this?" The leading warlock is actually a wandering third ring limit, and he only has one thought in his mind at this moment. True spirit. True spirit. Is this absolutely true spirit? If it is a half-step true spirit, it is absolutely impossible to suppress them like this. This is already a two-dimensional creature. Then the change just now is probably not a treasure, but a true spirit advancing. Many warlocks trembled, knowing that they had offended someone they shouldn't have. But fortunately, that person didn't intend to continue killing them, but just turned his head and flew towards the distance with that true spirit. It was only after Eli flew away that the three rings stood up. They could barely get up just now, but lying on the ground felt a little safer. "Boss, what is that?" A younger brother came to the peak warlock of the third ring and asked. "True spirit." He took a deep breath before uttering these words. Although the other warlocks had guessed something, they still showed shock. No one thought that in the southern part of the west coast, the most resource-poor area, they could meet such a character. It was outrageous to open the door to outrageous to come home. True spirit? Can trademark true spirit be so arrogant? It's because he didn't face me in front of me, otherwise I have to let him know how good I am. A warlock in the late stage of the third ring cursed. He hit his head on the ground just now, and he was extremely embarrassed. "Bell, don't talk about it, be careful that the true spirit can perceive it." The warlock with the limit of the three rings frowned and said. He didn't know what the true spirits were capable of, but if they were really heard, maybe they would be finished. "Humph, how far have you flown?" The warlock was an old man, and said disdainfully, and the voice was even louder. "There is something that will kill me in a second. Everyone stay away from this warlock is a bit brainless." "Bell, stop talking." The warlock at the peak of the third ring still advised. "Humph, I'm going to scold you, damn." Everyone looked at the warlock, and suddenly they felt the energy change. A black light descended suddenly, and the warlock instantly turned into smoke and dust, and even a large pit of tens of meters appeared on the ground. Everyone was stunned and looked up. In the sky, a three-headed giant snake spewed out a shadow, and then flew towards the distance. "What is this?" A group of people immediately lowered their heads and fell down. Could this be another true spirit? It wasn't until 10 minutes later that everyone got up. Many warlocks looked at the big pit, and they could only rejoice. Fortunately, they did not scold. Could it be that the sky is going to change again? The warlock at the limit of the third ring looked at the sky and sighed. A true spirit is enough to completely change this land. The other side. Eli, who was flying in the sky with Nicholas, frowned suddenly. He always felt like he had forgotten something. Looking back, Hydra was flying towards this side in the distance, and Eli remembered that he forgot to call Hydra. Hold on. After a while, Hydra came to Eli's side, her small eyes seemed to be wronged. Eli smiled and patted Hydra's head. Hey, what, you killed someone? I know from Hydra that it just killed a person who insulted him. Eli laughed. Time to go. Hydra shrunk to Eli's shoulder, and then one person, one undead, and one synthetic beast set off to the north and returned to the Bloodline Tower area. Chapter 312. Soon, Eli quietly returned to the Tower of Blood. And his return was not even noticed. It wasn't until Alice knew what happened in the south of the west coast, as well as the undead and the huge three-headed snake described by those people, that Alice came to look for him. Master, is that person you? Alice asked a little confused. Yes. Eli nodded. Based on the figures of Nicholas and Hydra, it can be judged that it is not particularly difficult for him to understand Eli, but Eli still hopes to hide it as much as possible. After all, no one knows, maybe a true spirit will pop up somewhere. He has to be careful. Okay, Master. Alice nodded respectfully, but her mouth squirmed, as if she wanted to ask something else. I've broken through that level, keep it secret. Eli naturally understood what Alice wanted to ask, and didn't hide it. Hearing Eli's reply, Alice's eyes widened. After being stunned for a few seconds, he said in a panic, Okay, Master, I won't let it out. Master really broke through the true spirit. This news is too shocking. Even until Alice left, her head felt dizzy. Eli shook his head. For him, realizing and mastering his own changes is the most important thing right now. A month passed in the blink of an eye. This month, Eli finally did some thinking on all aspects of himself. First of all, in terms of combat power, it may be very easy for him to face hundreds of three rings now, but if he uses the real spirit body or the blood body, it will be even easier. Speaking of which, Eli only discovered this month. He seems to have the ability of both a warlock and a wizard, the body of a true spirit and the ability to transform into a shadow dragon, which is of course a little different from the normal form. This may have to be fought to have a chance to test it. Secondly, his silver eyes have also advanced to the 4th ring level, and now he has better control over illusion and mental power, and can even permanently change the memory of some people, and even implant memory. It's horrible, and Eli doesn't want to use it much. In the end, he discovered that with the change of the mysterious beam of light that day, he seemed to be vaguely aware of something brewing in the beam of light, as if it was some kind of power. Eli doesn't quite understand, but he thinks it should be a good thing. In fact, there is nothing else. The promotion to the true spirit is more of an essential change. It is not big for other aspects of Eli. After all, how can the level of knowledge increase with the promotion? Those are his own efforts. But in fact, he still has a lot of problems. That is, although he got the promotion method from Jinji, but there is no other information. At this time, he is relatively lacking in witchcraft and methods at the level of true spirits, especially witchcraft at the level of true spirits. But this really can't be helped. The sorcery at the level of true spirits is incomparable to those before the 3rd ring, and the number may be reduced by hundreds or thousands of times, but every sorcery is not simple, and there may even be only a few true spirits, and more rely on the true spirits fight with your body and your own means. There is a way. That is to go to the central continent, there must be a lot of resources. But how is it possible for Eli to leave? He has just been promoted, and he is going to improve himself to the point where he can't be promoted before he can leave here. It will take a long, long time. He is currently a star wizard, and he is still too weak. After the true spirit, that is, the 4th ring, it is actually divided into 3 stages. Stars, moons and suns. Note that this is not 4 rings, 5 rings and 6 rings, but a division of 4 rings, and each stage is divided into 3 subsections. The first stage is divided into MSI, Kungsing, and Nebula. Currently he is in MSI stage. The standard of this stage is that the power of the true spirit blooms faintly like a tiny star, and when it can spread to dozens of units, shining like stars, is the next stage. But Eli estimates that this time may take a long time. He didn't know how long it would take. But he doesn't care, just take it easy, anyway, even if he gets old forever, he won't panic at all, as long as no one comes to fuck him, safety comes first. It's still too weak, let's develop it in Xidalu. Eli felt that there must be a lot of strong people in the central continent, so what did he do in the past? Did he rise again? It's better to grow up here to the same extent. Again. Time is on his side. Of course, the principle must be adhered to, and it is not easy to fight at the same level. But I still need an actual battle, otherwise it will be difficult for me to estimate my own strength. Eli frowned. After all, relying solely on the strength of perception is not so reliable. It would be much better if there is a standard object, but there are not many people on the west coast that he can detect. The hourglass of time counts as one. They have people at the level of true spirits. Eli has known this for a long time, but how could he rush into the territory of a true spirit, even if he is already asleep, even if he has been injured? As long as there is a 1% chance that the opponent cannot be defeated, the consequences may be serious. One misstep becomes eternal hatred. His mistake may be ruthless for hundreds of millions of years, and it is not worthwhile. He even used dice during this period. Although he had a winning rate of 15 or 6, he still felt that it was too dangerous. It was just a test, not necessary. Then there is only one wandering league left. This force is an invading force from outside, which not only damages the development and maintenance of the bloodline tower, but also has basically all evil people and not many good people. The most important thing is that the influence is also very strong. There are many half-step true spirits. As a touchstone, it is suitable. The only bad thing is that they have been quite honest recently. Eli is also a little embarrassed to go directly to kill them, which is a bit unreasonable. I'm still too kind. Eli sighed for a long time. But judging from their development model, sooner or later they will invade the bloodline tower, and it will not be too late to do so at that time, and he can just get acquainted with his methods. This wave is called fishing law enforcement. And he was sure the fish would take the bait. Really? 1 year later. Alice came to report to Eli on the latest situation. In the room, Eli sat behind the table, while Alice stood and reported. Master, half a month ago, some suspicious warlocks appeared within the range of the bloodline tower. We suspected it was the home of the Wanderers. In the end, we caught several spies, and they really belonged to the Wandering Alliance. They are going to attack us. 10 days ago, they sent several teams to invade the bloodline tower from multiple angles. It seems to be a test, led by 3 half-step true spirits. But that's all. The bloodline tower lost several resource points within a week, and several third-ring warlocks died, which caused us some trouble. After the report, Alice was also preparing to leave. Because she used to come back to report to Eli every other year or when major events happened, but Eli didn't respond at all and just let her arrange it herself. There shouldn't be any changes this time. But this time. After she finished her report, he only saw the bright light in the master's eyes, and he slapped the table heavily with his hand, and said angrily with a loud bang. A small wandering force dares to be so bold and give them face. I must teach them a lesson. Alice was dumbfounded. Seeing Eli's huge reaction, Alice was stunned. Master, you were not like this before. For a moment, Alice thought that their bloodline tower had reached the end of its rope, and was beaten to the final stage of the core area by the Wandering Alliance. My lord, it's not enough. Alice asked. As for, it must be as for, they are too arrogant, I will do it myself this time. Eli shook his head, as if he was really angry. Alice was still a little dazed at first, but when she heard that Eli was going to do it herself, she felt a burst of joy in her heart. Others didn't know, but she knew that the master had already advanced to the true spirit, and it shouldn't be a big problem to destroy the homeless family. She also understood that this time, the master probably wanted to make a move a long time ago. I don't know how they provoked the master. But it doesn't matter anymore, she just wants to know. As the ancestor of the true spirit, can he destroy the wandering family with at least 6 half-step true spirits, and if so, how much time will it take? And she was also very curious about how strong the true spirit was. It seems that this time I can feel it. Chapter 313. The sun was shining and there was no cloud in the sky. The day after Eli heard the news, Alice sent all the high-level information about the Wandering Alliance, but Eli just glanced at it. Joke. Although he was very cautious, there was no need to take a close look at everything. Then when is Master going to make a move? Alice asked. The weather is good today. It's a good weather for killing people. Eli just glanced at the sky, stretched his body, and looked relaxed. Alice looked surprised. Then Master, do you need us to send someone to help? Alice asked. Auxiliary. Eli shook his head and said, you let your people leave the enemy area, I don't know who is ours. Yes, I'll arrange it now. Alice also understood. The movement of the real spirit's attack must be very loud. If it is within the range, it may be killed by the aftermath. If the death is unclear, that would be too bad luck. After speaking, Alice immediately left the room. Eli took out a recliner and basked in the sun, relaxing and comfortable. Half a day later. Master, all have been evacuated. Alice Hui reported. Okay. Eli stood up on the recliner and nodded. The window opened with the sound of the wind, and in Alice's sight, Eli turned into a streak of blood, and instantly got up and left from the window. At that speed, Alice hadn't seen Eli's figure clearly, and he had already disappeared from her sight. Middle. The only evidence that he was out the window was that the open window was swinging rapidly. Alice silently closed the window and left. It depends on the Master. At this time, in a forest not far from the front-line battlefield, hundreds of people lined up to form a dragon, and the noise was mixed together, moving towards the direction of the Bloodline Tower. What do you think Master Alice is thinking? Let us evacuate at this time, is she crazy? That's right, there's something wrong, she's much worse than Master Viveka Tower. Hey, retreating at this time, what is the difference between this and sending resources out directly? Isn't this a betrayal of the Bloodline Tower? The warlocks talked a lot, with dissatisfaction on their faces. Hey, the more you think about it, the more angry you get, how can you give up? Some warlocks loyal to the Bloodline Tower are even more unhappy. Some of them have witnessed the glory of the Bloodline Tower in the past, and are very dissatisfied with the current retreat. Hey, what's that? Suddenly, someone pointed to the sky and said. Everyone looked towards the sky, and on the distant sky, bloody spots appeared, flying towards them. And as it got closer, the blood became bigger and bigger, like a shooting star, and finally passed them, so fast that they didn't even see what was inside. Everyone fell silent. It took a few seconds before someone said, "What the hell is that?" "Have no idea." Everyone frowned, and the direction of bloody was exactly where their front line was. But there are only people from the Wandering Alliance there at the moment, and the risk factor is full. What is it? Some people are puzzled, but some people are going to touch it and have a look. After advancing to the fourth ring, Eli's own speed has increased, and he can also burn more power with the Burning Blood secret method, which makes his speed even more terrifying. In just 10 minutes, he had already reached the front lines of the two sides. It's here. In the sky, Eli didn't hide his position and looked towards the ground. Here is a plain, and at this time, there are thousands of warlocks stationed on the plain, and behind them are dozens of tents, which should be high-level members of the Wandering Alliance, and there are several half-step true spirits inside. After a brief observation, even Eli has to admit that the average level of these people is higher than that of the Bloodline Tower, and they are indeed wanderers from the central continent. Let's begin then. Eli didn't care, and his mental power swayed like ocean waves. Above the ground, countless shadows began to drill out. Starting from the edge of the battlefield, a huge shadow rose slowly like a high wall separating the world. He wants to ring up and beat the dog. And this sudden change was also noticed by many people, shouting loudly one by one. Not long after, thousands of warlocks were awakened, and they also saw Eli in the sky. No one knew who he was, but the high shadow walls around him were even more frightening. Looking at the shadow like flowing water, many warlocks looked confused, and their first reaction was to run first. But a three-ring warlock punched Shadow Jiao, but the shadow only squirmed twice, the shadow spread out like ripples, and then there was no more movement. Even above the sky, the surrounding high shadow walls continued to extend, and shadow threads appeared, covering the high sky. For a while, the area with a radius of several kilometers instantly turned into a birdcage. What exactly is this? My God, even the third ring cannot be broken, this is at least a half-step true spirit. The ground warlocks panicked, and what made them even more frightened was that as the high-strength shadows on the ground were built, more shadows began to spread towards the interior. Among them, a one-ring warlock was accidentally swallowed by the shadow in an instant. It's not good. The warlocks panicked, but there were others who tried to stay calm. What are you panicking about? We still have 3 adults who are half-step true spirits. A 3-ring warlock shouted loudly. Others also settled down a little. At this time, the people in the center tent obviously noticed the change. 3 figures rose from behind and flew towards Eli in the sky. 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men is wearing a black warlock robe, the other is wearing a grey warlock robe, the woman is wearing hot clothes, with patterns all over her body, and the aura of the 3 of them has reached the level of a half-step true spirit. Who are you? The woman spoke first, with a serious face. The other 2 also became bloody in an instant, because they couldn't see through the person in front of them, and couldn't see through his power at all. But Eli didn't seem to answer what they meant, but just looked at the ground. On the ground, shadows flowed, rolling up layer after layer of high waves like ocean waves, constantly devouring warlocks one after another. Warlocks caught in the shadows, some stretched out their hands, some cried out for help, and some clung to things around them like straws. But without exception, despair was written on everyone's face. These shadows are too strong, and ordinary warlocks can't resist them at all. Even those powerful warlocks with 3 rings can only scurry around, trying not to let the shadows contaminate them. As for flying, there is no doubt that Eli is a terrible person, and no one wants to face him. They are waiting for the half-step true spirit adults to deal with the sudden appearance of the warlock. Seeing that Eli ignored her completely, the sorceress's face was stained with anger, the blood in her hand was gradually activated, and a woman with a snake's tail appeared in the sky. Go to hell! She made a sound and approached Eli, the storm condensed all over her body, and it expanded to a range of tens of meters in the blink of an eye, tearing everything around it brutally, like a natural disaster. With calm eyes, Eli gently raised his hand, and a wind blade slowly condensed between his fingers, strand by strand. Seeing the weak wind element, both the sorceress and the other 2 half-step true spirits laughed. Compared with the sorceress' massive attack, it was undoubtedly too weak. My lord has made a move, he is dead. It's finally over, damn it, this damned shadow. On the ground, the warlocks showed joyful expressions and looked at the sky. But in the next second, everyone's eyes were blank. The wind blade in Eli's hand flew towards the sorceress, getting bigger and bigger, and in the blink of an eye, it became nearly 100 feet in size, as if cutting the world apart. When she got close to the sorceress was wrapped in a storm, looking at the huge wind blade of 100 meters in front of her, as if she was about to destroy the world. She fell silent. No. The sorceress' eyes widened, and she was about to turn around and leave immediately. She already understood that she was not an opponent. But the wind blade has arrived, and under the hundreds of meters of wind blade, her storm is as fragile as a baby. With a light stroke, she disappears instantly, while she has turned into a hair in the wind blade. Powder. The wind blade didn't stop after passing by him, but flew straight towards the ground. The warlocks who were still alive were stunned, feeling the harsh storm, and frantically dodged around. Boom! Finally, the wind blade still fell, and directly carved a crack of hundreds of meters or tens of meters on the ground, and the flying heavy soil also covered the entire area, and in the process, hundreds of people only came into contact with the aftermath, is already dead. This is... When the smoke dissipated, everyone looked at the cracks on the ground. Hiss, is this the 3rd ring? This is too scary. While dodging the shadows, the warlocks looked at Eli in the sky with fear in their eyes. They didn't expect that a half-step true spirit would be easily killed by him, as if he didn't use any force. Seeing the death of the sorceress, the other 2 sorcerers were also shocked. One of the sorcerers even opened his mouth wide, pointed at Eli, trembling all over his body, and said, True spirit. True spirit. This word seems to have some kind of magic power. The other warlock also froze. No way. Is it a lie? How can there be a real spirit here? The corner of his mouth twitched. The bloodline tower actually has a true spirit, no wonder the strength is generally on the west coast. This is not scientific. The shock prevented Warlock from closing his mouth, but then he realized another problem. Can he get out of here alive? The other Warlock also turned his head, and the 2 looked at each other. At the same time, the two made kneeling postures in the air. "My lord, please forgive me, we really didn't mean it. If we knew that the lord belonged to the bloodline tower, we would never have done it. They understand that this is the only hope of survival. Next time." But Eli shook his head. Although this time was a test of strength, he didn't intend to hold back. He waved his hand casually, and the two wind blades condensed again. Looking at the wind blade, the two warlocks were desperate, their whole body's blood was aroused, and the blood around them was entwined like a giant, trying to block these two attacks. But the wind blade passed by, like a breeze smoothing everything, the blood was shattered in the blink of an eye, and the two were instantly torn into countless flesh and blood by the storm, and disappeared with the wind. Watching this scene, the throats of the warlocks on the ground moved slightly. They are completely desperate. How can the three half-step real spirit adults not carry it for a minute? Some people directly chose to give up resistance and let the shadows swallow them up. Others also resisted, but it was pointless. Eli stretched out his hand. The surrounding high shadow walls instantly collapsed inward. A wave of shadows hundreds of meters high swept towards the interior, and countless warlocks struggled. A few seconds later, the shadow gradually disappeared, but all the warlocks had also disappeared, and even the houses and tents were corroded in the shadow, leaving only the ground riddled with holes and a huge crack. And watching everything disappear, Eli is still very calm. "I almost have an intuitive feeling," Eli calculated. For him, it is not difficult to test other powers using this witchcraft as a standard amount, so he only made one move, and then deduced the specific strength based on the power of this move and the mental power used. Really strong. He also really understood the gap. Totally heaven and earth. The next step is to test the real spirit body or bloodline body. There is also a Wandering Alliance headquarters, let's use it as a testing place. Thinking of this, Eli looked further away, as if he had really seen there through space. Set off. Eli let out a chuckle, and the blood around his body was entwined, and he moved in the predetermined direction. Daily Krypton life on the road. And a few seconds after Eli left, the warlock from the bloodline tower who came here to check before finally came here. They pushed through the thick undergrowth and out of the jungle. This! But when they saw the picture in front of them, they were all shocked. On the battlefield in front of me, there are no people anywhere, some are just a mess, and the ground is also scorched black, as if some kind of devastation has been encountered here. As for the thousands of warlocks and half-step true spirits in the Wandering Alliance, they have long since disappeared without a trace. This is what happened. A sorcerer walked into the land. Dirty. When he looked down, the boots he was wearing actually started to melt, as if corroded. Seeing this scene, he immediately stepped back, but in just a few seconds, he could already see his feet. Everyone else was shocked too. The warlock is not wearing ordinary boots, but a first-grade witchcraft, but just the leftovers on the ground can damage a witchcraft. The source of the blood is above, what happened here? A warlock trembled. At this moment, he already understood that it was probably not those people who left and died. It's just that they are a little late, and all of them are dead. Who is in that bloody light? A warlock's throat moved and he made a sound. The way blood light moves, I seem to have seen it in the records of the previous Bloodline Tower War. Suddenly a warlock exclaimed. Everyone's eyes were instantly focused. The warlock pursed his lips and said, "If I remember correctly. In the Tower of Bloodlines, the person who has this method should be the teacher of the previous Tower Master, Viveka, He-Man. The last time he showed up seemed to be 200 years ago." Herman. Many warlocks fell silent, and some of the new generation of warlocks had never heard of this name. However, it is foreseeable that this name will be known to the world again. Chapter 314. The sun is high. The bright sunlight shines on the ground, providing an energy source for all things, and in the sky, a bloody light streaks across the sky at an extremely fast speed, like lightning. Amidst the blood, Eli's eyes were calm. His direction is very clear, which is the valley where the Wandering Alliance is located. Eli's speed was at least several times faster than before. After a few hours, continuous mountains appeared on the edge of his vision, and a valley also entered his sight. That's right there. Eli's eyes lit up. The valley is located at the corner of the mountain range, and it looks quite large. Eli can feel the aura of a warlock from inside. This should be the headquarters of the Wandering Alliance he was looking for. Seeing the destination, the blood light around Eli gradually disappeared, and the height of his body rose again, until he reached an altitude of several thousand meters before continuing to set off. This height is already very high, and Eli almost reached out and touched the clouds. A few minutes later, he came to the top of the valley. Silver light shone in his eyes as he looked towards the valley. The breath of life gradually appeared in Eli's eyes. The number was not as many as imagined, only a few hundred people, but the quality was extremely high. The 3 rings accounted for most of them, and there were 7.5 steps of true spirits. 7 half-step true spirits. Eli was puzzled. If he remembers correctly, there should be only 6 half-step true spirits in the Wandering Alliance. He killed 3 of them just now, and there are still 7 here. This is not the right number. Hey! Suddenly, Eli realized something was wrong. He found that there was a small black spot beside the valley. When he looked carefully, it turned out to be a small airship. It looked a bit vicissitudes, as if it had experienced something. Seeing the airship, Eli suddenly realized. It should be another wanted criminal from the central continent. Eli smiled slowly, since he's here, don't leave. And judging by the appearance of the airship, it should not be long. A bit unlucky. Just happened to meet him. The valley is also suitable for my experiments, without damaging the surrounding environment too much. Eli did not forget that his purpose was to test the new method of the true spirit. Start. Eli's eyes gradually calmed down, and the mental power in his eyes was rolling like ocean waves. Eli took a deep breath, and the true spirit erupted instantly. A strange atmosphere spread in Eli. Behind Eli, a huge body emerged from Eli's body. It was the unique method of the true spirit of the wizard system, the true spirit body. A huge illusory body emerged from behind Eli, rapidly inflated like a balloon, and expanded to a height of almost 100 meters in the blink of an eye, standing quietly behind Eli. The appearance of the true spirit body is the same as Eli's original appearance, but except for the extremely bright eyes, other parts are composed of special true spirit power and elements. And what's interesting is that on the back of this real spirit body, there is a tattoo-like pattern of a shadow dragon. The huge dragon head is hideous and terrifying, and the spread wings even extend to the shoulders. Be a little social. Eli squinted slightly, admiring the real spirit body. The huge true spirit exudes a powerful aura, which can fully exert the power of the true spirit. Even as soon as it appears, the surrounding air begins to flicker, and the clouds are pushed away. At this moment, if a half-step true spirit stood in front of Eli, he might not have the courage to fight. Eli stretched out his hand, and the huge real spirit body behind him also stretched out a huge hand. In the next second, at the fingertips of the true spirit body, a fireball slowly condensed. At first it was only 1 meter in size, and the flame was weak, but after only a few seconds, the fireball expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the size of several meters, exuding scorching heat. But this is not enough. Eli continued to increase input. Slowly, in front of the true spirit, a fireball with a radius of nearly 100 meters appeared. The inside was hot golden red, and the periphery was wrapped with orange flames, exuding a terrifying temperature. Eli could feel that the surrounding air even rose by tens of degrees. With a radius of nearly 100 meters, this is also a small fireball that Eli tried his best to condense, and its source is the Yuhuan's fireball technique. Go ahead. Eli felt its blazing heat. In the next second, the fireball fell downwards. Like a big sun, it passed through the clouds and flew towards the valley at an extremely fast speed. Eli watched this scene calmly, silently recovering from the consumption just now. At this time, in the valley, in a living room, a small banquet is going on. A long table is in the center, on which there are all kinds of delicacies, roast suckling pig, bread, roast duck, drinks. Even the tablecloths are precious fabrics that can be made into wizard robes, and the bright alchemy lamp illuminates everything. 7 people sat around the table, seeming to be communicating with each other. Hey Leitai, it's been a long time. I'm really glad you can come here. Guido said with a smile on his face, looking at the warlock opposite. Guido, I'm also very happy to see you again. The warlock opposite had a slender face and red eyes. He looked very aggressive and smiled at Guido. Yet. Guy nodded and glanced at him. There were 2 of his subordinates on both sides of the table, and 3 of Helides' subordinates, all half-step true spirits. Looking at these half-step real spirits, Guido's smile became brighter and brighter. As long as these people join them, this west coast is not at your fingertips. Guido, where did your other men go? Hela asked. You said they are already on the front line. The local forces here are called the Bloodline Tower. You should have seen their forces in the central continent. We have already fought with them. Guido replied. The Bloodline Tower. Hearing the words Tower of Bloodlines, the corners of Hadala's mouth twitched obviously, as if recalling some bad memories. He patted the table hard. What's wrong? Guido asked curiously. Humph, I'm angry when I say it. Guido shook his head before saying. This time we had to flee. It was the third ring leader of a bloodline tower in the western region of the central continent, who seemed to be called Vivica. Then he joined forces with many forces and found our territory. That's it. Guido smiled, then picked up the wine glass and said to him, the past is over, maybe you still have a chance to break through the true spirit here, and then go back and take revenge. That's right. Heladi nodded, but still said angrily, you don't know, this kind of person just wants to make more contributions to advance to the true spirit, but an ordinary blood of the third ring wants to advance. Think too much. Forget it, let's not talk about this. He shook his head and picked up his glass. At this time, the others also picked up their wine glasses, ready to share a drink. I suddenly felt something was wrong. Suddenly, Guido raised his left hand, and everyone stopped and looked at him. Master Guido, what's the matter? A warlock asked. My heart is pounding, as if something is coming. Guido frowned, this feeling was sudden, but he took it very seriously. Heart pounding. Heladi smiled, and was about to laugh at Guido, but in the next second, the smile on his face froze instantly, and his eyes seemed to start to tremble. No, it's dangerous, get out of here. He said abruptly. For a moment just now, he felt a great fear, as if some kind of danger was about to come, but they were clearly at the base of the valley, so how could there be any danger? Let's run first. They are all half-step true spirits, and their reactions are naturally extremely fast. The moment Heladi said it, everyone was entangled with blood. Flying directly towards the sky, as for the roof, it was directly lifted off. They felt that the danger should come from the inside, and this is the fastest way out. But when they just flew out of the building, they looked up at the sky one by one. I froze for a moment. Just a few tens of meters away from them, a touch of red occupied all their sights, and a huge elemental fireball was hitting straight at them, and the power contained in it had surpassed the third ring. This is... Guido was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? The other three rings were also terrified. But what made them even more frightened was that the distance was too close. When they found the fireball, it was only 50 meters away from them, and the speed and area of the fireball made it impossible for them to dodge. I go! Everyone's eyes widened, and they exclaimed and screamed, mixed with fear. The same is true on the ground. Most of the warlocks watched the meteorite like fireballs in the sky and fled in all directions, but the distance was too close, and it was too late. No one knows where the fireball came from. In fact, it took less than 3 seconds for the first person to see the fireball, so they had no time to dodge. In fact, a few half-step true spirits were the first to perceive it. They were too late to run, let alone others. Ruined. Seeing the huge fireball close at hand, everyone fell into despair. In the next second, flames descended into the valley, and everyone was instantly covered in flames. When the fireball landed, all the power exploded in an instant. Everyone felt a burst of warmth, and then felt their bodies gradually melting. The bursting flame swept across the entire valley in an instant like a breeze. Then there is the explosion. A devastating explosion occurred in the valley. The violent explosion erupted with terrifying rigidity and heat, and a layer of white air continued to expand outwards, which was caused by the air pressure. During this explosion, whether it was houses, buildings, or others, the valley fell into an instant. In a void. The flame exploded, and a small mushroom cloud rose from the valley. Beautiful and brilliant. All the half-step true spirits and low-level warlocks died in the explosion, without exception. Even until death, some people die before they come out. Spectacular. Looking at the mushroom cloud rising from the ground, Eli pursed his lips. After confirming that the person inside was dead, Eli turned and left. The test has been completed, and the power is good. Chapter 315. The valley is the main territory of the Wandering Alliance, but not all warlocks live here, and there are quite a few people around, but they are basically a few kilometers away. Therefore, wait for that horrible explosion to come out. I don't know how many warlocks only felt the house tremble, followed by ringing ears. They ran out of the house one after another, and then saw the 100-meter-high mushroom cloud in the valley in the distance. The warlock's eyes widened, filled with that brilliance. What happened? A 3-ring warlock trembled, his face trembling. Suddenly, he seemed to feel something, his eyes glared, his blood pulsed, and instantly turned into a vein, and scales appeared on his skin instantly. At the same time, he only felt a huge shock wave passing by, which was the aftermath of the explosion. Fortunately, this didn't affect him too much. A few seconds later, he withdrew his blood and could clearly feel that the air here seemed to be much hotter, full of fire elements. I have to go and see. Warlock's body trembled, knowing that something serious must have happened. He immediately flew towards the valley. Along the way, the closer to the center of the explosion, the more fire elements remained, and he even activated his bloodline to avoid this kind of damage, and he was not the only one, whether in the sky or on the ground, he saw many people heading towards gathering in the valley. Soon, he came to the valley. Ah, this! Warlock looked at the scene in front of him, completely stunned. Where is there any valley? The original valley has been razed to the ground, the original surrounding rocks have been blasted into several parts, and the buildings inside have long since disappeared, and even the ground has turned red. He hesitated for a moment and continued walking inside. Soon, wait for him to reach the central area. At this time, in the central area, the ground has almost turned translucent crimson, and the flame directly crystallized the ground and sand here. In it, he saw a black bracelet, but it was almost half melted and damaged. His eyes widened. If he remembered correctly, this should be the accessory of Lord Guido, which he had seen before. The accessories are already like this, so wouldn't my lord? His throat moved, and he continued to look around, and found a lot of remnants, several of which he guessed, should be the adults who are half-step true spirits, and the few warlocks who just arrived. All dead. He just felt a little pain in the head. What the hell happened? He held his head and made a painful sound. When the adults die, the Wandering Alliance will disband. Then what should they do? At this time, many people came in from a distance, and they were all shocked when they saw this scene. The next day, the news of the high-level annihilation of the Wandering Alliance completely detonated the entire West Coast. Whether it was from the Bloodline House, the subordinate forces of the Bloodline House, or other grey forces, they were all confused by this sudden situation. Even though they were still fighting the day before, they all died the next day. This is a force. And with so many high-level officials, why are they all dead? This time, He-Man's voice was also spread again, that is, those people who were on the front line of the battle that day, they spread the news that He-Man killed thousands of warlocks and 3 half-step true spirits on the battlefield that day I went out, and then someone offered to see a red shooting star flashing in the sky on the way to the homeless home. Once contacted, everyone knew that a warlock named Herman did it. Then the information about Herman was dug out. Only the new generation of warlocks know that there are still such powerful people in the bloodline family. Many people with bad intentions also lurked, a little scared. As for Eli, he has silently returned to the Tower of Blood. He already had a good understanding of the true spirit when he went out this time. The only pity is that I didn't test the bloodline avatar this time, so I have to do it next time. He also understood that the gap between the true spirit and the third ring is really 2 dimensions, and there is no comparison at all. At this level, even in today's wizarding world, they are definitely not weak. Of course, Eli felt that he still lacked too much. Whether it is knowledge or otherwise, it is far from enough. In this regard, Eli also understands that it will not be resolved for a while, and he can only wait for the future. Anyway, he will not go to the central continent for the time being, and we will talk about it later. Still the same sentence, there must be a way for the car to reach the mountain. Take your time. So Eli walked into the lab again. Start your research studies. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Alice comes to visit Eli. Because of your intervention, Master, the Wandering Alliance is no longer our opponent. After a while, we should be able to completely capture the previous territory. Alice Hui reported. Yet. Eli understood. Oh, by the way, Master, we seem to have found something in a collection of the Wandering Alliance, Master. You might be interested. Alice said. What? Eli asked curiously. Hey, Master will know when the time comes, it's still in transit. Alice replied with a smile. Okay. Eli smiled. 3 days later, a box was delivered to his wizard's tower. It is a cuboid black box, long and narrow, with intricate patterns and textures engraved on the surface. If Eli read it correctly, it should be a witch formation. This is supposed to be a wizard age box. Eli became interested and gently opened the box. I saw a wizard staff fixed in the box. The body of the wizard's staff is about 1.5 meters. The body of the mithril staff is thread-shaped, and the head of the staff is an amethyst, which seems to have liquid flowing inside. A wizard's staff. Eli narrowed his eyes slightly. Although this wizard's wand has 3 rings, it is the top among the 3 rings. Even he has never seen a better one. He hadn't used a wizard staff for a long time, mainly because there was no suitable one, but he liked this one very much. Eli took out the wizard's staff and held it in his hand. His mental power quickly imprinted on the wizard's staff, and he quickly learned about the wizard's staff. Moro staff. Eli held his wand over the nation's heads, feeling good. Although he is already a true spirit, the magic wand can still give him a lot of assistance, which can increase his strength by about 1/20. You must know that it is a magic wand with 3 rings, which is already very good. It's just that the crystal on the head of the wand is a little short, otherwise it might have a chance to become a 4-ringed wand. Amethyst is certainly beautiful, but it is a pity that the level of the item is mediocre, which lowers its level. If there is a chance to change to a better wand head and remelt it, it may really become the 4th ring. Of course, today's is also good. Eli loved it. Let's call it Eli's scepter. Eli naturally changed the name of the staff. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. With the death of the top management of the Wandering Home, the Bloodline Tower quickly regained most of the area occupied by the Wandering Home, and the territory of the Wandering Home shrank rapidly. Finally, with the recapture of the last resource point, the Bloodline Tower finally regained its former territory. As for the members of the Wandering Home, some were planning to return to the central continent, and some sneaked away. This force completely disappeared in the west coast. Although there are still warlocks from the central continent occasionally, most of them choose to join the Bloodline House. Of course, they are selectively allowed to join, but it also increases the power of the Bloodline Tower a little bit. Everything is going in a good direction. Another interesting thing is that Alice ordered many statues of Eli to be placed in the area of many blood towers, which made Eli's reputation spread a lot. Eli wanted to stop it when he heard about it, but after thinking about it, it seemed like nothing happened, so he ignored it. After all, the West Coast could threaten him now. There is only the real magician in the hourglass of time. Chapter 316. Roha Mountains. A huge mountain range stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles, with peaks gathered in it, the stretching mountain range can't be seen at a glance. There are many monsters hidden and even other intelligent races left over from the wizarding era. The danger is not low. It is also the boundary separating the central continent and the west coast. If you want to go to the central continent, you must cross here. Unless you take an airship or other items, it is generally difficult for ordinary warlocks to cross. At this time, at the edge of the mountain range, a trembling figure came out from inside. His hair was messy, like weeds, and he was wearing a golden warlock robe. The warlock robe was broken with several big holes, which could barely cover his private parts. And his body was trembling, and he walked out of the mountains, his face was full of joy that could not be concealed. What is even more surprising is that he is actually a warlock at the peak of the 3rd ring. It's finally out. Kalina brushed away the hair that hadn't been washed for several years, and glanced at the sky. 10 years. A whole decade. 10 years ago, he took an airship to the west coast. After communicating with Herman and getting the potion to dispel the curse, he immediately returned anxiously, but who would have thought that on the way, he would be attacked by an intelligent group in the Roha Mountains, and destroy the airship, then be captured and imprisoned. This imprisonment lasted for more than 9 years. In the past few months, they once again intended to attack passing airships. But who would have thought that there were actually 4 half-step true spirits up there? They failed, and he finally took the opportunity to escape, and then spent several months escaping. No, I have to go back quickly. Kalina took a deep breath, and then touched his abdomen. There was a faint lump inside, which was the crystal he had hidden in his body to avoid searching. He-Man said that the curse can be lifted. He naturally understands its importance. But Kalina trembled a little. It has been 10 years now. Who knows what has changed in the past 10 years, he doesn't even know if Master Jinji is dead or alive, he has nothing now, and he can't be contacted. If the adult is dead, then what is he? It's better to go back quickly. He gritted his teeth and quickly set off towards the nearest city. 3 days later, he finally saw a city. Home city. He looked up, not far away, a city stood, surrounded by a black wall of nearly 100 meters, with red blood stains faintly on it, and a huge city gate underneath. Outside the city gate, 2 one-ring warlocks were wearing black armor, silver helmets on their heads, like knight armor, and long swords on their waists. Outside the door, warlocks and humans came in and out. Most warlocks wore leather armor and held various melee weapons in their hands, and they were not covered by a witch formation. Seeing this scene, Kalina just curled his lips slightly, and said, "It seems that the forces here have fully accepted melee weapons." In his opinion, this is a step backward of the times. Before he went, people here still wore wizard robes, but now they have become leather armor and armor. Without alchemy technology, these are indeed more defensive. He walked directly towards the city gate, and the people on the road looked at him and moved away one after another. When he came to the city gate, 2 guards saw him. 2 magic stones into the city, said a guard. Magic stone? Corina is penniless at this time, where did the magic stone come from? But you can't force your way. Corina hesitated, but suddenly someone stepped forward and put 4 magic stones on it. I'll pay this lord. Kalina turned his head. He was a young man with black hair and black pupils, but dressed plainly, the only bright spot was his bright eyes. He was a little surprised. But after paying the money, the guard urged the 2 of them to go in quickly. The 2 walked in quickly. Thank you, young man. I will return your magic stone, but I am in a hurry now. I don't have time. If you need help, then come to the Western Region headquarters of the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce. Remember, my name is Kalina. Corina quickly said to the boy, and then left quickly. What he lacks most now is time. Watching him go, the young man seemed to cheer up a bit. He just looked at the warlock robe, which seemed a little familiar. He happened to see a senior member of the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce wear it, so he was ready to take a gamble. It seems that the bet was right this time. The other side. As soon as he entered the city, Corina ran directly towards the branch of the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce here in the city. Soon, he arrived at his destination. After showing his strength and name, the middle-aged store manager immediately made arrangements and quickly changed his clothes and other things. Arrange for me an airship to the headquarters of the Western Regions. Kalina said. Yes, my lord. The middle-aged store manager nodded, looked at the 3-ring limit that had just been washed, and asked tentatively, My lord, are you from Lord Jinji? Oh. Kalina stared, and the aura of the peak of the 3rd ring exploded, asking, What do you mean? The store manager hurriedly waved his hands and said, My lord, I don't mean anything malicious, but I remember that Lord Jinji seems to be dying. Is he about to be abandoned? Why are you here at this time, my lord? What? Kalina's eyes widened and he let out an exclamation. 3 hours later, an airship took off from the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce and flew towards the distance. In the airship, Corina was extremely anxious. After communicating, he fully understood Master Jinji's situation. The curse of the year was getting deeper and deeper. At this time, it was almost difficult to stimulate the blood, and he was about to become a useless person. Although the talent was very good, the Jinshan Chamber of Commerce was about to give up on him. I hope Lord Herman won't lie to me. He touched the hard crystal in his belly and prayed. This is his last hope. Of course, he also hoped that Lord Jinji would hold on. He felt a little depressed at this moment, and silently came to the window of the airship. Look down. At this time they were flying over a desolate land. On the ground, huge towers with a height of 100 meters stand one after another, and one can be seen every 10 miles. This is the way of long-distance communication in the wizarding world. As for now, except for a small number of forces communicating through some things from the wizarding era, the rest basically rely on it. There are many such things. Along the way, Kalina saw the volcano covered by a huge witch weapon, which is now abandoned. It was once used to change the sky. The huge mechanical doll collapsed on the ground, corroded and rusted, and fell to the floating city on the ground used as a gathering place for. There are many, many of these, and Kalina just sighed when he looked at them. The era of others is more and more evolutionary, while theirs is degeneration. After 1,000 years, I am afraid that the world of wizards will completely become the world of warlocks. I'm depressed. 5 days later, Corina finally arrived at his destination. A city located on the floating island, but the floating island lacks the coverage of the witch array, so it is ridiculously inserted on the ground at this time. This is the headquarters of the Jinshan Chamber of Commerce in the western regions, Jinyan City. Inside, Corina stepped off the airship. Fast forward on the familiar road, ignoring the bustling streets on both sides, he soon came to the most central villa area, where Jinji lived before. There are guards here, and outsiders are not allowed to enter. The guards were 2 warlocks with 1 ring, and they were standing outside with a sad expression on their faces. Corina walked over directly, coughed twice, and the 2 guards raised their heads. Lord Corina. The guard looked at the person coming, shocked. It's me. Kalina nodded and said directly, take me to see the adults. Yes, but it seems that someone from the headquarters has come over now. The guard hesitated for a while, and they didn't know where this confidant of Mr. Jinji had disappeared for 10 years. HQ. Kalina blinked. In the end, the guards led Corina to meet Jinji. After crossing several roads, everyone came to a villa area. This is where Lord Jinji rests. The guard said. It's so lively. Corina narrowed his eyes slightly. In front of the villa in front of him, there were dozens of people standing here and there, many of them were high-level officials from the Western Regions branch, and there were many others he didn't know. There should be headquarters there. The 2 are not closed yet. Suddenly, the door of the villa in the distance opened suddenly. A man came out. The man has blonde hair, golden pupils, is wearing a red-gold warlock robe, and has a round body. He looks like a standard golden-toed warlock, but he has a dark face at this time. A red-gold warlock robe. Corina was a little shocked, because in the golden-toed Chamber of Commerce, only warlocks of the true spirit level were eligible to wear this color of warlock robes. He could also imagine that such a person should be for Lord Jinji. But his face is so ugly. Could it be that the adults are gone? With a trembling body, he walked slowly towards the villa. The time of the first 10 chapters has been slightly adjusted, which does not affect the reading and makes the plot reasonable. Chapter 317. In front of the villa, as the real spirit walked out, other people leaned over one after another. And the true spirit just glanced at everyone, and calmly said, the curse has penetrated into the blood. I tried to use the power of the blood to get rid of it, but the effect is very little, it is useless. Why? After hearing this, everyone sighed. One of the men, who was dressed extremely gorgeously, came out and said, my lord, since this is the case, I have decided to give up Jinji. His face is long and narrow, and his eyes are shrewd like a businessman. We have already found out that the person who cursed Jinji belonged to a hostile force, and we have taken revenge. Now we have exhausted all means, and the adults are also here. Based on the consideration of interests, I think we should give up Jinji. In fact, in the past 10 years, we have done our best. Can. The necromancer closed his eyes, and nodded after a few seconds. It's a pity, such a good seedling. Hey! He shook his head, and out of the corner of his eye, a man swayed his body, trembling through the crowd, and walked in towards the open gate of the villa. Others noticed the man too. Isn't this Corina? Jinji's confidant, I haven't seen him for a long time. A warlock said to him. The limit of the 3 rings. Zhenling also glanced at him. His blood is strong. Although he is not young, he still has a chance to break through to Zhenling. This Jinji actually has such subordinates. But according to others, he has disappeared for more than 10 years. Kalina. The gorgeously dressed warlock also glanced at him. No matter what you come back to do at this time, it is meaningless. Too late. Corina tremblingly walked into the villa. The villa has a large area and is divided into 2 floors with gorgeous decoration. There is nothing on the first floor, and there is nothing on the second floor. It is very empty and quiet. Kalina's throat moved slightly, and his body was almost stiff. He walked in, walked up the stairs, and came to the bedroom with the closed door on the second floor. This is Jinji's bedroom. My lord, don't die. He didn't even have the courage to open the door, but suddenly, there was a coughing sound from inside. The sound was weak and powerless, but his eyes lit up. The adults are still alive. He immediately opened the door, and a stench full of blood came out. Kalina sniffled and looked inside. On the big bed inside, Jinji lay weakly on it, eyes closed, bare skin, his whole body seemed to be sucked dry, the skin was almost attached to the bones, and there were black marks all over the place. Wriggling. Master Jinji. Colina couldn't imagine what it must have been like to be tortured by the curse all these years, so that he could become like this. He walked forward slowly, his boots making a slight sound on the ground. The good thing is that after hearing the sound, Jinji opened his eyes. But it can be seen that his eyes are cloudy and weak, like an old man in his twilight. Colina. Seeing that it was Colina, Jinji's eyes were still sad and joyless, as if he didn't care why Colina didn't come back until 10 years later. My lord. Corina came to the bed. Did the things be delivered to Lord Herman? Jinji asked weakly. It's delivered, but you, my lord. Corina didn't expect it to be this time. Master Jinji was concerned about whether the things had been delivered. That's fine. Hearing the reply, Jinji seemed to be a little more relaxed, and then continued, I'm almost dying, and the curse has gone deep. I'm alone, it's a pity that you have only been with me for a short time. Seeing Jinji's appearance, Colina didn't speak. The right hand stretched out, the fingertips slowly stretched out, and then stretched towards the stomach, the skin was directly torn, and a few centimeters were stretched in, and then began to search. A few seconds later, he stretched out his hand, but his clothes were completely stained red with blood, and in his hand, there was an extra crystal, a black crystal. He silently placed the crystal on Ginger's bare skin. Corina, don't bother, the real magicians have tried it just now. Jinji felt the cold touch, forced a smile, and immediately spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. Master Herman gave it to me, saying it could help him, Colina said. Lord Herman. Jinji was a little surprised. But he still shook his head, this time it was a curse, even Lord Herman couldn't help him. Corina didn't speak, but just looked at the crystal, which seemed to have not changed at all, which made his expression gradually darken, a little disappointed. Is it really useless? He sighed. Jinji didn't say anything. He had tried many times in the past 10 years, but if he could do it once, he wouldn't be like this. The two were silent. Hey! Suddenly, Jinji exclaimed. He looked down, at this time the crystal actually began to melt slowly, and the black shadow inside gradually gushed out, then drilled into his skin, and directly entered his body. Ah! The next second, he let out a howl. As soon as the shadow entered his body, he felt that the shadow was like a wild beast, and then it began to surge in his body, and a strong sense of devouring emerged from it. This shadow is devouring his curse. How can this be? Jinji howled in pain, but was extremely shocked inside. Colina also noticed this change, his eyes widened. What the hell happened? Suddenly, he heard the sound of trampling from the side. Corina looked back, only to find that the true spirit he had seen before, as well as other high-level executives of the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce had come to the room, especially the true spirit, who was staring at Jinji. Apparently they heard the sound came in. My lord, this is... The gorgeously dressed warlock said to Zhenling. I don't know, but I feel that the curse in Jinji's body is disappearing rapidly. Zhenling was also a little shocked. What the hell happened? How did the curse start to disappear? Hearing his words, the others were also shocked. A group of people stared at Jinji who was howling, and looked at him. At this time, Jinji's skin was gradually covered with a layer of black shadow, and within it, traces of curses could be faintly seen, which was very terrifying. The shadow absorbed the curse. As time passed, Jinji's voice became louder and louder, but everyone could feel that Jinji's damaged body was gradually recovering, and the curse was really gone. Soon, 10 minutes passed. At this time, Jinji has fallen into a coma, but his body is showing a healthy ruddy color, as if he has fully recovered. At this time, a little shadow drilled out from the skin and gathered together. Even if everyone just observes, can they feel this mass? There is something bad in the shadows. This is... True Spirit seemed to want to touch it, but he saw a slight fluctuation in the air, a crack appeared, and then the shadow directly drilled into it, and disappeared from his sight. Ran? He froze. But others were more concerned about Jinji. A warlock immediately came to the bedside and checked Jinji, who was unconscious. Everyone looked at him. A few minutes later, the warlock raised his head and said to everyone, Master Jinji has fully recovered, but his blood is a little weak and needs to be made up for. Hiss. Hearing this sentence, everyone gasped. They still haven't figured out what happened. All the true spirits were sent out, but it was useless, and now it is all right. What happened? Okay. Colina on the side directly slumped on the ground, relaxed a lot, and admired Eli extremely in his heart, and it was really useful. My lord, is this? The gorgeous warlock asked Zhenling. This little guy, I'm afraid there are other real spirit level figures standing behind him. True Spirit pondered for a while and said. One of the core features of the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce has other true spirits behind it. I don't know if this is a good thing. The sorcerer's eyes widened, as if he hadn't expected this to happen. After a few seconds, he tentatively asked, then, my lord, how should we deal with him? How to deal with it? He is the Golden Toad of the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce, and he has a chance to become the president, do you understand? Zhenling just glanced at him, then turned and left the house, leaving everyone looking at each other in blank dismay. It seems that I will take more care of it in the future, there is a real spirit behind me. The sorcerer in gorgeous robes is the person in charge of the western regions. At this time, he silently said in his heart, with the support of the true spirit, that is not an ordinary bargaining chip. He has a chance to seize the position of president in the future. He has to be taken care of. At this time, the eyes of other high-level officials in the western regions also had an inexplicable light. There are actually quite a few Jin Chan, but at this moment, they all put Jinji in a more important position. Eli not only saved Jinji, but also changed Jinji's status and situation in Jinshan Chamber of Commerce inadvertently, and Eli didn't even know about all this. But that's a real deterrent. But other people are more curious than this, what kind of bloodline can lift the curse? Isn't this what a warlock should be able to do? This is not a warlock. Chapter 318. Mystery. Eli lay on the couch. Not far away, Hill stretched out his branches. Next to him, Hydra was lying on the grass, with 3 snake heads raised, as if enjoying the sun. Farther away, there are a large number of mechanical objects piled up around the body of the dog General Dylan, who is transforming himself. In its words, he must make himself stronger before heading to the central continent. It is currently a beginner. The combat power level of the second ring. During this period of time, Eli once again fell into a leisurely environment. He usually does experiments and then meditates daily. The main reason is that he currently has nothing but the upgrade information for the fourth ring. So he is just upgrading his previous knowledge and methods, which can be regarded as an important means to improve his combat effectiveness, especially the manipulation of shadows, which is the most important thing. I kind of want to go to the central continent to see. I'm going, what am I thinking? Eli suppressed this terrible idea. Since he has no knowledge, then he can just raise his realm level, and wait until he can't improve. Still the same sentence, wait until his level is high enough to open the high-level map, and now let's wander slowly on the low-level map. At this time, Dylan the dog general came over and asked a familiar question, Eli, when are we going to the central continent? Don't worry, hurry up. Eli said with a smile. Okay. Its mechanical eyes were full of helplessness, it was almost too soon. That's what Eli said for more than 100 years. But he won't leave, especially after Eli advances to True Spirit, this may really be the last True Spirit wizard he may meet, and he cannot leave him. Dylan left disappointed, and Eli turned his head to look behind him. The huge hill exudes a glow, and is nearly 20 meters high at this time. When do you think you will be able to advance? Eli asked with a sigh. At this moment, Hill stretched out the branch and pressed it to Eli's forehead. We need a larger space and a richer concentration of elements, isn't it satisfied here on the west coast? Eli blinked, this is the first time that Hill has expressed his appeal so clearly. He also finally understood why Hill hadn't advanced for so long. It turned out that he encountered the same problem when he was in Bayern, and the environment did not allow it. Then the closest one that can satisfy him is probably the central continent, main continent. Eli was speechless, his subordinates were also uneasy, Hydra would be better, he just ate and slept all day. Eli looked over. As if sensing Eli's sight, Hydra opened her eyes, and fell asleep again a second later. Eli. Hill, don't worry, hurry up. Eli said, looking at the big tree behind him. Hill didn't respond, but shook the branch slightly. Eli guessed yes. Good boy. Eli smiled, and the branch of Hill moved even faster. While laughing and playing, suddenly, the space in front of Eli's eyes seemed to tremble slightly. Eli sat up straight, looked over, a gap gradually opened in the space, and a breath of curse slowly drilled out of it, flying towards Eli. Hey, I thought they had already solved it themselves. Seeing this shadow, Eli was taken aback. Ever since the crystal hadn't responded more than 10 years ago, he thought that Jinji was fine, but he didn't expect to suddenly use it more than 10 years later. Something must have happened. Is the blood curse? Eli pursed his lips lightly, feeling the curse in it. Another new curse he hadn't seen before. Adding this, I have 3 curses, or I can just integrate them together. Eli took over the shadow and sealed the curses in it. One of his hobbies is that he likes to integrate. When the elements are too complicated, he will integrate and simplify them. It just so happens that he has nothing to do recently. Just do it. Eli headed directly towards the steering wheel of the laboratory. 3 months later. Eli walked out of the laboratory with a book that looked like a wizard's book already in his hand. The cover is dark green, with golden lines on the surface and a silver border. Interestingly, the entire book is wrapped with a layer of mithril chains. The Book of Curses, a 3-ring level witchcraft, made with the shadow dragon skin, mithril, and quicksand gold left before. It currently contains 3 curses, 1 ordinary curse, 1 mental power curse, and 1 bloodline curse, and has growth potential. Eli smiled slightly while holding the book. A new witch weapon is added, and I am in a good mood. But now that it's made, it needs to be used. So who is it for? Eli was lost in thought. A few seconds later, his eyes lit up. Isn't there a suitable person on the West Coast? The real magician in the time hourglass, but there is no information, so I need to collect it first. Since time hourglass fought with the forces on the West Coast, there must be clues. I have to ask Alice and the others to check it out. Soon, Eli sent a message to Alice. What, there is still a real spirit in the time hourglass? Alice, who arrived, was surprised. Yes. Eli nodded. A long time ago, he judged the true spirit of the time hourglass based on the fate dice. Hiss. Alice gasped after hearing this. Master, I'll send someone to investigate right now. Alice became serious. If this matter is true, it would not be a good thing for them. The master has just advanced, so he may not be an opponent. Alice leaves in a hurry, and Eli returns to wait. A month later, Eli received a message from this true spirit. Guido Mista. The information collected has only 1 name, but it is enough for Eli. Eli took out the Book of Curses, and the silver chain slowly unraveled. He directly turned to the 3rd page and wrote down the name of Guido Mista. As for the price he paid, it was 1,000 years of life. After all, it was just an experiment. Sending goose feathers from thousands of miles away is light in gift and affectionate. Of course, this lightness is for him. At this time, the hourglass of distant time, the inverted tower. The bottom of the tower has been transformed into a huge pool, which is filled with blood, and there are pipes on the side to continuously replenish blood into it. In the pool, thick blood was rolling and bubbling from time to time, and in the center was an old man with his naked body, absorbing the power in the blood. Guido Mista, who used to be a star-level warlock in the 2nd stage of Suan Chen Xing, but almost died in the battle, has recovered for 100 years now, and has almost finally returned to his previous level. Puff. Suddenly, Guido opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. What is this? Guido was confused. He was absorbing the blood as usual, but he suddenly felt that the blood flow was not smooth, and he almost had a blood vessel riot, which caused him serious injuries. Almost wiped out the amount of recovery he had made in the past 2 decades. Depend on. The corner of Guido's mouth twitched, and he could only attribute it to his bad luck. So he quickly ordered his men to replenish the blood immediately. 30 years later. Puff. Guido spit out a mouthful of blood again. Damn it. At this moment, his face was ferocious, and his face was full of anger. For the past 30 years, he had a blood riot once a year, which was more punctual than the sun rising, which caused his recovery to be extremely slow, even similar to when he just woke up, and his level fell to the level of MSI. But at this time he also realized a problem. This may not be an accident, but someone wants to kill him. Who the hell? Guido gritted his teeth. After waking up, he has been adhering to the principle of keeping a low profile. How could anyone find out? Could it be the guys from the central continent? No, Maybe they are all dead? And how could they suddenly fuck him after 1,000 years? Then the central continent is impossible, then it should be the west coast. But on the west coast, there is only one faction, the Bloodline Tower. Although he didn't go out, he had also heard the story of the Bloodline Tower, and knew that they had a true spirit warlock who was suspected to have just been promoted. Originally, he planned to kill him when he recovered a little, but now it seems that it is the other way around. Damn it, the blood of a true spirit should be enough for me to recover. Gedo gritted his teeth, his face was livid. He is really angry. Chapter 319. 20 o'clock. Eli looked at the numbers on the dice of fate, and his face became more and more weird. Since he started cursing, he found that Gedo's strength seems to be decreasing, which is directly reflected in the rising probability of him defeating Gedo, so he insists on cursing every year. After all, this is an enemy that may be encountered. But Eli was also confused. After all, he is just a curse, and the falling speed of this strength is too outrageous. This point, Gedo has a hard time to say. He was relying on blood treatment, but Eli arranged a blood curse, and helplessly, the treatment could not be stopped, which made the situation like this. Hey, I'm not afraid now. Eli relaxed a lot. I was worried that this guy might come for revenge, but now I don't panic at all. You have the guts. If you come, I will kill you, and then seize the hourglass of time. Hourglass of time. A wizard tower, in a room. Anderson stood respectfully aside, while Gedo was sitting not far away. Anderson looked at Gedo, clenching his fists tightly. He was both surprised and excited in his heart. The surprise was that Gedo came out so suddenly without any warning. The excited one was that when Master Gedo came out, it was time for them to retake it. West Coast again. He has been waiting for this day for hundreds of years. If your lord doesn't come out again, he's probably going to die. My lord, your injury should have fully recovered. Anderson asked with concern. No. Gedo shook his head and said, my current situation is only better than when I first started. Anderson's heart skipped a beat. How so? He suddenly thought of Gedo's request for more blood in the past 30 years. He thought it was because the adults had reached the final stage and almost sent out a third of the people to search, but now it seems that this may not be the case. My lord, that's because. Anderson asked cautiously. I suspect that Herman did it. Guido sat on the chair and said calmly. Herman. Anderson's eyes widened. Over the years, they have completely shrunk their power because of this man. 30 years ago, the homeless home was razed to the ground. Although there is no direct evidence to prove who did it, Herman is the biggest suspect, and the destruction of that level can only be done by the real spirit. They also didn't expect that in the land of the West Coast, he actually became a true spirit. What is your lord going to do? Anderson continued to ask. This time Guido glanced at him and said, I'm going to kill him. Hiss. Anderson gasped. Don't worry, even if my level is backward now, it's still no problem to kill a newly promoted true spirit, not to mention that I still have time and sand, he can't kill me. I'll yank his head off and let him know he's done something stupid. Guido sneered. Hearing Gedo's words, Anderson heaved a sigh of relief. This is actually, how many years has it been since the adult was promoted to the true spirit? How can he man, who has just been promoted, be comparable, and there are still time sands, which is a precious treasure of their hourglass of time, obtained from a wizard relic. If it is used with all its strength, the people in it can burn their lives unconsciously, even if they are true spirits. This is Gedo's trump card to save his life in front of the true spirits of the central continent. It's not that he can't kill Gedo, and he is unwilling to bear the terrible consequences. Anderson, you start organizing your people. After half a month, I will fly directly to the Bloodline Tower area to kill Herman, and then your people will immediately invade the Bloodline Tower. Since you want to make a move, then do everything at once. I want to kill Herman, and I want to kill West Coast too. Guido sneered, and the killing intent made Anderson shiver like a cold wind. But he couldn't hide the joy on his face. Yes. His eyes were full of determination. The day has finally arrived. Stupid Herman, you don't even know what you've done. Half a month later. On the plateau of the Hourglass of Time, nearly 10,000 warlocks gathered. They are all the main force of the Time Hourglass. Every 1,000 people form a regiment. Everyone is fully armed like this, and everyone has a smile on their faces. Anderson had told them the purpose of the trip. With Mr. Gedo Mista taking action, this time it is still not easy to catch. In front of the warlock is the high level standing with the hourglass of time. The most central of these are Gedo and Anderson. My lord, we are ready. Anderson said respectfully. Well, you managed well. Gedo glanced at the warlock behind him, and nodded approvingly. It's all what I should do. Anderson said modestly. There is no need to be modest. When we occupy the west coast, the area you need to manage will be many times larger, and your abilities will be used. Gedo had a smile on his face. He ran away with his head in his arms and almost died, so why didn't he feel angry in his heart? Today is the beginning, he wants to take back everything that once belonged to him. Let's go too, I'm going. Gedo glanced at him, and then flew directly into the sky. The moment he flew into the sky, Gedo was entwined with infinite blood energy. Depending on the space, Gedo gradually turned into a huge bird, floating in mid-air. This giant bird is hundreds of feet long, with a slender neck, purple feathers on its neck, and black feathers on other parts. Its huge wings shone with a cold light, and its sharp claws seemed to tear the sky apart. And to the astonishment of everyone, outside his body, endless thunder and lightning entangled, like chains that twisted people, the god of thunder in the sky. The bloodline body of the thunder giant eagle. Looking at the bloody real body of Gedo, everyone on the plateau felt short of breath, but their eyes were full of confidence. Such a powerful Mr. Gedo, this wave is stable. The giant bird flapped its wings, and purple lightning flashed 100 meters around. Anderson, I'll start first, you follow. The giant bird Anderson's voice uttered, and then flapped its wings. The next second, the wings fluttered, and the thunder flashed instantly, and his body flew towards the distance, like a bolt of lightning. On the ground, Anderson was overwhelmed. Flying into the sky, he was full of energy and shouted loudly, "Everyone, it's time for us to take back our former territory. Set off!" The sound passed over every warlock, and all the warlocks cheered. The next moment, Anderson flew forward, and the others followed. The gigantic hourglass of time is going back. What Herman, what tower of blood? It's just rotten fish and shrimp. The huge thunder eagle was heading towards the bloodline tower. The legion behind them is also advancing rapidly. At this moment, the morale of the time hourglass is unprecedentedly high. Although they have not yet fought, it seems that they have won. At this time, in a tower prison in the hourglass of time, Dus was lying in front of the prison window, holding the railing of the window tightly with both hands, looking at Gedo, Anderson and others who were going away with old and muddy eyes. He was imprisoned here hundreds of years ago and never went out again. At this time, almost every part of his body was rotten, giving off a stench, exuding a strong breath of death. His blood was crippled at the beginning, but now he has reached the limit of his life. I failed at the beginning, but this time with adults around, I will definitely succeed. Dus let go and leaned against the wall, his eyes full of hope. He can't die yet. He wanted to die hearing the news that Herman was killed, the bloodline tower was destroyed, and the time hourglass ruled the west coast again. That was his last hope of living. Herman, I won in the end. There was a piercing sneer on Dus' already rotten face. The adults will bring victory to the hourglass of time. My friend's new book, if you are interested, you can read it, it has the same subject matter. Chapter 320. More City. A city at the junction of the hourglass of time and the Tower of Blood. In addition to collecting nearby resources, the other function is to act as an outpost to monitor the hourglass of time. Today is also a very normal day. All the guards stood on the city wall and looked into the distance, even a little sleepy. Suddenly, in the distant sky, a burst of dark clouds dispersed. In the dark clouds, countless thunder clouds rolled, and a huge thunder eagle flapped its wings, engulfing the storm and thunder, flying towards this side like a god. The huge body of more than 300 meters can be seen clearly by everyone even a few kilometers away, and the pressure it brings makes everyone feel short of breath. What is that? My god, how could there be such a big thunder eagle? I've seen a creature with 3 rings, but it's only tens of meters in size. Could it be a creature with 4 rings? And it flew from the direction of the time hourglass. Could it be theirs? The guards woke up instantly, and their eyes were occupied by this huge body. This is the first time they have seen such a powerful creature? People in the city also saw this huge body, and many warlocks immediately jumped onto the construction paper and looked over, all of them nervous and excited. But after a few seconds, the excitement turned to fear. Oh my god, it's coming our way! A sorcerer's eyes were full of fear. The thunder eagle in the distance flapped its wings and flew towards this side. Run! For a moment, many warlocks watching the scene immediately understood the seriousness of the matter, jumped off the building one by one, ran towards the outside, and some hid in the basement. But before it was too late to run, Moore suddenly found that the ground under his feet was black. Looking up, the huge giant eagle has come outside the city. But to everyone's surprise, he didn't stop. It's just that the wings vibrated, and countless thunder lights gathered automatically. Thousands of thunder lights have already smashed towards the city, instantly turning the city into a sea of thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning raged, and hundreds of warlocks who were hit turned into black sticks directly. Where the thunder raged, buildings collapsed one after another, and patches of scorched black appeared on the ground. Countless spells tried their best to dodge, but they had little effect. Just such a blow, I am afraid that nearly 1,000 people died in this city. But fortunately, the giant eagle didn't seem to have any intention of staying. It just attacked casually and continued to fly towards the south. And watching the thunder eagle fly away, the warlocks in the ruins climbed out of the ruins of the building, looking at the city. It was almost destroyed. Ruined. A warlock knelt on the ground and immediately sent a message to the bloodline tower. Thunder giant eagle at the 4th ring level. Worse. Soon, the news of a 100-foot thunder eagle rushing towards the south reached the bloodline tower. Alice, Nicholas, and many other blood magicians were all horrified. And the time hourglass warlock who followed closely afterwards let everyone know the identity of the giant eagle. It was not a monster with 4 rings, but a real body with blood at the level of a 4-ring true spirit warlock. For a while, people panicked. In the Tower of Blood, dozens of people are sitting around and discussing. What do you guys think? Alice looked at the crowd with serious eyes. My lord, I think there is nothing we can do in front of the true spirit, and looking at the form, I'm afraid that Ghetto is not comparable to the new true spirit among the true spirits. A warlock gritted his teeth. And the headquarters didn't kill him back then, I'm afraid there are some powerful methods. The warlocks all had fear on their faces, as if Ghetto had arrived. My lord, can I ask a question? Suddenly a warlock asked. Explain. Lord Herman, is it a true spirit? Warlock asked cautiously, and others also looked over curiously. After all, apart from the crater, there is no direct evidence to prove Eli's identity, and he has never shown his strength, which makes them a little uncertain. Yes. Alice said simply. Hearing this, their faces seemed to relax a little, but they were still a little worried. I have already reported this matter to the adults, and the rest will be called to Lord Herman. We cannot intervene in this matter, so let's end the meeting. Alice shook her head, indicating that everyone can leave. Everyone nodded. Indeed, they had no other choice but to believe in Lord Herman. It's unbearable. In the secret realm, Eli put down the information in his hand and stood up. My lord, what happened? Dog General Dylan came over and asked curiously. The true spirit of the time hourglass has come. Eli said calmly. What, true spirit? Dylan was taken aback, and walked anxiously left and right. After a few seconds, he said, Eli, or let's run quickly, after all, you just advanced. Eli. He kicked Dylan directly, and said angrily, are you so unconfident in me? Of course. Dylan got up, but he was still a little worried. After all, there is only Eli as the true spirit wizard, and if it is gone, it will be completely gone. Don't worry, he was injured, not my opponent. Eli said. Dylan breathed a sigh of relief. Not far away, Hydra rarely opened his eyes and looked at Eli, as if asking if he needed help. Farewell, this time I am enough. Eli shook his head. Hydra is definitely the top in the 3rd ring, but forget it, he will be killed, but unfortunately he still doesn't have the right things to upgrade Hydra. Move around, and test a bloodline avatar by the way. Eli stretched his body, then closed his eyes and adjusted his state. The huge thunder eagle streaked across the sky over the west coast. Countless cities along the way suffered heavy damage due to its casual blow, and panic spread along with it. Under the deliberate publicity of Time Hourglass, the entire west coast has already known the identity of the Thunder Eagle, and Ghetto seems to be intentional, deliberately flying to some places instead of flying straight towards the Bloodline Tower. The purpose is obvious, it is to build momentum. Gedo wants everyone to know that they are back. Many people also understand that after this war, there can only be one faction on the west coast, either the expansion of the Bloodline Tower, or the return of the Time Hourglass to the west coast. It took him 3 full days to fly to Gedo, which was less than half a day's journey. 3 days later. Bloodline Tower West Coast Headquarters. After hundreds of years of development, the buildings here stretch for several miles and are divided into inner and outer layers. The inner layer is the former urban area, and the outer layer is the vassal forces and institutions. At this time, there are thousands of warlocks and tens of thousands of ordinary service personnel gathered here. Suddenly, at a certain moment, there was a thunderclap. Everyone looked up. Among the clouds all over the sky, thunderclouds rolled, and a huge thunderbird flew slowly, its huge eyes staring at the Bloodline Tower in the distance. Its gaze was cold. Countless blue and purple thunder and lightning entangled, as if the end was coming. After several days of parade, Gedo finally came to Eli for the final decisive battle. Looking at the huge bird in the sky, everyone stared blankly. The suppression of the life level makes everyone silent, and the heart beats fast. Everyone just feels cold in their hearts. No one knows what will happen next. But suddenly, everyone felt a wave of fluctuation passing through the entire Bloodline Tower, and the original suppression was swept away. They looked up. In the high sky in the distance, a person was flying in mid-air. In front of him is the huge thunder eagle, behind him is a large cloud of thunder and lightning, and even 100 meters around is thunder and lightning, but his eyes are calm. And the large shadow behind him spread out like thick ink, as if it was going to dye the sky black, and in the shadow, countless tentacles squirmed, as if there was something terrible inside. The black shadow gradually covered the man until it dissipated again. In the sky, a huge shadow dragon appeared. It is a typical Western dragon creature, stretching more than 100 feet, covered with pitch-black scales, golden vertical pupils exuding breathtaking dragon power, and behind them are 2 huge black wings, instigating, shadows go hand in hand. And around him, there are countless shadows winding and blending. The moment he appeared, the sky behind him turned into darkness. Shadow and thunder divided the 2 sides of the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded. Another true spirit. And this body, why is it so big? Chapter 321. That's Lord Herman. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. Only then did the others understand the identity of this shadow dragon, who was the last support of their Bloodline Tower. Everyone hid in the building, looked towards the sky, and silently prayed for Eli. They didn't want Eli to fail, because if he failed, Gedo would kill all the people here. In the sky, the huge thunder eagle and the shadow dragon confronted each other. Herman. Gedo looked at Eli with surprise in his eyes. Shadow dragon's blood, this is the blood of the 5th ring level, where did he get it? What's more troublesome is that Herman's body is actually nearly half his size, which is not like the newly promoted true spirit. In other words, his 3-ring accumulation is very deep, but it is not so deep. At this moment, he felt a little uneasy in his heart. I'm Herman, and you're Gedo, right? You're more impatient than I imagined, and you can't even bear that curse. Eli said to Gedo, feeling his current body. With a body of more than 100 feet, blood flowed inside like a big river, and the scales on the outside of his body exuded a cold light. He looked at the people on the ground as if he was looking at one small black spot after another. Is this him in Shadow Dragon state? It's really scary. On the other side, Gedo listened to Eli's words, his eyes widened, and he cursed, sure enough, you did it. I'm going to kill you. Eli's words completely enraged Gedo. After more than 100 years of hard work to recover, how could he not be angry when he was cursed by Eli forcibly to the current situation? In an instant, the lightning around him bloomed instantly, and countless thunderbolts flew towards Eli like a series of sharp blades with a terrifying sound of piercing through the air. Seeing this scene, the people on the ground held their breaths. Come on, my lord. Master, come on. In the tallest wizard's tower in the distance, Alice was praying, while watching Gedo's attack. Even if it was just a thunderbolt, it was enough to kill her easily. Not bad. Eli looked at the sky full of thunder and lightning with calm eyes. Although he has just been promoted for 30 years, it would be a big mistake to treat him as an ordinary true spirit. Although he is a blood-blooded avatar, he still has the unique true spirit of a wizard in his consciousness. It is very weak. Bring it on. It's time to test your strength again. Roar. In the sky, the huge shadow dragon flapped its wings, and countless shadows emerged from the void, turning into curtains and blocking Eli's body. In the next second, thunder and lightning arrived. Go to hell! Guido shouted angrily, as if he had seen the scene where lightning pierced through the shadows and then tore Eli. Thousands of bluish-purple lightning strikes on the shadow curtain. In the next second, the angry voice stopped abruptly. I saw that although each shadow hit the shadow, each impact only tore a small hole, which could not be broken at all. What's more, every time it was torn apart, more shadows would appear in the next second. It will be added and completed. How is this possible? Gedo couldn't believe it, his huge eagle eyes were full of inconceivable. How can a true spirit who has just been promoted be at this level? To suffer. There was a sudden thump in his heart. If Eli is at this level, can he really beat him in his state? He wants to quit a bit. He wasn't very courageous in the first place, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to lurk for hundreds of years just to be safe when he woke up, not to mention that he almost died once, so he was more cautious. Although this attack is just a test, it also contains 70% of the power. All in all, he was discouraged. The huge body waved the wind and thunder, as if preparing for more attacks. The people on the ground waited, but in the next second, Gedo changed direction directly, as if preparing to leave. People on the ground were stunned. On the other side, the corner of Eli's mouth twitched. But since you're here, don't leave. His eyes gradually turned cold, and his golden vertical pupils radiated a cold light. The huge wings flapped, countless shadows followed, and countless blood energy burned. Eli's speed reached the peak all of a sudden, and he chased after Gedo. The blood-burning secret art is more powerful, and of course consumes more lifespan. In the blink of an eye, he had already come behind Gedo. The huge body is above Gedo's body. The huge dragon's claws directly grabbed the wings of the Tianli giant eagle, and grabbed it hard. In an instant, the giant eagle was bleeding, and a huge hole was torn open in one of its wings. The blood splashed towards the ground like a waterfall, and the giant eagle let out a long and painful howl. After one attack, the two separated again. Herman! At this time, Gedo was in a daze, and he turned his head away. He couldn't understand how Eli could possibly catch up to him. The Thunder Eagle is a creature that is good at speed, how could it be chased by the Shadow Dragon? But when he saw the blood around Eli, he seemed to understand it. MD, as for the secret method of burning vitality. Gedo was stunned. He felt that he had met a lunatic today. Eli had nothing to lose by letting him go. As for? But he also understands that today's battle may be inevitable. He-Man, you are too deceitful. Gedo said loudly, and in the next second, countless thunder and lightning entangled and flew towards Eli. Eli smiled, surrounded by shadows, and flew over. The giant eagle and the shadow dragon, two creatures several hundred meters away, fought in the sky. The fierce battle made everyone feel scared, and occasionally even an aftermath was enough to tear a mountain or destroy an area. During the battle, Eli deliberately let the battle take place outside the Bloodline Tower. Therefore, the warlocks of the other Bloodline Towers watched the two giant beasts fight blankly from a distance. This was the first time they saw a true spirit-level battle, and it might be the last time they saw it. Is Master so strong? Alice stood in the Wizard Tower, staring blankly at the sky. In the sky, the Shadow Dragon and the Sky Thunder Giant Eagle were fighting, and every confrontation would cause huge waves, the clouds were riddled with holes, and even the surrounding elements were almost only shadows and lightning. But what shocked her was that the Shadow Dragon was hitting the Giant Eagle. Every once in a while, Eli will deal damage to the Thunder Eagle. At this time, there were more than a dozen wounds on Tianli Giant Eagle's body, the largest of which was more than 20 meters long. You could see wriggling granulation and lightning in it, but it was also covered by shadows, preventing him from recovering. Although the Tianli Giant Eagle is big, the Shadow Dragon is even bigger, almost 1.5 times its size. There is quite a feeling of an eagle catching a sparrow. It can be seen that Gedo can't last long. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and there seemed to be a new change in the sky. During the brutal battle, Eli once again found a chance. This time, he directly caught the link of Gedo's wings, which made Gedo's balance uncontrollable in an instant, and he swayed from side to side. Eli stepped back quickly. Opening the dragon's mouth, countless shadows quickly gathered. A black ball is brewing in it. The Shadow Dragon breathes out. This time it was a full blow. In the next second, a black light with a radius of tens of meters flew towards Gedo. The black light pierced through the clouds and lightning, and hit Gedo's body directly. Boom! Gedo's body smashed towards the ground, followed by a terrifying explosion. Accompanied by a black air wave passing by for a few miles, a large crater of nearly several hundred meters appeared on the ground, and Gedo's body was embedded in it. At this time, Gedo's eagle eyes had turned white, his wings were torn, his feathers were broken, and there was a nearly penetrating wound on his abdomen, making him extremely embarrassed. Not dead yet, but dead if not treated soon. And with this blow, the huge blood-veined avatar also disappeared little by little, leaving Gedo lying on the ground with his hands seriously injured, his arms had disappeared, and a wound on his chest. He stood up in the deep pit with difficulty, staring at Eli in the sky. Eli landed slowly, and the bloody real body gradually came into contact. Slowly came to the pit where he was. Hopefully he's got some injuries too, but it's nowhere near as good as Gedo's. He-Man, you are very strong. When we met, Gedo stared at Eli. The flesh and blood on his shoulders were rapidly recovering, and soon turned into a white arm again, but this recovery was only short-lived. He looked at Eli apprehensively. He didn't expect Eli to be so terrifying. This trademark is not like a more advanced true spirit. Of course he knew that the most important thing now was to save his own life. His hand was brought to his chest, a necklace was torn off, and then he took out an hourglass, with transparent mysterious particles flowing inside, which looked very mysterious. While holding the hourglass, he looked at Eli who was approaching, and said, "Herman, let me go." "Oh, why?" Eli looked at him, his eyes on the hourglass. He felt the sense of time. "This is the treasure of our hourglass of time. It contains sand grains of time. You should understand that once you touch the sand grains of time, you will lose at least 100 years of life. Come close, I don't mind dying together. On the contrary, as long as you let me go, everything is easy to say, and I even promise that the hourglass of time will never enter the area of the Bloodline Tower on the west coast." Gedo trembled, looking at Eli and said, "He's scared. Time sand." Eli's eyes narrowed slightly, and it happened that his Eli's staff lacked some materials. "This is a very good material, and it is also top-notch." As for the threat, Gedo said, Eli smiled. "Of all the threats, you chose the least useful. Feel sorry." Eli shook his head and continued to approach. Gedo's eyes widened, he didn't expect Eli to be so brave. But at this time, he was at the end of his bow and arrows. Once Eli was allowed to come over, he would really be dead. "Don't come here, I really used it if you came here." Eli walked up step by step, and Gedo stepped back with the hourglass in his hand. But Eli didn't seem to be afraid at all, and walked with a big stride. "He-Man, you forced me." Gedo trembled. The next second, one side of the hourglass was suddenly opened, and the sand of time in the sky flew towards Eli, shining with the unique breath of time, surrounding Eli in every direction. "Humph, you're courting death." Gedo smiled. Only when the time hourglass is in a special container can it not cause harm to people. In this range, Eli is doomed, and it is a pity for his sand grains. But in the next second, his smile stopped abruptly. With a wave of Eli's hand, the grains of sand all over the sky accelerated towards Eli, and then directly gathered in his hand, and his hand, without any protection, just held it directly in his hand. Things that others can't hide in a hurry, are nestled in Eli's hands. Gedo was dumbfounded. "Thank you for the gift." Eli looked at the sand in his hand and smiled. After a few steps, he came in front of Gedo, and he directly grabbed his neck. "Then push hard." Click. In the next second, Gedo's neck tilted, and this true spirit died in Eli's hands with a confused expression. He didn't understand until he died. Why the sand of time doesn't work for Eli. Chapter 322. Hiss, sand grains still do a lot of harm to people at this time. Kill Gedo, and Eli will have time to feel the sands of time. In just a few seconds, he lost hundreds of years of life. This is not negligible for a true spirit, of course, it is just a sprinkle of numbers for him, and he doesn't care. He snatched Gedo's hourglass, put the translucent time sand into it, and put it into his ring. This time, he gained a lot. After all, the dice of fate is just a kind of prophecy witchcraft. Even Eli can't predict Gedo's method, but undoubtedly, Gedo's whole card is really strong. Another warlock, even at the level of Hu, might not dare to say that he would dare to do this, but unfortunately, Gedo met him, the only immortal in the wizarding world. Is this a coincidence? It was a coincidence, but it can only be said that Gedo was too unlucky. This time, fate did not favor him at all. Looking at the dead Gedo, Eli's eyes were complicated. This is the first time he has really faced the real spirit, but it seems that they are not as strong as he imagined. Maybe this has something to do with his deep accumulation, or it has something to do with Gedo's serious injuries. But it doesn't matter that much now. Because he is alive, Guido is dead. His end also means the end of an old era. It's time for a new chapter on the West Coast too. Eli opened his hand. It happened to be evening at this time, and the afterglow of the setting sun was shining on Eli's face, and Gedo, who was kneeling on the ground, had a different kind of beauty. In the distance, there was no movement for a long time. The daring warlock turned over this area, came not far away, and saw this sluggish scene. Your Excellency 1, that true spirit is dead. He opened his mouth wide and passed the message backwards. My Lord 1. My Lord 1. One by one warlocks spread the news, and soon the entire Bloodline Tower knew the news. The Thunder Giant Eagle Warlock from the Hourglass of Time was killed by Lord Herman. In an instant, the entire Bloodline Tower fell into a carnival, and everyone vented the carnival of the rest of their lives. I knew Lord Herman could do it. Master Herman is too strong. I expected it a long time ago. Lord Herman is as big as his real body. Although big is not necessarily strong, there is a high probability that he will not be weak. This is the true spirit of the Hourglass of Time? You have been building up momentum for 3 days, just to make yourself more famous? Laugh. Every warlock's admiration for Eli has reached its peak, and it's almost like watching a god. In the distance, in the wizard's tower, Alice let go of the curtains with both hands, showing a relaxed smile. Master, I knew you could do it. True spirit was killed, then it was time for her to do something. The banner of the Bloodline Tower, it's time to make up the last area. On the other side, Eli brought Gedo's interspatial ring, which is the one on his neck. Open. Suddenly a lot of things were dug out. There were a lot of things, but the content made Eli a little disappointed. This. Eli looked at the things in the ring, the corners of his mouth twitching. It's not that there are too many things that dazzle his eyes, it's just that there isn't a single one that he can see in it, but it seems normal. Gedo has been sleeping for nearly 1,000 years by means, and there is a high probability that he cleaned it up before he fell asleep, so there is nothing. But Eli is not too bad, at least there is still a grain of time. Eli really loves this extremely cherished material. He planned to use it as a material to upgrade Eli's scepter to the level of the 4th ring, but that would have to be done after he settled down. After the inventory was over, Eli put away Gedo's body, and then headed back towards the Tower of Blood. The warlocks along the way stepped aside and looked at Eli silently with admiration. Eli ignored it and walked calmly. Soon, he came to the outskirts of the Bloodline Tower. At this time, the high-level leaders of the Bloodline Tower headed by Alice were already waiting. Seeing Eli's return, they all bowed down to express their gratitude. Master, thank you for everything you have done for the Tower of Blood. Alice thanked. No, I just want to have a stable environment. Eli shook his head and said. The time hourglass will be handed over to you. Yes. Alice said firmly. They should have left some materials from the wizarding era, that's very important, get it for me. Eli continued. Gedo died when he died, but the time hourglass he left behind was a treasure, at least for Eli. Eli wanted to see what precious information was in it. Okay. Alice nodded, expressing her understanding. Then you guys go, I'm going back to rest, I just sat in the middle of an experiment. After ordering some things, Eli walked directly towards the wizard tower. With that expression, people who don't know would think that he just went out for a walk. Eli's figure quickly disappeared into the realization of many high-level people. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although Eli was very kind, after all, he had just killed a true spirit, which put a lot of pressure on everyone, and they didn't even dare to look at him, even Alice. The Master's Majesty is getting more and more serious. Alice took a deep breath, then glanced at the many high-level people, and said. Everyone, what are you waiting for, let's go to the meeting. Everyone's eyes lit up. Thanks to the construction of the Bloodline Tower over the years, they have their own news channels. Therefore, when Eli killed Gedo, the news spread at a rapid speed. In less than half a day, the entire west coast had already heard the news that Eli had defeated Ghetto, and all the warlocks fell into a carnival. At this time, in a city. This city is located on a plain. At this time, the city wall has been broken in two, and inside the city, an unknown number of houses have collapsed, some places are burning with flames, dead people are everywhere, and blood is everywhere. And among the ruins, there are time hourglass warlocks one after another. They did all this. The warlocks looked at all this without too many fluctuations in their hearts, but felt a burst of carefreeness. This was their territory in the first place, and everything just returned to the past. Suddenly, outside the car door of the city, a warlock ran back from the outside. His expression was flustered, his steps were hasty, he even fell directly when he came in, his clothes were stained with a lot of blood, but he didn't care, he just got up. While running, he shouted, "Master Ghetto was killed by Herman. Master Ghetto was killed by Herman." His voice was loud, and everyone turned their attention to him. Their eyes were filled with shock. It wasn't the warlock who was shocked, but what he said. "Lord Ghetto is dead? How is that possible?" A three-ring warlock even grabbed the warlock's neck and angrily said, "What are you talking about? Do you want to die?" "My lord, I'm not lying, this is the news from the Time Hourglass's spies." Warlock struggled, his face turned red from being suppressed. "You're lying." The three-ring warlock still didn't believe it. "Master Ghetto is so strong, how could it be possible for Neerman to kill him?" The little warlock in front of him wanted to disturb the morale of the army. His hands were gradually exerting force. Even if he killed this kind of warlock, no one would dare to say anything. The warlock's face gradually turned purple, his limbs struggled, and suddenly, a jingle sound spread throughout the city, and everyone heard it clearly. The three-ring warlock suddenly turned his head, with a shocked expression on his face. This special voice is only used when a big person dies. Could it be? The strength in his hands gradually weakened, and he let go of the warlock. The warlock lay on the ground and breathed in the air, like a fish entering the ocean from the ground. The three-ring warlock ignored him and looked into the distance. Suddenly, a warlock ran towards him in the distance. "My lord, Lord Andrew told you to go to a meeting." The warlock said. "What happened?" The three-ring warlock took a deep breath and asked. "My lord, Master Ghetto is dead." Warlock whispered, his eyes full of pain. Hearing this, the three-ring warlock only felt dizzy for a while. His body went limp and he fell directly to the ground. It turned out to be true. The warlock didn't lie to him. It's all true. Chapter 323. After more than 10 minutes, the three-ring warlock adjusted his mentality. Reluctantly got up, headed in the direction of the Bloodline Tower in a daze. And when he opened the door of the conference room, what kind of scene did he see? In the conference room with dozens of people, there was no sound at all. Many people were lying on the table with tears streaming from the corners of their eyes. Some were leaning on high-backed chairs sluggishly, staring blankly at the ceiling, and some were trembling and sweating coldly. And at the front, their most trusted Lord Anderson was leaning on a chair with chapped lips and muttering, as if he was out of his mind. The death of Master Ghetto was a devastating blow to everyone. How high-spirited they were when they came, how desperate they are now. They understand that the hourglass of time has run out. It is true. Seeing this scene, the three-ring warlock no longer had any doubts, 2 strings of tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. "Go fuck back to the west coast, fuck the true spirit. All gone." He collapsed directly to the ground again. It's not that his body can't stand up, but that his will has been completely disintegrated. The flames of war in the hourglass of time have not yet reached the core area of the Bloodline Tower. But the real war is over. On the same day, Anderson ordered a retreat, and the hourglass men desperately retreated back. On the same day, the Legion of the Bloodline Tower had already begun to assemble, and tens of thousands of warlock legions headed north. Their purpose was only one, to take down the hourglass of time and unify the west coast. The war has begun. The war between the hourglass of time and the Tower of Blood is different from the imaginary. Because Eli didn't do anything, coupled with the unique environment of the plateau, the warlocks of the Bloodline Tower first encountered environmental problems. The plateau environment prevented them from exerting their full strength, so the first wave of attacks came, and the Bloodline Tower was repelled up. The repulsed Bloodline Tower has established a new front in the north, led by Nicholas, who is happy to take on the task. For Nicholas, the new war can be described as a timely help. A large number of undead finally greatly relieved his weakness, and his joining also added new power to the bloodline tower, which made the time hourglass a lot of trouble. After all, undead don't have much demand for the environment. But being unable to attack for a long time still made many people feel anxious. In addition, Eli was also greedy for the information in it, so he sent Hydra. The Hydra at this time is not the Hydra 200 years ago. The half-step true spirit whose strength is average is not an opponent at all. With his help, the bloodline tower broke through the hourglass defense line that day and entered the hinterland of the hourglass. Hourglass of time resisted tenaciously, but it was only a matter of time before their failure could be foreseen. 1 year later, the bloodline tower has entered the core area of the hourglass of time. The holy city of the time hourglass was breached, Anderson was swallowed by Hydra on the spot, other high-level officials were killed, and hundreds of thousands of warlocks and ordinary people were captured. Since then, the hourglass of time has been destroyed. And it is said that an interesting thing was found in it. It is said that after the bloodline tower took control of the city that day, it came to the prison and found Dus in the prison. When he was found, his whole body had been decomposed for a long time, but his hands were still holding on to the window railing. It seems to be looking into the distance. The warlock who had caused a lot of trouble to the bloodline tower died in prison in the end. But anyway, it's over. When the flag of the bloodline tower fluttered on that plateau, it meant that this force that existed for thousands of years after the Cataclysm era was also crushed by the wheel of time. The West Coast is unified. Since then, the bloodline tower is the only master on the West Coast. Master, we are still sorting out the materials of time hourglass. It may take some time, because their library seems to be scattered, and it will take time to find it. In the wizard's tower, Alice reports to Eli. Eli nodded, feeling filled with emotion. When he first came, the bloodline tower was still an ordinary force on the West Coast. Nearly 1,000 years have passed, and it has grown to where it is today. It's really touching. Alliance of 10,000 Bloods, Shadow Monitor Warlock Academy, Unicorn Warlock Academy, Holy Tower, Heart of Night, Harpy, Heart of Thorns. Those forces that were famous at least on the West Coast or in some areas at the beginning have all disappeared with the passage of time, and Eli's acquaintances have also left many batches. He really relied on time to grind to the present step by step. Then he should be able to meditate with peace of mind. After thinking for a while, Eli looked at Alice and said, "The war is over, and there are still many things to deal with, please." "Well, Master, this is what I should do." Alice nodded. "Oh, by the way, Master, we will hold a grand meeting of the Tower of Bloodline in a month's time, will Master participate?" Alice asked, looking forward to it. To the Bloodline Tower at this time, the Master is like a god. If he participates, he will definitely be able to push this feast to its peak. "I won't go, I'm more used to being quiet." Eli shook his head in denial. He generally refuses to be in the limelight. "Okay." Alice felt a little regretful, but she still got up, bowed to Eli, then turned and left. Eli just stares calmly. A month later, the grand event belonging to the Tower of Bloodlines has begun. The whole area of the Bloodline Tower became lively, and countless warlocks walked out of the house, celebrating this day like ordinary people, and the streets were empty. There are huge crowds of people on the ground, and there are flying monsters in the sky that drop things like ribbons. On this day, there is free-flowing drinks in the Tower of Bloodline area, and all shops have a 30% discount, and the rest of the damage will be paid by the Tower of Bloodlines. For this feast, Bloodlines has paid a lot. But it's worth it. It can be expected that after this feast is over, the centripetal force of the Bloodline Tower will be greatly strengthened, and everyone's originally suppressed mentality will be released, which will bring more benefits than losses. As for the loss of money, that's not a problem, after all, this is their territory, so doing this is nothing more than putting money from the left hand to the right. As for Eli, he didn't go out that day. He just glanced at the lively scene through the window, the lights were bright, and then he turned and walked into the laboratory, and began to try to fuse the grains of time with Eli's scepter. He was already used to being alone. It was rare for him to see such a lively scene, but so what, it was just a day in his long life, slightly different, but nothing more. Still he was very happy. At least the environment is stable again, and he can devote himself to his work. It's just that he hopes that the stability this time can last longer. But this is also unpredictable, because the future is inherently changing. Even if it is prophecy witchcraft, what you see is only a corner. As for what the real future is, there is only one way to know. That is to see for yourself. He is looking forward to that day. Chapter 324. A year passed by in the blink of an eye. With Alice's efforts, the remaining people in Time Hourglass, except for some diehards, have also accepted the rule of the Bloodline Tower and accepted their arrangements. And everyone in this war has also been commended. Hydra, Alice gave a lot of food, and Nicholas gave him the soul crystals found in the Hourglass of Time. As for the others, they also gained a lot. Nicholas gained the most, because before his soul was rotted due to long-term lack of supplements, but after this wave of supplements, the situation has been restored. Gains from other wars were rewarded to other warlocks. For a time, many new 3 rings were born in the Tower of Blood, and their power became stronger. And this year was also the year when Herman's name was mentioned the most. Countless statues stand all over the west coast, and of course they use Herman's face, but Eli doesn't know whether this is the realization of this friend's original dream. His dream, it seems, is to become a celebrity. Among the secrets. In the lab. Eli is conducting a nerve-wracking experiment. A huge witch formation was imprinted on the ground, shining with light, and in the center of the witch formation, there was a beautiful staff floating, and beside it, there were magical grains of time sand floating. Fusion. In the quiet laboratory, Eli said suddenly. In the next second, the witch formation bloomed brightly, the amethyst on the original staff began to fall off, and then began to melt, the liquid flowing inside also slowly disappeared, and the sand of time slowly floated over to replace the liquid in it. In the blink of an eye, this step is already more than half completed. After a few seconds, the light of the witch formation gradually went out. Revealing the body of the floating wizard's staff, the head of the staff is filled with time sand in the amethyst, like a dream, the translucent time sand exudes a dreamy color in the amethyst. The replacement was successful. Eli was overjoyed, and the next step was to assemble it. It took Eli another month to create the runes and brand the witch formation. A month later, Eli looked at the Eli scepter in his hand and smiled. At this time, the witch scepter has reached the level of the 4th ring, which is a huge improvement compared to before. The most important of these is naturally the most important function of the wizard's staff, which is to increase the speed of magic condensation and the release of witchcraft. In this regard, with the blessing of the Hourglass of Time, the release of witchcraft can be accelerated by half. Don't underestimate this speed. For the true spirit stage, it is a huge improvement to be able to improve a little bit, let alone half, which is the precious item of this time system. The second is the perception of elements, which have also been improved to a certain extent. Better than nothing. Another 2 months passed. The sorting out of all the books of Time Hourglass has also ended. Alice sent all the books to Eli's room. There were as many as 10 boxes, occupying one of Eli's rooms. Eli has read all the books, but he is still a little disappointed. Among these materials, there is very little information about witchcraft, and he just realized that the Hourglass of Time was originally a warlock force, and there is no need for Eli at all. This disappointed Eli. But in fact, it is not without gains. In this pile of information, he found one of the core and most vicious knowledge that black wizards use to roam the endless world, the knowledge of blood curse. Blood curse. It once originated from the initial stage of the wizard era, and was researched and explored by the first Dark Witch King. It needs to be cast on specific creatures and races, used on itself, and then obtain the curse of specific creatures. As for the effect, as long as the curse is successful, as the wizard kills this creature, he can get elemental bonuses. In short, witchcraft and means are more powerful against these creatures. This is also one of the important means for the wizarding world to conquer foreign lands, and it is also an important reason for the wizard's reputation. The titles of Civilization Destroyer, World Slave Owner, Fear Spreader, etc. are all related to this knowledge. But I can't use it now, I can't use it on humans. Eli shook his head. Using the bloodline curse on humans has always been a taboo in the wizarding world, and it is absolutely not allowed to happen. As long as it is discovered, it will be executed, regardless of rank or status. He has not forgotten that he is still a wizard. If he really uses it, he really doesn't need to be a wizard among wizards. If the wizards in the wizarding world come back later, seeing him for the first time will definitely kill him. Don't underestimate some rules engraved in the spirit. Even wizards have to obey the rules. However, we still need to learn how to speak. Eli smiled and began to check silently. A week later, after confirming that this knowledge had been imprinted in his brain, Eli burned all the information. After all, he had this consciousness, but those warlocks might not have it. Don't underestimate these. This thing is like the sunflower book that spreads out. If a warlock really learns it, ask other people if you learn it. If you don't learn it, you can't beat others. It's a mess. The wizarding world used to rely on absolute power to suppress it, but today's warlock world can't do it. So ruining is the best option. Counting it up and rounding it up, he has saved a wizarding world. Oh, yes, there is one more thing. After dealing with these things, Eli realized that after he was promoted, he forgot a very important thing. That's the thing about cataclysm. It is said that a long time ago, Nicholas told him that it was better not to know these things before the real spirit. Now that he is the real spirit, he should be able to know it. After all, this is still a very important thing. Thinking of this, Eli didn't have any other thoughts, and immediately called Nicholas. After one day. A secret place, a room. Nikolai arrives. My lord, what do you want from me? Nicholas looked at Eli and asked. Well, there is indeed something about the cataclysm. Eli nodded, and said, I remember I had a chat with you before, but at that time you said that it is best not to understand under the true spirit. Now it's really good, it should be fine. Hiss. Nicholas raised his head, took a breath, and his face became serious. He didn't expect that the adults came to him to discuss this matter. My lord, what do you want to know about this question? He looked at Eli and asked tentatively. All the information you know. Eli said. Okay. It was obvious that Nicholas was a little embarrassed, but he still started to narrate. My lord, I told you before that the disaster was related to a certain civilization, right? Yes. Eli nodded. Actually, I don't know much. After all, I was only the third ring at that time, but my teacher is a true spirit, so I know a little bit. As far as I can tell, what happened was also quite simply that the wizarding world went about its normal world looting and wars, and then went into an unfamiliar territory. It is said that it is a dead and silent area, and the positive civilized area is full of disturbing feelings, and the entire civilized area is extremely quiet. This naturally aroused the desire of the wizards to explore the interior of the civilized area, and finally a terrifying civilization occurred there, and then led to a series of events that followed. Said Nicholas. What civilization? Not very clear. Nicholas shook his head. I only know that it is a very weird world. It is said that the world is full of weirdness and curses. Of course, these are actually nothing. The most terrifying thing is that the creatures in that world have some spiritual pollution, which is enough to pollute the curse of the wizard's spiritual power. Psychic pollution. Eli was slightly surprised. He seemed to understand something. All the power of a wizard is above the spiritual power. If it is a race that is good at spiritual pollution, then its threat to the wizarding world is self-evident. It's the equivalent of a snail meeting salt. Of course, this metaphor is exaggerated, but it should be able to express it very well. What about the catastrophe? Eli also sat up straight at this time and asked. Serious eyes. This is what he cares about the most. Chapter 325. Cataclysm. The culprit that led to today's wizarding world. Because of the cataclysm, countless wizards had to leave their homes and choose to leave the wizarding world. The once powerful civilization was almost torn apart, leaving only some warlocks in the wizarding world. The higher the wizard's level, the faster the life consumption in the wizarding world. It's like a curse on this civilization. Therefore, when Eli asked about the cataclysm, even Nicholas couldn't help being stagnant. His tone was depressed a lot, and his eyes were a little sad. He is a wizard who has really experienced those years and felt the glory of the wizarding world. Compared with Eli, he can feel this terrifying gap. After a few minutes, he finally said, My lord, about the cataclysm, this is really too high-end, I only know a little, and it's very incomplete. You say? Nicholas took a deep breath and said. About the cataclysm, this has to start with the discovery of civilization at that time. First of all, according to the practice of discovering new civilizations in our wizarding world, we usually send advance troops to investigate first, and this time is no exception, but it is said that when those advance troops returned, they were all crazy. Crazy? Eli asked. That's right, they're all crazy, their mental power is polluted, and they lose their will. Nicholas sighed. The wizarding world didn't realize the problem of these people at the time, and let these people go home after returning, but what everyone didn't expect was that this kind of pollution was actually contagious, and it was completely contagious very quickly. By the time everyone realized it, those people had already infected nearly 10,000 people, and those who infected them had also polluted their mental power, greatly reduced their mental power, and even found it difficult to activate the mental power model. Nicholas said. How does the wizarding world deal with that? Eli asked. Isolation. The wizarding world directly activated a level 3 world warning, isolating all these people in a floating city, and using the teleportation array to solve the pollution problem. Under such high-intensity measures, the pollution has been effectively curbed. And after that? Eli asked, since it was contained, but a catastrophe still occurred later, it seems that there will be variables in the future. After that, something happened that no one expected. Nicholas said with fear in his eyes. A large number of polluted wizards gathered in the floating void city. No one expected that the pollution would actually deepen. In just 3 days, the pollution that gathered together seemed to erupt completely. Those wizards completely lost their self-awareness, and their consciousness collapsed, but still able to act. The wizarding world suspects that they are no longer themselves, and decided to use the void exile to throw them into the endless and diverse void, but encountered great resistance. In the end, the Wizard Council overcame all kinds of resistance and issued an order to exile them. Nicholas was talking, while Eli listened quietly. It seems that things are not so bad so far. But when everyone came near the floating island, something unexpected happened to everyone. The floating island is no longer what it used to be. Not only wizards, but also the buildings, objects, and even the island itself have all been distorted. And between the twists, a channel was born, not the actual material channel, but the spiritual power channel. After finishing this paragraph, Anthony slowed down for a few seconds before continuing. The powerful great wizards can feel that this place has turned into a mark of another world. With this mark, another civilization has invaded the wizard world. This is also the reason why the wizard world has been invaded for countless epochs already. Eli was also shocked when he heard this. It is self-evident how powerful the wizarding world used to be. If this civilization dares to invade, it can explain their strength or courage, or their chaos. And then? Eli asked. After that, with the help of this mark, the creatures from that world came to the wizarding world. Nicholas pursed his lips. I don't know much about this, because the area where they landed was not on the west coast. And the powerful 8-ring wizard at that time directly stripped that area out of the wizarding world, but because the connection had been established, it was attached to the wizarding world, where the war took place. What about you? Eli asked jokingly. My lord, please don't make fun of me. I was only in the first circle at that time, and I didn't participate in that war, and the information of the war is strictly confidential, but thousands of wizards enter it every year, and I haven't seen many wizards. If I go, the adults may really not see me. Nicholas said awkwardly. That's it. Eli suddenly realized. He said that if there was a war, how could there be no traces? So it didn't happen inside the wizarding world. What was the result of the war? Eli asked. The result? Nicholas sighed a little. The war lasted about 10 years and finally broke out in what seemed to be an unprecedented battle. The world's top powerhouse also came here through that mark. It is said that the war was dark, and the entire wizarding world could see the glory of the war outside. The elemental tide caused by it lasted for a full month in the wizarding world. We won that war. The supreme person of that world fell into the wizarding world. It is said that he was a terrifying existence with the peak of the 8 rings, but we also suffered heavy losses. 2 of the 8 rings died. But the Supreme One did something at the price of that mark, based on all his strength, and after that, there was a terrible catastrophe. That's all I know. The peak of the 8 rings? The most high? Detonation mark? Cataclysm? The nouns shook Eli's heart. He never expected that the story behind the cataclysm was so tortuous and complicated, and it involved so many powerful people. Eli could not be calm for a long time. Oh, by the way, my lord, there's one thing you might be interested in. Nicholas said as if remembering something. Oh. Eli narrowed his eyes slightly. Among the 2 adults who fell, I don't know one of them, but there is one called Grey, who is the owner of the Grey Wizard Tower, one of the top 10 most powerful wizard weapons in the wizarding world, and the wizard tower that the warlocks are currently pursuing. said Nicholas. Oh. Eli's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, so, that wizard tower really exists? If confirmed, that would be a big deal. I don't know about that. Anyway, after the war, the wizard tower disappeared. Nicholas shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. That's it. Eli sighed, disappointed. But he wasn't depressed, because he already knew too much information today. If it wasn't for Nicholas, who had witnessed it, it would be difficult for him to know it. Of course, Nicholas also has a lot that he doesn't know. For example, the name of that civilization, the specific creature, who is the strongest coming, and their specific information, what kind of war broke out in that deprived area, and finally the most important thing, how the curse affects the wizarding world, and the war happened. These are all things he does not know, and there are still many things unknown about this history. Then, do you have anything else to ask? If not, I'll leave first. Nicholas asked aside. Well, I'll see you off. Thank you, sir. Soon, Eli sent Nicholas out of the mystery. On the way back, Eli exposed Hill, passed by Hydra, and saw the dog General Dylan, who was still reforming himself. But this time he looked at Dylan, and a curiosity flashed in his heart. That's whether Dylan actually had anything to do with that wizard tower, and how he ended up on the west coast. But this question is bound to have no answer. Eli glanced at it and left. He gained a lot today, but not only did he not understand, but he also had more doubts. Unfortunately, the answers to these questions required him to take the initiative to find them, and they were not on the west coast. The central continent. Eli closed his eyes. Again, he will go, but not yet. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes and walked towards the laboratory. In the distance, Dylan raised his head and glanced at Eli. There was a blue light in the mechanical eyes. Chapter 326. The cataclysm came to an end, and Eli entered a new stage of rest. On the one hand, he is continuing to deepen his previous knowledge, on the other hand, he is also researching and working hard to create the four-ring witchcraft that suits him. The sorcery at the level of the fourth ring is completely different from that below the fourth ring, because once the witchcraft at the fourth ring level has involved the law, the difficulty and power will naturally soar. Of course, this does not mean that wizards of the four rings need to master the rules. This problem is like learning mathematics. One is to learn the underlying knowledge and deduce it, and the other is to directly use formulas to solve problems, and Siwan's witchcraft is the latter. But even so, the amount of sorcery in the fourth ring is much less than that in the third ring. Even creation is definitely not an easy task. Of course, Eli was just trying, and he was going to start experimenting with the most basic elemental witchcraft, the wind elemental witchcraft, which he used the most, and he started using it from the apprenticeship stage, but the difficulty was just as huge. It might take a long time, but Eli is willing to take the time. Anyway, he is not planning to go to the central continent for the time being. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Eli deduced from some information the structure that some true spirit-level witchcraft needs to have, and made the first attempt, but there is no doubt that the first attempt failed gloriously. But Eli wasn't discouraged either. After all, it's just the beginning. And although he is not very confident in other aspects of him, when it comes to learning and creating witchcraft, Eli's talent is definitely top-notch. Even the always modest Eli will not deny this. Take your time. Another 5 years. The first attempt at witchcraft was successful. 4-ring witchcraft storm tornado, create a huge tornado to attack the enemy. It belongs to a single element attack, powerful and not small, and it is also the first 4-ring witchcraft created by Eli. But witchcraft has been created, so it has to be experimented with. But he had no idea where to go. On this day, he was also thinking about this question. Suddenly, he seemed to feel something in his heart, and suddenly flew towards the outside of the wizard tower, reaching an altitude of more than 1,000 meters. The silvery eyes activated automatically, and his eyes looked at the endless sea in the distance, more precisely, the depths of the endless sea. He faintly sensed that something had changed in the depths of the endless sea. Moreover, this change traveled through an unknown number of kilometers and spread to here. At this time, the water elements above the endless sea have completely rioted. In the field of vision, above the endless blue sea, the water elements are trembling slightly, and below the surface, there are turbulent sea water tumbling, and the sea creatures are also scurrying wildly. If Eli's guess is correct, there will be a huge tsunami next. It seems that something big has happened in the depths of the endless sea. Eli's eyes were complicated. The endless sea is still too mysterious for Eli, and this sea, which occupies nearly a quarter of the wizarding world, contains creatures and other things that are full of mystery. Hope it doesn't bother him too much. Eli shook his head, returned to the wizard's tower, and called Alice. Master, what can I do for you? Alice asked. For them in the third ring, it is not enough to perceive the subtle changes in the depths of the endless sea, and the ocean is not within their supervision. There's going to be a huge tsunami coming up on the west coast, and you need to be prepared. Eli said. Tsunami? Alice blinked, a little puzzled. Well, how could a tsunami happen? It's the tsunami. You don't have much time. It's estimated that the tsunami will come within 3 hours. Eli looked at him and said. Yes. Although puzzled, Alice knew that now was not the time to discuss this. It was only 3 hours, and that was really the speed of life and death. Soon, pieces of news centered on the Tower of Blood and spread towards the area of the Tower of Blood. Coastal cities immediately launched an emergency evacuation. Prioritize evacuation of personnel, followed by resources. Of course, during this process, I also met some people who were unwilling to cooperate and chose to stay in the city. They felt that they had a good stay, and there had been no tsunami on the west coast for nearly 1,000 years, so how could there be a tsunami? Faced with these people, Alice's choice is to let them go. In just 3 hours, she didn't have much choice. Eli also supports this. There are not so many coastal cities, and this group of people didn't imagine much, and they are all adults. They should be responsible for their own thoughts, even if they don't want to do this, it's their own death. Thanks to the good construction of the Bloodline Tower over the years, the retreat went smoothly. But there was also a little surprise. Teacher, a city is built on Wanghia, which is a coast near the northern part of the west coast, which is far away from us. It has been nearly 2 hours since we got the news. And that city was the only coastal city in the hourglass before, and when the war happened before, many of their people went there to avoid danger. As a result, there are a lot of people there, coupled with the general surrounding environment. The nearest city is 40 to 50 kilometers away, there is no time to retreat, and the surrounding terrain is flat, and there are no mountains to hide from. Alice anxiously reported to Eli Hui. Time is still too tight. Then what are you going to do? Eli glanced at her. Master, we. Alice lowered her head. Okay, I see, I will go. Eli said with a smile. He naturally knew that Alice was thinking, and she came to ask for help. What's more, the danger is not that great for him, after all, it's just a tsunami, and even Eli can't bear to let a whole city be submerged by the tsunami, and most importantly, he also needs to test the new witchcraft. Then trouble master. Alice's eyes lit up. During this period of time, she also sent warlocks to investigate urgently, and indeed found something wrong in the endless sea. Eli nodded. Soon, Alice left. Eli puts on the wizard robe and leaves the wizard tower. The body turned into a bloody light, heading north. 50 minutes later. Roha City. At this time, I don't know how many warlocks are standing on high places, looking towards the endless sea in the distance. All of them have serious faces. Only half an hour ago, everyone knew the news of the coming tsunami. But the time was too short, and they were too close to the sponge. Except for some warlocks above the level of official wizards who had time to run, other ordinary people, even apprentices, had no time to run. Therefore, at this moment in Roha City, hundreds of thousands of nervous people gathered. On the city wall, many people looked at the sea. Did you say there will really be a tsunami? An apprentice asked the apprentices beside him. Since the Bloodline Tower has been notified, it must not be a fake. Yes, but if a tsunami comes, how much more we can live? Hey, why did you notify me so late? It's too late to run. The crowd had different expressions and depressed tones. Before a natural disaster like a tsunami, accidents might happen to even the warlocks in the first ring if they were not careful, not to mention ordinary people and apprentices like them. I am afraid that at least half of the people in this city will die when the tsunami comes. I'm coming. Suddenly, someone pointed to the sea level in the distance and shouted loudly. Everyone looked over. At the junction of the sea surface, I saw a white wave rolling and getting higher and higher. At first, it was only a dozen meters high. When it reached the coastline, it was a full 200 meters high. Moreover, the tsunami was so wide that it almost covered dozens of miles to the coast. The tsunami covered the sky and cast a shadow that made everyone feel a wave of fear. Everyone looked at the tsunami that was getting closer and closer, and couldn't help feeling desperate. A tsunami nearly 200 meters high, are you kidding me? An apprentice collapsed on the high wall, their city wall was only tens of meters high. It's over, it's over. The others also looked desperate. The tsunami was getting closer and closer, and when it was less than 300 meters away from the coast, at this distance, everyone could even feel the abundant water element in the air and hear the sound of the tsunami moving. By now, everyone has no hope. One by one, they frantically ran into the building. After all, a tsunami of this size may be enough to kill ordinary apprentices with just one impact. Don't underestimate the power of natural disasters. But suddenly, everyone only heard a gust of wind. Everyone looked up. In the sky, a bloody light streaked across and flew towards the tsunami. A few hundred meters away from the tsunami, the blood light stopped, and a figure appeared. He was holding a magic staff in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, an endless gust of wind swept up in an instant, and everyone only saw the harsh wind and hissing in the sky. In the sky, a huge tornado appeared in front of the man. The tornado was about 100 meters high, not much smaller than the tsunami, and in the eyes of everyone, it hit the tsunami directly. Boom! The tsunami hit the tornado, and everyone saw that the tsunami was directly torn open, and the tsunami in this area of the city was involved by the tornado, which is equivalent to directly disconnecting the tsunami of more than 10 miles away. For a while. After the offset tsunami, the tornado also slowly disappeared. Tsunamis in other regions also landed on the west coast. But it is no longer important to the residents of Roha City. Because they are saved. People ran out of the houses one after another, cheering for the survivors. At this time, someone recognized Eli's appearance and shouted He-Man's name. Only then did people realize that the one who saved them was actually the true spirit of the Bloodline Tower, Warlock He-Man. Everyone was taken aback. Even at this moment, people who didn't have a strong affiliation with the Tower of Bloodlines were grateful to He-Man, the Tower of Bloodlines, and thanked them for saving their lives. After all, this is a true spirit. They actually came all the way to save some ordinary people. Saving people once has completely bought the hearts of these people. It is conceivable that after this incident is over, there will definitely be many worshippers and flowers in front of Eli's statue, and it will last for a long time. And after the crisis is eliminated. Eli put away his staff in the sky, glanced at the calming sea, and then turned his head. At this time, Roha City had already fallen into a carnival, and countless people expressed their joy for the rest of their life after the catastrophe, and they even shouted He-Man's name loudly. Seeing this scene, Eli's mood was rarely happy. Saved people and tested witchcraft. Not in vain. After he finished watching, he took another look at the ocean, and his body was once again wrapped in blood, streaking across the sky. Leave. Chapter 327. The next day. Alice comes to report to Eli on the damage caused by the tsunami. Teacher, we lost about 100,000 magic stones, and the 2 nearby cities were completely destroyed by the tsunami and turned into ruins, and the potion fields nearby were also submerged. Alice said. What about those who insist on not leaving? Eli asked. Basically all died. Alice shook her head and said, however, 1 or 2 lucky ones survived, and even ran to our area to question us, and then we arrested them. Should the villain file a complaint first? Eli smiled, but didn't take it seriously. By the way, Master, I suspect that this tsunami may be just the beginning. I plan to set up a marine supervision department to supervise the waters near the west coast. What do you think? Alice asked. Good idea. Eli nodded. Now that he lived here, he naturally had to master the ocean conditions. Okay. With Eli's support, Alice has a lot of confidence. After discussing the details for a while, Alice left. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The Marine Supervision Department was established under Alice's proposal, with Nicholas in charge and Hydra as an assistant, and hundreds of excellent warlocks were also transferred to serve as members. 1 month after the establishment of the department, the first round of coastal surveys was launched. It was discovered that there were many more creatures from deeper oceans in the nearby sea area, which may have been brought up by the tsunami, but when the news reached Eli, he still had a vague feeling that something was wrong. I have to choose the water element for the next elemental witchcraft. Eli vaguely feels that the water elemental witchcraft may play an important role for a period of time in the future, and in ocean warfare, the water elemental witchcraft is very important. With the experience of creating witchcraft for the first time, Eli is also quite proficient in creating it. But after all, Eli didn't want to understand the water elemental witchcraft, and he didn't study it too deeply. It was also 10 years later that he developed the first water element 4-ring witchcraft. Vortex Funeral. Use the surging water element to rotate continuously in the ocean to create a huge ocean vortex, but there are high-strength water element blades inside. As long as you enter it, you will be ruthlessly strangled. And he also fused certain devouring runes, which can make him have a strong devouring power. I don't know if it's a coincidence. At this time, the Marine Regulatory Department also sent new news. Something is approaching the west coast. Nicola came to report. My lord, outside the west coast, my undead seems to have seen a large number of YC people approaching this side. If I guessed correctly, it should be the Devil Killer Whale family, and the number is about 300. Devil Killer Whale family. Eli blinked. He had encountered this race when he went to the ocean to get the materials to advance to the third ring. It was a deep-sea creature. It seemed that they rescued and planned to occupy the sea here, but after being killed by him, he never saw them come back. But this time the ocean changed, and they came here. It means that they will not succeed in the deep sea or encounter an accident. Eli was also very curious about what happened in the deep sea. Is there any real spirit level? Eli asked. My lord, so far we haven't detected any demon tiger sharks with the spirit level. Nicholas said. Okay. Eli nodded and said, be careful and investigate, and let me know when the time comes. Yes. Nicola nodded. After reporting, he also left. 5 days later, Nicholas told Eli that the killer whale family had come to the west coast. Eli turned into a beam of blood again and left the Tower of Blood. A few hours later, he came to the endless sea. Looking at the blue water, Eli looked in one direction. In that direction, he sensed the aura of a large number of creatures, which should be the orca family. On the endless sea. One place. The waves rolled, and a black line could be seen moving forward, and the dorsal fin slashed across the water, leaving scratches on the ocean. And if you look carefully, under the dorsal fin, there are huge bodies, black and white patterns, and not too big eyes, but each of them is at least 7 or 8 meters in size, and the largest is more than 10 meters. The number is even more than a few hundred, and it is huge, occupying a large area, and this terrifying group also makes the nearby sea creatures dodge one after another, not daring to approach. And in front of these devil killer whales, 3 devil killer whales with a length of more than 10 meters walked side by side. The largest of them reached 15 meters, and the aura it emitted was at the level of a half-step true spirit. Boss, do you think it's really a good choice for us to leave? The one on the far right of the 3 devil tiger sharks suddenly asked. The devil tiger shark in the center glanced at him, and then said, I don't know, but the deep sea is becoming more and more dangerous now. With the departure of those wizards, there are more and more creatures at the 4th ring level, and we the family has not had a true spirit for a long time. So I think it's better to leave as soon as possible, first go to a safer place to develop for some years, and then wait for me to advance to the 4th ring, and return to the deep sea. The devil tiger shark stopped talking. Boss, there should be humans near the coast, isn't that more dangerous? Asked the devil tiger shark on the other side. Humph. The leader snorted coldly, and said, do you think this is still the wizarding world? If those wizards were here, I would not be able to get within 100,000 meters of the mainland, but it is different now. The wizarding world is only there are some warlocks left, they are far inferior to wizards. The method is, the strength is even more so. However, looking at the 2 devil tiger sharks, he still seemed a little worried. He comforted him, relax, this time we are going to the west coast. I have sent tiger sharks to investigate before. There are no real spirits here, even 3 there are not many rings, so it doesn't matter where we develop. That's it. The 2 devil tiger sharks relaxed a lot when they heard this. Although it is difficult for their family to break through the true spirit, it is not difficult for the 3rd ring. The devil tiger shark family is the 2nd ring as an adult. At this time, 80% of their team is above the 2nd ring, and the 3rd ring occupies the 3rd ring. Almost half. This kind of power is common in the deep sea, but it is different here. Speed up, it's getting close. The leader of the killer whale suddenly poked out of the sea and made a woo, woo sound. The voice was not high but full of power. All the devil killer whales started to speed up after hearing it. Hundreds of devil killer whales began to speed up and swim towards the west coast. A few hours later, a white line gradually appeared in the field of vision of the demon killer whales. As they got closer, all the demon killer whales also saw a rare land. Here they are. The leader of the demon killer whale clan also let out a whining sound again, expressing cheers. Hey, the water flow is not right. Suddenly, a devil killer whale appeared. At this time, everyone found that as they moved forward, the water in front seemed to be swimming forward, and a kind of suction attracted all the devil killer whales, pushing them forward. A demon killer whale jumped up and looked forward. Immediately stunned. On the surface of the sea in front, a huge ocean vortex with a radius of hundreds of meters is rotating. Countless waves are rolling and converging towards the center, which is a huge vortex with no bottom. And they have come into the vortex. Ocean vortex! He shouted. All the demon killer whales looked surprised, and so did the leader of the demon killer whales. He also felt that something was wrong, because he was half below the sea surface and could see the seabed in the distance. In just a few seconds, a huge underwater vortex has formed, violently absorbing everything around it. He looked at a huge second-ringed creature alive, and it was torn apart by blood foam and dyed red as soon as it was involved. Swirl! Unusual! What kind of submarine vortex is this? This is a submarine meat grinder. He was shocked. Just happened to prepare to let the tribe evacuate, but a suction hit. From the corner of his vision, he could only see his clansmen sucking towards the vortex, even those from the third ring, and he struggled crazily, but after a few seconds, he also flew into the vortex. Ruined. The leader of the devil killer whale saw himself getting closer and closer to the whirlpool, and couldn't help feeling desperate. Chapter 328. The tiger shark leader desperately resisted this suction, but he was still getting closer and closer to the vortex inevitably. As he approached, he also felt the water element in it. Where there was the usual soft feeling, what he felt was the coldness like the wind element. Wisps of water elements passed by like knives. As if in a meat grinder, scars appeared one after another around his body, blood-red blood flowed uncontrollably, and then got sucked into the vortex. He was horrified. He is like this at the limit of the 3 rings, so what about the other clansmen? He looked into the distance from the corner of his eye. The vortex on the bottom of the sea was spinning like a tornado on the bottom of the sea, and his clansmen were flying into it one by one. And often the moment you enter, you will be torn into countless pieces of flesh and blood. Those with the 3rd ring can last for a while, but it will soon end in the same way. In just a few minutes, there were almost only a few of his people left. And these few are almost unable to hold on. How could there be such a terrifying underwater vortex near the coast? His little eyes were full of puzzlement and despair, and his heart felt like a knife was piercing his heart. He led his people over many dangers and came here. He thought it was a paradise, but he didn't expect it to be a hell, taking their lives arbitrarily. I regret it. Endless regret lingered in his heart. He only felt that the suction of the vortex was getting stronger and stronger, and he was almost unable to hold on. As for his clansmen, none of them were left in flesh and blood. After holding on for a few more minutes, he also felt unable to hold on. As soon as his mind relaxed, his body followed the sea water and approached the whirlpool. He had already decided that he was dead. Suddenly, he felt that in the sea water, countless sea water suddenly gathered, and a big hand made of sea water tens of meters suddenly appeared, and then grabbed him. Before he could react, he had already been caught, like a caught small fish, escaped from the vortex, and flew towards the surface of the sea. A few seconds later, the giant hand took him out of the sea. He is at a loss. Under the body is a huge seabed vortex, which still exudes a huge terrifying suction at this time, sweeping all the surrounding creatures, and he just escaped from it. Suddenly, he saw above the vortex, there seemed to be a human being looking at him. A real wizard. The moment he saw this human being, the endless terrifying moment made him feel like falling into the abyss of the sea. A human being at the level of a true spirit, and it seems to be a wizard. For a moment, he seemed to have returned to the era when he was enslaved by wizards. Although he was not born in that era, certain fears were deeply implanted in his blood. He also suddenly understood the origin of the vortex. This is not a natural force at all, but a witchcraft of a true spirit. And that human being also flew towards this direction. My lord, please forgive me. For a moment, he subconsciously begged for mercy. Hey! Sensing the message from the soul, Eli raised his eyebrows and asked the question he was most concerned about during this trip. Tell me what happened in the deep sea. Eli asked. At this time, the devil killer whale was caught in the air by the huge but elemental hand. Seeing Eli flying over, feeling the breath of his true spirit, his body couldn't help trembling. After a few seconds, he said. I said, can you let me go? As long as you let me go, I will tell you. Of course. Eli nodded, and then directly said solemnly, I swear by the true spirit, if I don't let you go, my lifespan will be reduced by 1,000 years. The devil killer whale was also stunned, so frankly straightforward. It seems that this true spirit really has no intention of killing him. After all, judging from the current world environment, the lifespan of a 3-ring wizard is 500 or 600 years, and the true spirit is worth more than 1,000 points. And swear by the true spirit, that's not a joke. If you don't keep the oath, your mental power will degenerate at the slightest, and your mental power will collapse and die at worst. Say it. Eli said. Okay, my lord. Seeing the hope of life, the devil killer whale also felt a little better, and said, since your lord asked me what happened in the deep sea, it means that your lord should have sensed the elemental riot 10 years ago. The reason is actually very simple, that is, in the deep sea, the 6-ring level adults who once suppressed the deep sea from the wizarding era ran out of lifespan and died. That's it. Eli suddenly realized. If it was the movement caused by the 6th ring, it seemed normal. Then what is the purpose of your coming here? Eli asked again. With the death of that lord, the originally chaotic deep sea became even more chaotic, and various ethnic groups are vying for the position of master of the ocean again, and now they are fighting every day in the deep sea. We weak races can barely survive, so we come to the sea to seek survival. In order to survive, the devil killer whale told everything he knew. I see, then I understand. Eli nodded, then fell into deep thought. If it is true as what the killer whale said, then although the killer whale family is the first to come here, it will definitely not be the last. In the future, more and more races will leave the deep sea, and some of them will definitely come here. To here. Eli seemed to have seen endless trouble. Have no choice. My lord, can you let me go? At this moment, the devil killer whale not far away suddenly spoke. Of course. Eli nodded, and then the sea suddenly dispersed. The devil killer whale fell straight towards the water surface, and below him was facing the center of the vortex. You're lying. When falling, the killer whale yelled at Eli angrily. He couldn't understand why Eli would do what he did. You have sworn an oath. In just a few seconds, the demon killer whale fell into the vortex, and a few seconds later it was still minced meat. In the sky, Eli felt that his vitality had been lost for 1,000 years, and the vow came true. Innocent child. Eli shook his head and left quickly. He had to go back and think about how to deal with the troubles ahead. And after he left, the vortex under the sea also slowly disappeared, and the sea returned to calm. Soon, Eli returned to the wizard tower. In the wizard's tower, Eli called Alice again. Soon, Alice arrived. Master, our people have already sensed the disappearance of the group of sea creatures. What did Master do? Alice asked. Yet. Eli nodded, and said, but I'm not here to tell you about this matter today. It's about the endless sea, and there will be a big trouble there. Big trouble? Alice was a little puzzled. Yes. Eli nodded. Then Eli told Alice what happened in the deep sea. After listening, she also had a serious face. She understood the seriousness of the matter. Increase investment in the ocean department, you may need some warlocks with ocean blood. Eli said. Is it the blood of marine life? Alice frowned, this is a big question. But when she hesitated, the ring has been pushed over. He was a little puzzled. These are the blood of the killer whale, which should be enough for hundreds of warlocks. Eli said calmly. Hiss. Alice looked down at the ring, her eyes lit up, and with the blood, it would be much more convenient to cultivate. Oh yes, there is one more thing. Eli said suddenly. Oh. Alice looked up. I remember that not far from the west coast, near the ocean, there should be a small island. Eli asked. Yes, it's an uninhabited island with no special resources. Alice nodded. You build it there, I plan to live there. Eli said. He has thought about it. During his next time on the west coast, he will definitely conduct witchcraft experiments frequently, so naturally he needs a deserted and wide place. Endless Sea is a great place. Moreover, he is only in a place not far from the shore, so his safety can be guaranteed, and once a new intelligent race arrives, he will be able to discover it immediately, and test some new witchcraft by the way. And Hydra's advancement also requires a lot of flesh and blood. Serves multiple purposes. Yes. Alice nodded. Chapter 329. Quicksilver Island. An island in the waters near the central part of the west coast, with an area of about 5 square kilometers, is covered with rocks and resources are quite scarce. It has always been an abandoned island. But following Eli's orders, hundreds of people began to transform the island overnight. Eventually, a wizard tower, a laboratory and other supporting facilities were built in the center of the island here. And a month later, Eli came here accompanied by Alice. Master, what do you think of this place? Alice took Eli to visit the island. Okay. Eli nodded. The buildings on the island are normal buildings, so Eli has no objections. Okay, but Master, do you really want to move here? Alice asked hesitantly. Although the distance here is an island close to the mainland, it is still more than 10 kilometers away. Yet. Eli nodded. Now that the decision has been made, there is nothing left to say. Okay, I respect your decision, Master. If you need anything, you can call us. Alice stroked her chest with her right hand, bent down, turned and left. Eli nodded. Half an hour later, Alice and the others left by boat. There is only Eli on the entire island. After thinking about it, Eli released Dylan and Hydra. When Dylan came out, he was assembling the machinery, and he came out with a dazed expression on his face. Glancing at the environment surrounded by the sea and the island, he turned his head to look at Eli, and asked strangely, "Are you planning to die alone here?" "No, it's just a short break." Eli glanced at him and said, "When we leave here next time, it's time for us to go to the central continent." "Really?" Dylan's eyes lit up, and the mechanical tail cocked up happily. This was the first time he got a reply to leave. In his opinion, this should not take long. As for Hydra, it doesn't matter, climbing towards a flat ground in the center of the island, and then falling into a deep sleep, this is the daily life of the synthetic beast Hydra. Time blinks to a month later. There is a pool of blood in the center of Mercury Island. Countless blood is rolling in the pool, and beside the pool are countless runes and spells, exuding all kinds of vicious auras. And among them, a person is completely immersed in it, after which a head is exposed. It was Eli. At this time, he closed his eyes, his face was covered with red bloodstains, and curses were wrapped around his body. A mysterious connection gradually emerged between him and the blood, or the race represented by the blood. This process lasted for 3 hours. 3 hours later, the bloodstains on Eli's body gradually disappeared. A burst of hot air boiled, and the blood in the blood pool around him evaporated quickly, and disappeared completely in the blink of an eye, exposing the naked Eli in it. He opened his eyes, put on his clothes, and walked out slowly. The curse is complete. Eli looked at his left arm. There was already a blue bloodstain on the forearm. This is the blood curse. Eli's blood curse on the Sea clan. Currently, the biological bonus to the Sea clan is almost 0.001%. Eli thought for a while with his perception. Now that he is prepared to stay here for a long time, it will be inevitable to fight the Sea clan in the future. Putting a curse on him will make him more powerful in fighting against the Sea clan, which will also increase his safety factor. This is within the rules. Need to experiment. Eli shook his head, looking beyond the shoreline. He seemed to sense the arrival of a group of sea creatures. He smiled and flew towards the sky. Half an hour later, he saw the Sea clan who came here, a tribe of murlocs numbering in the dozens. Eli waved his staff lightly, and the waves began to roll. After a while, the murloc died. Eli also felt a slight improvement in his curse. About 0.001% more damage to sea race. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 10 years, Eli's spiritual power has increased by about 10 points. Speaking of this, the promotion of the True Spirit stage is actually different from the following. The True Spirit stage is more about accumulating True Spirits, and then making the True Spirits continue to accumulate and then break through. Among them, Warlocks at the Chensing level need to accumulate True Spirits. When the true spirits can accumulate dozens of units, they are like stars, which is the second stage of the true spirits Siwan Chen Xing, the stars. However, after all, the true spirit is obtained from the spiritual power, so naturally it needs the improvement of the spiritual power, and often, a little true spirit generally requires at least 20 points of spiritual power to condense. Of course, and Eli found another problem. That is, due to the difference in his promotion, while improving his spirit, he also needs to improve his bloodline. Only after the bloodline reaches a certain level can his mental power continue to improve. There are pros and cons to this. The advantage is that Eli will be much stronger than the same level, but the disadvantage is that it takes more time. This might not be good news for ordinary wizards, because they don't have that much time, but it's just right for Eli. What he doesn't lack is time. Over the years, Eli has gradually gotten used to life here. Every year, Alice will send a large amount of resources and knowledge found from the ruins, so although Eli is here, she is still in communication with the outside world. And Eli is also creating new witchcraft. Of course, the field he is involved in at this time is still only elemental witchcraft. Compared with other fields that he has no personal experience or has data, this aspect is still more suitable for him. Eli doesn't regret it either. Anyway, he will go to the central continent sooner or later, and those things will be discussed at that time. In the past 10 years, creatures from the deep sea have also come to the sea area to wreak havoc. Thanks to this, Eli's attack power against the Sea Clan has also increased by 0.05%. Just when Eli thought he would ascend without interference, he was a little surprised by the news of one person. Udo is back, he wants to see you, my lord. Eli narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the information on his and Alice's crystal ball. Udo, about 200 years ago, went to the central continent in pursuit of becoming stronger, and there was no news after that. He didn't expect to return suddenly now and want to see him. Bring him to me. After hesitating for a while, Eli decided to meet him. He is also curious about what he has experienced in these years and why he came back again. After one day, standing on the shore, Eli saw a boat approaching slowly from a distance. The boat was not big, it was the kind of boat that could only accommodate a dozen people, and there were only 2 people who got off the boat, one Alice and one old man. Needless to say, Alice, as for the old man next to him, with messy white hair, wearing a white warlock robe, with wrinkled skin, dull eyes and weak breath, only one level. It looks strange, but judging from the shape of the face and figure, it looks like Udo. It seems that he has been through a lot. Master Herman. Looking at the people waiting on the shore, Udo smiled. Let's go, let's talk. Eli nodded, and then said to Alice, you wait here. Eli turned and left, Udo followed, and Alice returned to the boat. After a while, the two came to the wizard tower on the island. In a room. After pouring Udo a cup of tea, Eli sat on the sofa opposite him. Holding the tea, Udo said with emotion, I never thought I could return to the west coast in this life. It's not good, go home. Eli smiled. Yes, I'm home. Udo sighed for a long time. Don't be emotional, tell me what you did, how did you become like this? Eli asked. Me, that's a long story. Udo shook his head. Then take your time, we have more time. Eli said calmly. Yet. Udo nodded. I don't know where the adults want to start. Just talk about it from the day you left the west coast, and let me also hear about the situation in the central continent. She replied. Good. Udo took a sip of tea, put down the teacup, and began to narrate. It was 230 years ago, I left the west coast with endless longing, and went to the bustling central continent. This is where the tragedy begins. Chapter 330. Soon, Udo was telling Eli his story. According to him, when he left that year, the first city he went to by airship was Home City, which was also the closest city to the west coast after passing through the Roja Mountains. Udo lived there temporarily. When talking about this, Udo said with nostalgia, at that time I lived in the city of Homes. It was a coincidence that my next door was a beautiful Nina girl named Tasha. She had beautiful long golden hair, blue eyes, very funny, I fell in love with her. I told her stories about the west coast and she told me his stories, and everything was perfect, everything was so harmonious, I even planned to live there. Eli sipped his tea and listened to the story, which so far had been pretty good. Udo remembered, but what happened to the tragedy? Suddenly one day, the 2 second rings came to us and said that Tasha was a wanted criminal. Naturally, I didn't believe it at the time, so I repelled them. Then I asked Tasha later, and she told me that she is a direct descendant of a bloodline family, with a strong bloodline, but was injured, so she could not improve after becoming a first-ring warlock, and they planned to betroth her to a collateral genius of the same family. She didn't want to, so she ran over. Afterwards I asked her what she was going to do. She said she only wanted to be with me, and I believed it, so I ran away with her. Here, Eli has faintly heard something is wrong. Excuse me, how long have you known each other at this time? Eli asked. Hee, 1 month. Udo said bitterly. Eli. Well, go ahead and listen to him. After that, every once in a while, people would chase us and try to capture Tasha, but you know, my lord, that my strength is not bad, and I easily repelled those people. Before Wu Duo left, his strength was in the late stage of the 3rd ring, and even in the central continent, such strength was not low. It went well. At that time, our plan was to leave the western regions and go to the central regions. In just 5 years, we crossed there, and then went to the border of the western regions in hiding. After that, tragedy happened. I trusted Tasha so much at the time that I had almost no reservations, and the day after I was about to cross there, I was stunned, and she left with all my resources, and during the time I was unconscious, I was the hunted man was caught. The corner of Eli's mouth twitched. This story is so bloody. He could even figure out what happened next. It was nothing more than discovering the truth about Tasha, and then he went into exile or was imprisoned because of this. Sure enough, a few seconds later, Udo said, after being captured, I found out that Tasha turned out to be a warlock from an evil organization. She assassinated many warlocks in the western regions, so she was hunted down, and because I protected her, he also became a wanted criminal and was dragged to a place to fight against the invading alien creatures. Eli was speechless at this point. I didn't expect you, Udo, who was once very smart, to become like this. And then? Eli asked. After that, I stayed there for a full 120 years. I was caught in a place called the Abyss, where there were some creatures under the ground, trying to invade the world. There, due to the unique environment there, over the past 120 years, I have directly degraded to the level of the 2nd ring, and my face has also become like this. Udo smiled bitterly. After an accident, I ran out from there, but in my heart, I decided to go to Tasha. Why? At this moment, Eli couldn't help asking. Because I love her. Udo shook his head and said, My lord, I know this is really ridiculous, but that's really the reason. You are amazing. Eli gives Udo the thumbs up. Then did you find it? No, but I found his daughter, who is also my daughter. Udo raised his head and said, when she told her she was pregnant on the way, I didn't believe it. I didn't expect it to be true. According to my daughter, Tasha actually gave birth to her in the first year of going to Central Territory, and Tasha was hunted down by their organization at the time. I was anesthetized to prevent me from participating in it. This flip. Although it is bloody, it is also reasonable, otherwise it would be difficult to explain why the woman killed him in the first place, but chose to stun him. My lord, it's hard to imagine how I felt when I learned all this. In a fit of anger, I found several branches of that evil organization, and then wiped them out. Then you were hunted down again. Eli asked strangely. My lord, you really guessed it right. Udo was also a little embarrassed. At that time, I was indeed hunted down again. During this process, my daughter and I were separated. After about 10 years, I was almost killed in a hunt, but I ran away, but also fell to the ground. After that, they didn't continue to arrest me, so I went around for decades, and after meeting my daughter for the last time, I finally came back. Udo calmly narrated the last part of the story. Didn't your daughter come back with you? Eli asked. No. Udo shook his head and said, she has her own life, I have no right to interfere, and she is very talented, much better than me. Why? After hearing the story, Eli also sighed. There is one more thing you might be interested in. Suddenly, Udo raised his head and said. Oh. Eli looked at him. About Viveka. You said. Eli narrowed his eyes slightly. Viveka is dead. After a few seconds, Udo paused. What? Eli stood up, exclaiming loudly. Viveka is dead? Yes, in the last few decades, I went to the Tower of Blood. I wanted to meet Viveka and then left. Then I found out that she was dead. It is said that the death was in a competition for promotion resources. Udo looked up, observing Eli's expression. With such a big reaction, it seems that the adults are still more concerned about Viveka. But to his astonishment, after a few seconds, Eli regained his composure. He just sighed and said, "She is not talented, and it is very difficult to advance. Naturally, she has to fight for it. This is probably her fate. Isn't your lord sad?" Udo was a little puzzled. As far as he knew, Viveka should be one of the closest people to Eli. What's so sad? Eli glanced at him. Viveka is almost at the limit of her lifespan, and it's normal to die at this time, and I'm so happy for her before it's too late. Happy? Udo was confused. What's so happy about it? Yes. Eli stood up, walked to the window, and looked out. Looking far away, as if seeing the distance through space, she sighed. Viveka is a smart child, she may have realized that her talent is impossible to advance. So she chose another path, choosing to clear and start over. Eli closed his eyes, only then did he realize that the soul imprint had been shattered at some point, but the soul rune imprinted on Viveka's soul still existed. Viveka is not dead. She did it. Another way. On the other side, Udo was also confused by the chaotic words, and couldn't understand what Eli was saying at all. It can only be said that adults are worthy of being adults. Stop talking about this, tell me, what are you going to do next? Eli turned to look at Udo. Me? Udo raised his head and said, Your Excellency should be able to see that my life is numbered, and I just want to come back here to spend the last period of time. Yet. Eli nodded. At this time, Udo's appearance is empty, and his interior is even more empty, and his vitality is weak and unstable like a candle that is about to burn out. One more thing, can I get rid of the adults? Udo said again. Explain. I know, my lord, you will definitely go to the central continent in the future. If you meet my daughter, can you take care of her a little bit? Her name is Mia. Udo expects. Oh. A smile appeared on the corner of Eli's mouth. I will indeed go to the central continent, but how can you be sure that if I really meet her, I can protect her? Maybe she has already surpassed me at that time. I believe in you, my lord. Udo didn't say much, just insisted. Okay, if I have the ability. Eli nodded. If you really encounter it, there is no danger, and it is nothing to help. Of course, the premise is that when Eli goes, she is still alive. Okay, my lord, I will take my leave. Udo stood up and bid farewell to Eli. Goodbye. Sending Udo away, after a while, Alice and Udo left by boat. A week later. Eli receives a message from Alice. Udo is dead. Looking at the message, Eli was silent for a few seconds before sending back. Bury him in the cemetery where the holy tower used to be, he should like it. Soon, Udo was buried in Zinta's cemetery. Eli took a look that day and returned. The wanderer goes home. In the latter half of Udo's life, he was miserable and happy. At least he really found someone to love. Although it was only 5 years, it was not bad. The only problem was that he didn't have enough strength. If he is a true spirit, there is a high probability that there will not be so many hunts down. So strength has to be king. Moreover, this central continent is quite dangerous from the description, it is an evil organization, it is also an underground invasion of the abyss, and there are hunts and kills. Udo's misery has nothing to do with the environment. So Eli decided to hang on, and wait until he has enough strength before going to the central continent. Safety first.